Oh, what an introduction.
That was great. That was great.
Never thought I'd see you move like that, Rob.
Yeah. Thank you.
Rob's been doing some flexing.
My hips are a bit sore.
You move like that, Rob.
Good evening.
What's happening, everybody?
Good evening. Good evening.
Evening.
Good afternoon for me.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Afternoon, mate.
Christian, Rob, Ron, and the guy in the corner. Not sure who he is. Mr.
Meckers.
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 Mr. Meckley.
Hey, my nickname used to be Meeker.
Meeker.
That's what the girls called me in high school. They would call me. They all call me Meeker. I don't know why.
Is that flattering or not?
I don't know. I didn't really give a shit.
The girls like it.
By the way, just so you are aware, Chris, Tom is normally kind of the host, the headmaster for this. Tom doesn't mind any swearing of any kind, so you are
No,
free.
feel free. Just let rip whatever you
I'll
want.
I'll be very conservative, but the more of these I get, I'm sorry, it just flies. I'll be good. I'll be good.
We'll let the ratings slide throughout the stream.
It's a family show, right?
You want to just kick it off?
Yeah.
Well, I am gonna implement a red card that we're going to start on the stream. So if you get too many red cards, then there is a forfeit at the end of the year.
Gutted, Ron.
Cool.
Wow. How many are we getting?
That sounds threatening.
All you've seen is 90.
Oh dear, Chris, where do I start? Thank you, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, for reefing out, for coming on and replying to this guy's email when we were talking to you.
Yeah,
I know you two obviously started conversations about background and how you got into the hobby and whatnot, but yeah, it's just immense, mate. To talk to you live, we're watching you. I've watched you for years. I know a lot of the people in the chat tonight have watched you for years and still do. And your passion, your enthusiasm, your craziness, whatever you want to call it. I mean, hats off to you. It's infectious. So thank you ever so much for coming on and talking to us tonight. Thank you, mate.
No problem. It's an honor to be on. I mean, for people to want me to come on and speak to them about what we do and what we love, the passion that's there. I enjoy it. Like I was mentioning in the green room, I do this for fun and just to make sure that, there's other options for the reefers out there that really want to do this. And, there's so many ways to do it. If you like my way, I'll teach you my way. And if you're having problems and you're working on something different, let's figure out what that problem is. Let's get you where you need to be so that you can be successful. Because it's not cheap to keep corals in an aquarium. I don't care what anybody says. It ain't no way you get rich doing what we do, unless you don't care about the corals. And then the money just flows and the animals are dead, and that doesn't fly with me either. So let's make this. Do it the right way. Let's put it that way. And keep the almighty dollar out of it, even though we have to all make it.
Yeah.
Not completely out.
Wait, I shouldn't say the dollar. You guys are talking pounds. So
pounds in more ways than one as well. Yeah, physical pounds.
Hey, I could use some. I mean, shit won't go on to me.
I'll swap you some for some
water.
I'll send you one moob for one big Goniopora.
Oh, you should see the Goniopora I just got in last night. Skeletons this big.
Well, that'll be a fair swap then.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I picked it up. It probably weighs about 15, 18 pounds.
Jeez.
It's just starting to peek open too. It's like toxic green with a little bit of glitter going up the stem, and then it's freaking purple.
Mine has been known to be purple, and I know Tom has definitely had a purple nipple.
Yeah, very true, Ron. Very true. Do you want to elaborate to Chris Meckley what happened with?
No. That's a story, Chris, for another day. Anyway,
That's past the 9 o'clock watershed. That one.
That is yes. So we don't really have much structure tonight. We're literally going to talk reef all night. Obviously, everybody's got topics or questions they want to ask you. We've got a few video questions that have come in from viewers. Some shops in the UK as well have reached out to ask some questions to you, Chris. So we'll get on that as well. And as always, as we try and have a little bit of entertainment, we've got a couple of games we're going to throw in the mix as well with a few free T-shirts that we can give out to people for joining in the stream. But what we'll do, like we always do in good fashion on a Friday and a Sunday morning, we'll say good evening, should I say, and happy Friday to the people who've made the effort to join us for this, what should be a spectacular stream. So thanks for joining in, everybody. I'm going to press, you can say hello.
Are you going to start with Ronald? Or, Ron, sorry, mate. You was the first one, but he's got the Tony close. Good evening, Tony.
Evening, Tony. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. Who else we've got in this stream?
Zach. Evening, mate.
Oh.
That's your
Hi,
mate.
Zach.
All the way from Michigan.
All the way from Michigan.
Looks
Familiar
he's
with
got
Zach?
a,
So he has a
I know that.
Chris. He has a store called Great
Yes.
Lakes Corals.
I know him. He's a customer of mine.
He's amazing.
He is. He's a good dude. The hammer he's got posted up. I think I remember pulling that thing for him.
You pulled his hammer.
You pulled his hammer.
Ordered from the system and stuck it in a bag. No, I didn't pull it.
Oh, dear.
Only clothes I've pulled is a canthophilia. So we got babies. I can show them off later on too.
Yes, that'd be awesome. You're going to give us a bit of a live tour, you said, potentially. Yeah?
I have to log into my phone and
That's all right. We've got all the time in the world for you, Mr. Meckley. Don't
Chris,
you worry.
it's not Christmas. It's not Christmas till Wednesday, mate. We have got all the time in the world.
yeah, but are you sure you really want to see what I have here? Because I know you guys can't get a lot of it.
Oh, we would.
Because for some reason the UK and the EU are banning corals without studies being done properly. How screwed up is that?
It'll just be like going to a coral strip club. Don't worry.
That's fair.
Anyway,
moving on.
evening, John Boy. How are you, mate?
Johnny.
Hey, John.
What else have we got in house?
Matter of fact, I should probably pop on here.
East Coast Reefer.
Steve, hope you're feeling better, mate.
Steve.
Little does Steve know, cancelling your show on Wednesday might be one of the best things he's ever done for his channel, mightn't it? So, well done, Steve. Good decision.
Evening, Anthony. You came 120. Hope you're good.
Evening. I'll tell you what, it sounds like you're doing it. So why don't you do it?
Let's have a look. Who else we got in the chat?
Control freaks everywhere.
Don't recognise his name. Got an Amanda Meckley.
Oh, that's a
That's
new
my
one.
wife. That's my wife.
Well
That's
spotted,
my
Chris.
rock. That's
Good evening.
the one that wrote the article back here about Jake Adams corals.
Oh, cool.
Wonderful.
Good evening, Amanda. Thank you for letting him come on as well. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't know how long the lead is, Chris, but it's long enough for you to get to the camera. So thanks, Amanda.
Is that one of your pets in that avatar or not?
Say it again.
Is that one of your
Yes.
pets?
Yeah, that's Luna. That's our Maine Coon. One of our
I was
Maine
going
Coon
to say,
cats.
that's a Maine Coon. Lovely.
She's a big girl. She's probably getting close to 20 pounds.
Jeez.
Same size.
Beautiful cat. Beautiful cat. Yeah, she's bigger than some dogs. Let's put it that way. She's bigger than what we used to have. Two dogs. The one dog was Buster and Dexter. That one was a mini pin, and the other one was a Chihuahua. And the Chihuahua is about half her size, and the mini pin was about 5 pounds lighter than her.
Nice.
Lovely.
So I was trying to find you guys, or find this on YouTube, so I could watch the comments too. I got the Reefers Network is coming up, but it's not coming up with this.
Are you on
this
StreamYard, Chris?
No, I'm on YouTube. I don't have.
What
I am
platform?
on my computer. I
Yeah.
am.
Have you not got comments up in the top right corner? of the
Top right
screen?
corner, comments on your screen, Chris. You should see them on your PC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Comments,
Comments.
It's like
No,
private
no,
chat.
top right
I'll
corner.
And then
stream
comment.
this to your. No, hang on here. There we go. Got it.
Got it?
Yeah.
Comment. Yep, it's there now. I got it. Oh, Kenny from High Tides here. Gil's Aquarium here. There's a bunch of people on here. Ryan's Reef, Norfolk Reef.
Yeah. Evening, Matt. Thanks for joining us, Norfolk Reefer. Hope you're good. Evening. Happy Friday. Ryan's Reef. Hope you're good. Evening. Should be a good one.
I like this. This whole format's pretty cool. It's a little bit different than what I'm used to when I'm doing live stream. I normally have my phone sitting in front of me and I'm watching the comments as they go. And now you guys got it. I like this. I'm gonna have to suggest this to Salem for our
Why are you doing that? Yes, that he comes on and talks to us as well.
Yes.
Oh, I'll get him to come on. Don't worry. I'll get Salem on there for you.
Thanks, mate. Quality.
Bit after that one.
I better go and do some reading.
Yeah, we better talk about learn about bacteria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh, he's the man. Him, Andy Bauma, and Eli. Heck, if you had all three of them on, you have a field day of bacterial nerds at the best right there. Oh, I might as well get Taras from Top Shelf Aquatics too, because he's a complete bacterial nerd too. I'm learning. I don't know much about the bacterial side of it.
Yeah,
I know
I'll say
Tom cultures quite a bit of bacteria, doesn't he, Tom?
Yeah, under his tits.
Thanks for that. Sorry, it's going to be full of this all night, Chris. So I hope you're up for
it's all right. It's all good.
Chris will fit in just fine. I
It
mean.
will. It will. Even in anything aquarium maintenance, hope you're good. And what's we
Hey,
got?
John.
John Boy.
Leroy.
Hide the spaces on. Dang, look at all these people that are on here from the US.
Leroy,
Brilliant.
hope you're good.
Brilliant.
Hey, Lee.
Seeing you tomorrow.
Leroy, yes, the Bandit. He's given me a couple of his tank mounts, his Radion tank mounts. Bless him. He doesn't want anything for him, but I am going to sort you out some money, mate, because I can't have
that was
something for
freebies.
nothing. Nah.
You have a Reefers code over there, Chris, with other
Reefers
Reefers.
code is the code. I mean, Jake and I talked about that all the time, and before he passed away, we were trying to bring it back so that it wasn't all about the money, and I Reefers code trade with a lot of people. Sanjay Yoshi and I do Reefers code trading. Keith from Reef Bum, Joseph Gachet from the Carolina Coral Heads. We never exchange cash on anything. We just, he wants. I see a coral I like that he's got. He's like, all right, now show me some pics, and we just trade it up. That's the way it should be. Banking your corals with your friends and with good reefers to ensure that the longevity of that animal and that particular strain is kept in captivity. I couldn't tell you how many times I got corals that, I gave to somebody in a Reefers Code trade and then ended up getting them back because of a hurricane wiping out an acro, my pink panther, I could tell you dozens of corals that, Keith sent me back the pink panther. Jake sent it back to me one time. So I've got it back for the third time after losing my mother colonies. And, Reefers Code is important in this industry, in this hobby, and it's not about the money, folks. If you care about the money more than you care about the coral itself, then you don't care about the hobby, in my opinion. That's just the way I am. The money is secondary, and it's a great thing that I'm able to do what I love and enjoy on a daily basis and not feel like I come to work and still be able to support my family, put a roof over my head. That's the most important thing of it. Waking up, not knowing you're going to work, but going to work,
Nice.
And as a hobbyist, if you care about how much money you're going to make off that booger frag before you even have it, keep it in your aquarium, you got the ass backwards right there. You got to learn how to keep it shit first before you start figuring out how much you're going to make off of it. That just blows my mind the way people are. They're talking about life. We're not talking about dollars. We're talking about life. And you can't trade that. There's nothing.
I need to learn how to actually charge for corals, Chris. So I'll talk to you about it later.
Good on you for giving them away.
Yeah, I do just mostly give them away.
Strange business model, Ron.
Well, as a coral farmer, you're not going to do so good if you just give them away all the time.
Yeah.
I've got another business. It's okay. It's okay.
That works.
Who else we got in tonight? We've got Liam with us. Evening, Liam. As
Evening,
Thomas
mate.
finished
Hello,
after getting the Chris Meckley on the Reefers Network. Got good evening.
What's his avatar tonight? Is it Calc? Is it Calc?
Yes, he says Cal-
Yes.
shark screaming Calquasser.
Yeah, what's that?
Oh, his imagination's awesome. And Liam's got a question for you as well, a video question, which we'll come on to later. Who else have we got? Let's have a look. Coming through thick and fast. I think I've read some of these names out already. Amanda. Good evening, Amanda. Hope you're good.
Hello, Amanda.
Good evening, Amanda.
Good evening, Amanda.
Yeah, Amanda.
John Wright's on. What's up, buddy?
John Wright right now will be beaming. Can you imagine John Wright's smile right now, bless him?
Yeah.
John, I think Chris Meckley needs a cup, a mug.
Yes, Chris Meckley does need a John Wright mug.
John Wright supplies fish mugs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
but they are
You
cool.
need a coffee mug, coffee cup.
Yeah,
I mean,
John.
make sure it holds at least 12 ounces.
No,
he's
might
working.
struggle there.
Right, it's gone back to the lab, hasn't it? Gone back to the design team, I think, at the minute for that.
Yeah, a bit tight. Alyssa, that's a new one. I haven't. Chris, are you familiar with Alyssa?
Yeah, I know Alyssa. Alicia, how are you?
Good evening.
What else have we got in here?
She's got a beautiful reef aquarium. I met that young lady over at the Aquatic Expo in North Carolina last year with Brandy Camp and the Aquatic Expo team and the Carolina reefing community, which is an absolutely amazing community. You guys are welcome to join in on that community every time they have their their meetings on Thursday nights. It's the third Thursday night of the month, and people from all over the place join in. And Lacey, Brandy, Matthew, all great people. I hope they all get a chance at some point to join. I know it's Friday afternoon. Some of them are probably working.
What is that on YouTube?
What's that?
What is that on YouTube?
No, they do it through Zoom.
Oh, Zoom.
But they post a link up on Facebook usually a couple of days or a week before they're actually going to do the live stream. And I actually have had some really, really good after hours conversations when the guest that was originally on has left. You know me, I mean, I just rap all day long. I don't shut up. What's that?
And you're pissed.
No, I don't get pissed. Well, I do, but it takes a lot.
I mean, drunk.
Oh, pissed.
You mean angry? Yeah.
I gotta understand y'all's lingo.
I love the language barrier.
It's like, you know, my buddies in Australia. I'm like, I understand why you guys say mate to everybody, but why do the Brits call me mate? I'm like, they weren't a British colony that was settled with inmates, and that's what I was always told was the reason why the Aussies always say mate was because they were all descendants from inmates that were brought to Australia.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's true, but is that the reason why they say mate? Why do you guys say mate? Is that just a UK thing?
I think I've heard that before.
I mean, if you unfortunately ended up in Yorkshire, you would be called mucker.
Okay.
Mucker.
I'm going to have to take offense to that because I don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
What'd you say?
Mucker.
Call me a mucker.
All right. What do you say? Rate laugh. All right, pal.
Yeah.
All right, me on mucker.
It's
yeah.
a strange,
Anyway,
it's a strange
old world. It is.
Yeah.
Anyway,
My wife just asked if I'm drinking already. Yes, honey, I had my first beer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
First of many. Evening, John. Hope you're good. Evening, all. Jupiter's Reef. Evening, everybody.
Hey, I'm Julie.
Let's have a look.
High Tide Aquatics.
High Tide Aquatics. What's up, y'all?
Kenny! Y'all need to have Kenny come on. That guy right there is a good soul. He's a really good guy. He was friends with Jake. I met him through Jake. I've only really known him now for 2 years, but him and I've gotten a lot closer as time's gone on. Really good guy right there. He's got an amazing shop over in I don't know. Kenny, chime in on that one, buddy. He's in San Francisco area, I'm thinking. Yeah, there's a lot of people I'm seeing on here that you guys would have fun with on your show.
Well, we are looking for a booking manager on the Reefers Network, aren't we? So
Chris would be good.
Chris would be very good on that. Yeah.
Well, he's not busy in the farm as much. I've heard he's going down to part-time, Chris Meckley.
Let's see how he gets on tonight. Let's see how Chris does tonight.
It's like an interview now.
And then maybe at the end.
International booking agent for
That's
the
it, yeah.
Reefers Network.
Because we're killed.
My time's not cheap, so
Tom's like,
Don't pay for it.
he'll pay you.
Don't pay for it. It's fine.
Yeah.
He'll flog a kidney. Don't worry.
This is a not-for-profit organisation.
Yeah. We'll have a
we'll get I can tell you, Remy would probably come on here and talk to you guys too. He's been part of Reefers now. He's such a good dude. I mean, you know, Remy's doing a really good thing with the reef therapy.
Remy's absolutely amazing.
I think the trouble with Remy is he's a bit too professional.
Oh.
a bit like us.
Did you hear that, Remy? You got to loosen up a little bit and stop
Yeah,
being professional, dude.
He's been
Let
down
a
to
couple
get
cuss
a
words fly once in a while.
Yeah.
Who else we've got on here?
Love Remy.
Let's have a look. We've got Practical Reefer. Evening, Practical Reefer. Find the cut alive. Been slowly catching up. Watched Wednesday's session last night and it was hilarious. At my expense, but thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Cheers.
Chris probably is unaware of what happened Wednesday night.
Well, won't be. Well, he was
Probably a good thing, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
We were meant to have a different stream and it was cancelled because unfortunately Steve, East Coast Reefer in the chat, was not very well. So he said, can we rearrange it? I said, yeah, no worries. And then I was on the phone to him about coming up here, and I sort of thought we should just do a random stream, just chat, just chat. Everybody was waiting for it, so we ended up with 6 of us on the chat, and it just yeah, it became rather entertaining and well for the
Raucous.
viewers. Yeah,
Well, we thought you was going to blow it. Tom's new light behind us that you can see, Chris.
I wired it up live.
He wired it up live, and Tom's not very good at much. So we thought he was going to blow it up live on air. Well, we was all probably secretly hoping it was going to go
It
up.
looks like it's about as thick as a piece of cardboard. What the hell is that?
It's the ATI Stratton Pro. Yeah.
ATI Stratton Pro.
Strap on.
Strap on Pro.
Pro version.
Said it.
Does it give a free reach around?
Yeah, that's what the Pro bit is.
Yeah.
Actually, it's the box.
The Pro
actually had the word probe.
The Pro. Oh, is that what it was for?
Strap on probe. Strap
Oh,
on
right,
probe.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was prostate. Anyway, okay.
You're not familiar with them then, Chris? Them lights?
No, I'm not an LED
reach
guy.
around light.
You don't find very many LEDs in my facility. I think that they're very, very detrimental to the health of ecosystems because they're not a full spectrum light. And if we think that we're smarter than 4.5 billion years of evolution and we don't need infrared and UV in an ecosystem we're keeping in a box, we're naive. I've seen too many issues. I've been reefing for a long time, and I set up my largest farm system, which I'll take you guys out and show you here in a little while. And that was strictly LEDs, and that system was nothing but a nightmare, and it's been continuing to be a nightmare ever since. And we can get into the conversation about my thoughts on LEDs and fake rock and not real rock. And I can tell you the horror stories of a 4,500 gallon system that have been nothing but a nightmare ever since I set it up because of the way I set it up. I tried to go with the status quo in the industry and I went against my own logic and I kick myself in the ass every day for doing things the way that the industry does it. And I should have just stuck with my ways because there's nothing better than real live rock. And there's nothing better than a full spectrum lamp coming from a metal halide. Prove me wrong. Hasn't been done.
I mean, I'm running a small farm with just LEDs, and the corals are growing like fuck. Christian is
Good. Everybody's
I'll be honest,
got
though.
different experiences.
They're not ideal, right? Because I mean, yeah, they grow corals, but you know that you grow algae, you grow pest problem like dinos or whatever it is, you know, golden algae.
Bacterial infections have become a problem all over the place because of LEDs.
Yeah, because like the halide sterilizes the water, doesn't it? Right? The halide, it's great. Our new systems are actually going to be a hybrid of LED with halides down the middle, and I can't wait.
Oh, you got halides availability to you over there?
Yeah, we can go.
Good, because I have a big old stockpile of metal halide bulbs because I'm afraid they were going to stop making them and produce them. Now there's companies that are coming back here in the U.S. They're, Hamilton Technologies was a big proponent for metal halides and ballast back, many, many years ago. And when they went out of business, the one partner, Dave, he got the rights to be able to use the gas compositions for all the different bulbs that they used to sell as Hamilton. And now he's got a company called AquaBright Solutions out there. And he called me up about 8 months ago and said, "Are you on board with buying metal halide bulbs?" I'm like, damn right. I'm like, it's about time somebody brings them back, and I bought 175s and 250s from him. I got enough 400s to last me for 10 years. And we run 85 metal halides in the farm. And 224 T5s. And I've got 48 Coral Care LEDs. And they were the first major LED purchase that I bought because of Terrence from when he was at Neptune. He swore by the Coral Cares. And after I got them, I understand why he swore by them. And also after putting a spectrograph on them, they actually have very, very close, but they're still not full spectrum.
I run those downstairs in my DT, incidentally, Chris, before you slated it for me. I run the Coral Cares downstairs, yeah. I watched your videos and on the Coral Cares a couple of years ago, and the ones that Sam did, Sam Parker of Parker's Reef. I reached out to Sam because I knew he'd get back to me. There was no point emailing you because I knew you were too busy.
Well, clearly not.
Anytime. I tell people I will always get back to you. It's just when. It all depends on how busy I am and all that. I'm happy to help out. Just shoot me an email. Don't hesitate. Shoot me a private message on Facebook. That's actually even easier because if it's an email with the freaking 150, 200 emails I get a day, it might go way down the bottom and I might forget eventually. But, just a PM from Facebook is an easy way to get a hold of me. I will get back to you one way or the other.
Now you've just opened that up to everybody watching. Get ready.
Yeah.
I'm used to it.
Big old Drippy's email made it through the pile, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
It's Chris and
I
AC.
wonder why that was. Dick pics will get you everywhere, Ryland.
Exactly. even ones that are not even your one because you're too embarrassed of your one.
Yes.
Anyway, so we say we've got Remy with us then watching. Evening, Remy. Hope you're good.
Good evening.
Hey, Remy.
Evening.
How we doing?
Cheers, Remy. Grab a beer, buddy.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Might be too early today, though.
Is he working? Yeah.
What a great name.
Sandy Cheeks.
Please
Let's
tell
go.
me that is your real name.
No, it's not.
Definitely not. It can't be.
What a shame.
Who is it?
Someone who lives close to the beach, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Oh dear.
I don't know much about how Remy came about, but I do know that Remy, and I don't know if he still does much with it because I don't go on YouTube. I don't do all the social media stuff, but he used to have a thing called Bahama Llama.
I used to watch him in Bahama Llama in his
Yeah, I've
basement.
watched him, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yep.
Loved
Yeah.
that channel.
Love
Loved
that channel.
That was good.
Yeah.
That's how I remember the first time I met Remy was at Aquashella at the Gallery Aquatics party afterwards, or setup party. And I started talking to him. And I'm like, I like Remy, and then we didn't really talk again. And then things kind of progressed and we talked a little bit here and there. And then when he became part of Reef Builders, I was, very, very big advocate for making sure Reef Builders continued after Jake passed away. And Remy jumped right in. And I tell you what, he's had a struggle, but he is freaking weathering the storm and he's doing a kick-ass job. And I'm glad he's been able to fill in the gaps. Let's put it that way. And now Salem's got his full-time gig at the Reef Builders studio. I'm looking for good things happening out of Reef Builders here in the very near future for sure.
Yeah. Just needs to learn to park cars, doesn't he?
What's that?
Needs to learn to park cars by the looks of it.
I'm sorry, your accent got to me and I didn't hear it.
I was just making a joke about the car, Chris, in the Reef Builder studio.
Oh God, yeah, I heard about that. I guess Salem called me right after that. He said that the flats that I was over there helping clean out that one time launched about 4 foot.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah, poor guys. I felt bad for him, but that was Jake's studio, and Jake had a vision for the studio and he did an amazing job. I remember the first time I went there, I'm like, where the hell are all your RO lines? Where's all of this? Everything. It looked like a studio.
Yeah.
And he had this ingenious way of doing things to make things nice and neat and clean. He took those little thresholds that are like a little that you would put on the floor for like 2 different types of floor meeting that have that little arc.
Yeah.
And he ran his RO tubing under that from where the water came from, or the dosing pump, and it ran it right across the floor. So you could walk over top of it. You had no idea that it was there, that it was your RO line. It was really, really cool. But now Salem, my point with that whole thing is Salem had some big shoes to fill, being in the Reef Builders and being in the spotlight like he is. And it was still Jake's studio. All the tanks were still the same way that Jake had them, and I respect that he kept it that way. This kind of gave it an ability to be rebooted a little bit, and Salem can make it, a combination of what Jake.
You're saying then that he crashed that car on purpose so that he could change all the studio. That's what I've got from that. That's what I feel you're telling me, Chris.
Nice suspicion.
You have to go over talk to that mechanic shop that ran the car through it and see what really happened. Salem, I'm on to you, dude.
It's probably, I'm going to guess it's probably only a matter of time, really, until Reef Builders have to invite us onto the show, I reckon. They're going to have to. Their hands are going to be tired,
Peer pressure.
Yeah, peer pressure from the reefing community. Yeah.
I've got to make that happen in the near future.
Oh, dear.
Remy's just left.
Reef therapy.
Remy's watching something else right now, anyway. What else have we got in here? Darren. Evening, Darren.
Evening,
Merry
Darren.
Christmas,
Darren.
animals. That's a colourful avatar.
Merry
Nice.
Christmas.
Like that.
I'm the only one who got the Christmas memo, by the way.
Yeah. Rob,
Hey.
you look so fit, Rob. Honestly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey,
For the
y'all
ladies.
should be coming to Restock.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to get Rob to sell his helicopter and pay for us all to go over there.
Oh, Mude?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, Rob, on
Rob,
here.
yeah, Rob, the one you can't understand.
Yeah.
I can understand.
Well, we've got Jamie Stacey. Evening, Jamie Stacey. It'll be good.
Hello, Jamie.
Evening, mate.
Jamie.
Happy
He's on
Friday.
soon.
Hurren's Reef. Evening,
Hey,
Hurren's
Chris.
Reef. That'll be good.
Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Chris. Tank tour's coming up.
Ooh, very nice. When is it, Rob?
I think it's the 5th of January. No,
Okay. Not too long.
either the 5th or the 12th. One of the two.
You guys already got Keith coming on here sometime in January.
Yeah. 17th.
Yeah.
He's stoked about that.
We are now. Everybody else knows now, Chris. Thanks for that.
Well,
I love
gave
this.
himself away. Like
Yeah.
I'm not
Exclusive.
even drinking yet. I'm not even halfway through a beer, and I'm already
That's it. Well,
Carry on drinking, Chris. Carry on drinking.
just to answer
What we'll do
questions.
is we'll get him drunk and we'll just fill in the calendar for the next 12 months.
Let's
And then I don't have to stress myself.
Smash.
yeah. Job done.
If Droopy was sat
Yeah.
next to you, he would be pushing it into your mouth.
I'm smashing Christmas with Meckley.
So did you say we're making this a yearly tradition?
Go on.
Did you say you're making this a yearly tradition?
No, you're coming on every 3 months.
just
You
did.
Don't know it yet.
Oh shit!
You just don't know it yet.
Yeah. Nicely summed up.
Yeah.
I want people to get sick of me by then.
I don't think we'll ever get sick of talking to you, Chris. Not at all. Not at
Peter
all.
Parry.
Yes, evening, Pete. Evening, Peter Parry. Hope you're good. Looking forward to the
Peter.
weekend. Who else we got?
Dave.
Dave R. Evening, Dave. Hope you're good.
Oh, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Oi, oi, look who it is.
We've got
Mr. Hughes.
Yeah, Mr. Hughes. Amanda and Chris. Hope you're good.
Asking for subtitles because he can't understand you guys' accent.
You're familiar with Paul and Amanda from Advanced Aquarium Consultancy in England?
Of course, they've been here a handful of times. Good people, very
Yeah,
good people. Love those guys.
Great shop.
Paul and
Yeah.
Amanda have been awesome. Very supportive. I don't talk to Paul very much, but when we do, it's
Do you understand him okay?
yeah, of course.
Good. All right.
It's just you, Rob. That's it.
We spoke very similar. Yeah.
Have you been to AAC, Chris?
The what?
Have you been to Paul's shop in England, Advanced Aquarium Consultancy?
No, I have not. But Paul's asking me. He asked me if I wanted to come to the UK to speak at something.
You're allowed to tell us this, Chris.
I was thinking that.
I'm not telling you dates. I'm not telling you anything like that. I just said I've been offered to come over there at some point. I don't know when.
And you've
But
said yeah.
I might. I told him I'd be able to. I said, but I'm not coming to England unless my entire family comes because that wouldn't be fair to them.
They probably wouldn't thank you for that, if I'm brutally honest.
Well,
It used to be lovely.
they definitely said they would look into that, and when I hear from them and they can tell me the dates and I can say whether it works. I will be in the UK at some point, which might be 3 months, might be 6 months. I don't know.
You've only got to skip 2 live streams and you've got like 2 weeks free, haven't you? So
That's it.
Skip 2 live streams. Yeah, I got 2 going.
they're
back
quite
to
long,
back.
aren't they?
Yeah, usually because I don't know how to shut up.
Just make sure and get all your vaccinations before you come here, Chris.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, we're all filthy.
Yeah.
Little dirt never hurts. It only makes you stronger. The way I look at it.
We work under LEDs, not halides. That's the problem.
Yeah, we're reddened. Reddened.
Pathogens and bacteria. What else have we got in here? We've got Mike. Evening, Mike. Mike's got a question for you. Mike works at
Evening, Mike.
a shop, Finest Aquatics. He's gonna. Well, I've got a video, like I said, I'm going to share with you in a bit. Evening, Mike. Got all you guys on. While I'm doing maintenance on a customer's 1,500 litre reef. Nice.
Wow.
Lovely.
Very cool.
What have we got in here? EIY Kumar. What's up, everyone? What's up?
How you doing, mate?
How you doing, mate?
Hello.
How, buddy? How you doing?
Friday.
Phil Miller.
Phil Miller. Evening, Phil.
Yeah, Phil.
Trigger.
Where are we?
Triggerfish.
Sorry, Triggerfish 45. Hey, Reef peeps. Yes.
Hello.
Thanks
Hey.
for coming on again. Nice to see you.
Got a good crowd on tonight.
We have got a good crowd on
Brilliant.
tonight. Thank you very much. I wonder why.
Well, it's not me, is it? I'm going to give you a clue. It's not me.
It's
Not
Rob.
me.
It's all Rob.
It's all Rob because nobody can understand him.
Everyone wants a free ride in his helicopter. See? That's what it is.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, dear. Hydrospace LLC. Hello. Hey, Chris.
What's up, Ken?
Hello.
That's a good dude right there too. That's
Yeah.
another good dude.
Oh, you're the booking
I'd
manager.
like to try his products. I'd love to. I'd love to be
Yeah.
able to use them.
I'm working with Ken with Rhodopseudomonas. You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys were talking about bacteria earlier. Well, that's one of the only species I can tell you I know the name of. Rhodopseudomonas. It's Ken farms it. It's a purple non-sulfur bacteria, and they've been sending me cubes of this stuff to dose in one of my systems. And even though we're not dosing what is recommended by Ken, we came up with a plan so that it wasn't, an arm and a leg to do this, because of the 1,600 gallon system. We're doing about half of what is recommended, but the results that we're getting from just half of that is mind blowing. I've sent Ken a bunch of data. Taras has been over. He's going to write an article on Reef Builders about it. But it's pretty amazing at what it does for your phosphate. And it's an all natural means of removing phosphate from your system. And I have a nonstop problem with phosphates in this system because it's where I receive all my soft corals from Indonesia and around the world. And if you all know soft corals tend to, when they are unhealthy, parts of them that perish, they melt fairly quickly, turn to like a dust, and then you end up with phosphates being produced from that. And also nitrates tend to be a problem. But that system's got 2 very large algae scrubbers on it, and I still can't keep my phosphates down. And what we're finding out with the Rhodopseudomonas is if I dose this stuff every single day during the week when we're here, my phosphates, instead of rising about 0.2 a day, rises about 0.06 a day. And I use lanthanum chloride about once a month versus twice a week.
Wow.
Did you say they're in cubes?
What's that?
Did you say cubes? They're in cubes.
Oh, he sends me a cube, which is a 5 gallon, very, very thick, like 15 mil thick plastic 5 gallon cube. And that's what he sends to me, and that's what we go through on a monthly basis. Dosing the system is five gallons of
So it's a liquid.
It's cultured bacteria, so it's
Right.
very concentrated culture of Rhodopseudomonas. And man, I'm thankful that I know so many people in the industry, and I'm able to work with Ken doing this, because the data that he's receiving and the way I think, I hate chemicals. I don't think that they're smart adding to an aquarium, even though that there's so many products out there that people use all the time to remove this stuff. I think it's, a ticking time bomb. And if we can figure out ways to do this, to reef without adding any chemicals whatsoever, other than the, elements that are necessary for the animals to thrive, then we should all look at those ways to do things, because the ocean doesn't get chemicals added to them to remove the phosphates and the nitrates. If there's ever an issue, guess what? Shit dies. In our aquarium, we sure don't want to have animals dying because of something that we're doing that's not correct. And when we're trying to put an ecosystem in a box and we don't have the resources to do things naturally, that's where we end up with a money pit, even farther than what the money pit already is. And that's when we have problems with, these beautiful animals not thriving in our little miniature ecosystems. And I think it's very important that as the hobby progresses along, that we understand the microbiome of the system. And Ken is a huge part of that. Salem's a huge part of that. Eli's a huge part of that. Andy Bauma. There's so many people doing some great things with learning about what the different forms of bacteria that are found naturally in the ocean are doing.
So similar to a zeolite system?
What, chemicals?
The bacteria.
I thought zeolite, maybe I don't know anything about Zeovit anymore. Years ago, I knew about Zeovit, and I know that the corals were very pastel-y looking, and I think that was because you're using a chemical to cause the coral to expel some of the zooxanthellae, and that's a chemical. I see that as a ticking time bomb over time. I don't know of anybody here in the U.S. that runs the Zeovit system long term. I know people that use Zeovit, different aspects of the Zeovit. And I've seen many aquariums that are running on the Zeovit method, and they're perfectly happy and they look amazing. It's just not how I would do it. Again, it's nothing wrong with it if you know what you're doing. If you
know what's in it,
take it slow and steady if you're going to go with the Zeovit method, because there's some things that you're adding that could be detrimental to the system down the road. But if you're following directions from somebody that understands the method really well, why not? I mean, I just don't have the balls to do that kind of stuff because I know. I mean, yeah, I do. I got plenty of balls on all the shit I do. About to kill me when I found out the shit when I was working on the pH, suppressed pH there for a while. When you start your, we won't even get into that.
I'm sure we'll come on to that in time. Also, we've got in the house tonight. Evening, Gaz's Reef. Hope you're good, Gaz.
Guys.
Yeah. Happy Friday to you.
Big Al.
Big Al's here. Evening, Alex.
Evening, Al.
Alex has got a video question for you as well, Chris, which we'll come on to later in the stream. Hayley's here. Evening, Hayley. Hope you're good. Let's have a look. Have I missed anybody out? Oh, the guy from Leicester's here.
Your mate, Tom's mate's in.
Hello, Leicester Mo.
Leicester Mo.
Leicester's finest.
Oh dear, he's gonna have to move. Reef Keeper, evening.
Evening, mate.
Hope you're good.
So I see a question here from John Wright about sulfur test kits. Okay, I think that what the hobby has to offer is great. Sulfur test kits, no matter what test kit you're using. And I did mention this a while ago about sulfur test kits are not accurate. That doesn't mean that they're bad test kits. And I love it when people twist my words and make me sound like I'm some sort of basher of a company. You know, sulfur's been around, and I use sulfur for, a decade, maybe even 2 decades. Sulfur is consistent, but they are not accurate. And if you don't know the inaccuracies, then you're maybe doing your reef system an injustice. So what John's question was is, he heard me mentioning before about them being one DKH off. That's on alkalinity. And yes, that is 100% accurate. They are not dead nuts on where they should be. If you're reading at an 8.3 DKH, you're actually probably more like a 7.3, 7.5 DKH. If you're reading at 9.3, you're at like 8.3, 8.5. And I know this from working with labs and doing accurate testing. And actually, it was one of the things that really helped me was when I got my iDip. I don't know if you guys over there have heard of the iDip. It's a little miniature. What's that?
Eye drops.
No, iDip.
I'm just joking. Sorry.
He doesn't need eye drops later on, but the iDip is a little handheld photometer, and it was actually designed for people that were doing pool maintenance. And it was a good way for you to test chlorine and, the alkalinity and the pH and all that stuff with one little device. And then it has an app that goes to it, and you can have each system. And when you're testing your water with the unit, you check on the system that you're testing, and then you do all your tests, and it saves it under that system so you can keep a data log, and then you can email it to yourself. It's freaking beautiful. But when I started using the iDip, because we bought it because when we were importing fish from all over the world, we were doing our best to be as on top of things when it comes to parasites and bacterial infections and fungal infections, all this different stuff that comes along with fish, which we can get into at another time, but fish are not forgiving. And that's one of the reasons why we'll never do fish again. But we were trying to get a good test kit to give us copper levels for therapeutic copper treatments to our fish systems. And they're all color wheels. Hawk, by far one of the best companies out there to get for accuracy. Daniel and I, my manager Daniel and I would look at it and go, I don't know. Does that say 0.2? Does it say 0.25? Is it 0.18? And he's like, I don't know, man. This shit's so annoying. He's like, if we're off, because we were sending Daniel to classes for the aquaculture lab down here to learn about fish diseases and treatments and this and that. And he got so adamant about making sure we kept this, 0.2 ppm of copper in the system for our, for our incoming fish. He's like, I don't know what we're at. He's like, I have no clue where we are. It doesn't make any sense. These kits don't, we show it to 3 or 4 different people and we get different readings, different, visual sights from everybody with a color wheel. So he started researching it and we found out that the iDip as a photometer tested copper. He's like, dude, this thing's like $500. He's like, should I get it? And I'm like, well, if it doesn't do what we want it to do, we use it once or twice, we can always return it. I said, but I think it might be a good thing. And he got it. And when we were testing, he did like 6 tests in a row of the same water sample. And it was like within 0.01 ppm every single time he tested. I'm like, dude, that's pretty freaking sweet. That's good. That's what you want. But then they have this marine bundle that came with it, and he's like, oh, this thing's used for testing pools, da 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 da. He's like, and then he found this marine bundle that you can get on the app, and you have to buy this other kit that you can get with the marine bundle. And it has alkalinity, calcium, total hardness, which then you can do a calcium and total hardness test, and it calculates your magnesium. It does, they just recently came out with bromine, which is great. Doing a halogen is pretty impressive. I'd love to see what that is and test it up against an ICP. But it did the copper, it did nitrates, phosphates, ammonia, pH, and the alkalinity aspect of it was big for me because when we used it the first time, I was like, wait a minute, this thing's a piece of shit. It said we're at 7.0 DKH, and it just read 8.0. I'm like, with the Salifert. So, of course, we did all the tests all over again. The Salifert came back at like 8.2, 8.3, and the iDip came back at 7.1, 7.2, and I'm like, this thing's a piece of shit. Well, mine, come to find out that they're just, the Salifert kits were inaccurate because that right about that time is when we sent some samples down to the lab that we work with, Florida Aquaculture Lab, and had them test our copper in that water and had them test our alkalinity in the water. And when they came back with alkalinity readings, exactly what the iDip was, and the copper reading was almost exactly what the iDip was, I'm like, this thing's not a piece of shit. It just taught me something that we didn't know. And we can get into conversations about pH. I really don't feel like doing it, but I talk about it way too much. I'm sure everybody on here has heard me talk about pH, but it's important, and alkalinity and pH are, very important parameters. I like to say you either chase your alkalinity or you chase your pH. If you chase your alkalinity, look for that money pit. Look for all that money you're just going to be throwing down the drain. If you chase your pH, it's a hell of a lot cheaper to chase your pH, and your alkalinity will pretty much stay stabilized a lot easier. From my experience. And with 9 systems, I think it's pretty accurate. But what I liked about the iDip after we got it was then I realized I found out something that was a plague of ACI for, oh my God, 6, 7 years. It's been a plague of mine for years before that, before I was even in the, even had ACI, was importing corals. Seeing them come in look beautiful, and then in a few days you is getting the dreaded brown jelly syndrome. If you hear somebody call brown jelly a disease, correct them, please, because it's a freaking disease. It's a syndrome. A disease is a virus or a bacterial infection. It's just something that is caused by multiple things, so it is a syndrome. But the reason why you get brown jelly in a system is, the components are there all the time. It's a matter of whether or not the ciliates go on attack. It's bacterial imbalance with the ciliates on a coral's, because you can take a coral tissue and stick it under a microscope and you'll see ciliates all over the place. If you can get down, deep enough with your magnification, you'll see all the different types of bacteria that are growing on that coral as well on the tissue. So when I realized that we had a 7.3 pH or DKH in our system, and I knew my pH was suppressed and I didn't know a good way to fix that. I said, okay, well, my DKH is a 7.3. I need to bump that up. So then, of course, I adjusted my calcium reactors to get that pH up to where it needed to be. And I also then noticed some big improvements with everything. But I also noticed that when we would import corals, the biggest problem and time frame for brown jelly to hit our corals, especially the euphyllias, was within the first 3 to 5 days of the coral hitting our system. And when you have a suppressed pH and a suppressed alkalinity, or a suppressed alkalinity is I mean, really, what is that? Alkalinity of the ocean is anywhere from 6.7 to 7.6 in most places. You know, we keep our alkalinity at what, 8.3, 8.6, 9.0, 10.0, whatever the hell it is. The reason why we like to keep our alkalinity a little bit higher, and a lot of people don't even think about this aspect of it, is because if your pH is low, you want your alkalinity to be high. If your pH is at natural seawater, you really ideally should have it very similar. Like I keep mine at 8.3. My pH stays consistently around 8.29, 8.3. Bumps up to like 8.4 or 8.5 during the day naturally from photosynthesis. But when your pH is suppressed and below to like 6, 7.8 at nighttime, 7.6 is what we were getting at. You know, 7.6 at night, high of 8.01, alkalinity at 8.3. When the alkalinity was actually at 7.3 with when I was doing the Salifert testing, that's when we had all these brown jelly issues. As soon as I got my alkalinity up to 8.3, according to the IDIP, we would import corals, and I noticed that there was never brown jelly anymore. And I'm going, whoa, that's huge. So the correlation between brown jelly and either pH or alkalinity is bigger than anybody would even talk about. People still tell me that I'm not right about that. They say it's all anecdotal. Okay, I've got 30 years of experience. I've got 8 years of experience with the Salifert test kits being about a DKH low in their reading and then using the IDIP and then not seeing the brown jelly issue. So you can call it anecdotal all you want. I got the experience that tells me and says I'm right. And if they can prove me wrong, prove me wrong. I want to learn more. I'm not opposed. I'm a big boy. You can prove me wrong. I'm not going to cry in a corner and wait for somebody to come over and call me. I'm going to take the information. I'm going to run with it. And I'm going to say, okay, finally, somebody's actually giving me something I can run with that I can actually say, shit, it's about time, because I think about things in a logical sense. And when I knew my pH was suppressed and I found out my alkalinity was at 7.3, and in normal cases, if my pH was at 8.3 and it's alkalinity is 7.3, the corals wouldn't even give a shit. They don't. I've had it happen multiple times. That is it right there. You guys know who this is?
Is that available in the UK, Christian?
Yeah, that's a Europe site, so yeah, I'm sure it is. Limited. No, yeah, it's in the UK, that site. Fantastic.
Wow.
350 quid.
Wow.
Yeah, sounds about right. This is the problem that I have seen with people. They don't want to learn new things. And if you're not open and willing to learn, practice, and to go through an entire bottle of the alkalinity strips to learn how to swipe the damn strip in the IDIP, it's going to cost you $25 to learn how to use the damn thing. There's video.
Sorry to butt in, Chris. Is this the one you're talking about? Yeah? For people.
Yes. I swear by that thing right there. Vincent Chales had me send him 3 of them. And Vincent doesn't like it, but Vincent's so old school. He calls it the handheld. He calls it a dildo.
Mate, you watch the sales go through the roof now.
That's it, out of stock everywhere. It's already gone out of stock.
That's it, yeah.
Like,
I've got 10 minutes after it.
It's the technique in how you actually swipe the strip. You have to watch the videos. You can download the app, and you can even go through the videos before you even buy the damn thing and learn the basic steps of all the different testing that it can do. And as long as you figure out how to get those swipes right, and it's easy, you just put the strip between your index finger and your thumb, and use your middle finger to make the thing swipe 40 times in 20 seconds. Pull it out, stick the cap on it, let it do its thing, gives you your reading. It's all said and done. If you don't trust the reading that you get the first time, do it a second time. If they're very close, then you still don't trust it, do it a third time, because they're all going to be within a couple of 0.03 DKH of the test. It's never going to be exact, but you're going to have a peace of mind knowing you have not a professional piece of equipment. It's a hobby equipment, but it's a hell of a lot more accurate. But if you know the accuracies of all the different they're done, you know, then don't change. But me, I have to use the iDip because I know that when you're talking about a titration kit that hobbyists can afford to buy on a regular basis, you know, there's about $20-25 for that, for, you know, for testing, you know, the strips are $20-25 retail for, you know, the different, you know, and I guess Alkalinity, you get 100 tests, you get 50 with the nitrates, 50 with the phosphates, you know, there's a couple of them that are 100, but most of them are like 50 tests. You know, it's a peace of mind, in my opinion, because what if there's something wrong with you know, the test kit that you had? What if you didn't realize it was out of date? You know, it's expired. You know, that's a problem.
Chris, just a quick question on brown jelly. I've had a case of brown jelly after a bad kebab. So would I buy one of these test strips and just swipe, and it would? I'm worried now you don't know what a kebab is.
I was getting ready to say a kebab. I know what a shish kebab is. We stick, you know, a pepper, a piece of meat, pepper.
More like a taco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a taco.
Burrito.
That's the only brown jelly I've ever experienced. Anyway, moving on.
Were you talking about the refried beans?
No.
Yeah.
Oh God!
I'll give you some brown jelly for sure, right there.
While we are on testing, then, Chris, while we took us down that route, what's the score with testing salinity in the farm?
Just taste it.
Yeah,
I use the Hannah, the little pen. It's a conductivity probe.
Ooh,
Everybody bashes it, and I laugh at the people that bash it because that's
I've got two, Chris. I've got two.
Damn right. You better freaking
That's because they're double shit.
double shit.
Yeah, but they're consistent.
I think we should as well.
So it's always wrong, right? But it's always consistently wrong. So I got one of those Tropic Marine Glass fancy things.
Hydrometer.
That's it. And it absolutely is bang on. 1.022 in the Hannah is 1.025 on the Tropic Marine. So I just used the Hannah pen
What's
to
the
get
temperature of the system? What's the temperature of your system? Is it 77 degrees?
25.
Because the Tropic Marine.
Talking normal number, Chris.
Yeah, we don't have F. We're all safe over here, Chris.
Okay, so you're gonna make me go back you're gonna make me go back. I can't remember what 77 Fahrenheit is.
77, 78 is about 25.
25.5 I run my system.
Okay, so this is here's what. Okay, so 77 is 25 on the nose. So okay, so with a Tropic Marine floating hydrometer, is calibrated for 77 or 25 Celsius.
Yep.
If your system is 25.5, well, you're not going to have the right reading on your Tropic Marine floating hydrometer. And also, Tropic Marine, I'm oh God, I had
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Go on, Chris. Say it.
I had a 30-year-old floating hydrometer, scientifically calibrated. It was like a beast. You know, the thing was like this big around. It was like
bigger.
way longer than the one that I had replaced. So I would never let anybody touch that 30-year-old hydrometer because I swore by it. I had the thing, you know, checked out with ICP testing. I had it checked out with a bunch of different ways and made sure that this thing was dead nuts accurate. And I swore by it. And I got this employee that was really becoming awesome. And I decided to allow him to use my floating hydrometer. Some bitch used it for 2 days and broke it. And I was about to kill him. And I was like, dude, you're never going to be able to replace that thing. It's 30 years old. I'm like, I can't believe I was so stupid to allow you to use this. Well, he goes and buys me a new one.
Did it break off? Did a bit of a break off inside him, or?
He had it floating inside the 1 liter container that I was using to test, and he hit it and it broke the stem. So the stem was broken. There's nothing I can use it for anymore. He bought me a new one, and I kept the old one. And I was like, see, here's the difference. It was about 2/3 the size of the original one. And I started using it, and I keep all my systems at like 76, 77, Fahrenheit, 25. And I started doing more and more ICP testing, and I'm going, wait a minute, why are my numbers not matching for the day that I tested my salinity? Why are they not even remotely close? And it turned out that this thing was so inaccurate. It's the biggest piece of shit. I still have 2 of them. They're in their containers, and the discrepancies on each one of them from one floating hydrometer to the next, they're both different readings. And it's like, okay, that water's exactly the same. Why are you reading differently if you're scientifically calibrated? And I'm like, they're just a $60 piece of shit. You don't even want to waste your money on anymore. I would rather buy that. What's that?
Just to recap, Ron's an idiot for using it.
Hey, now, I'm not going to say that because I don't know Ron.
No, you can. Trust me, it's fine.
I wanted to keep liking me.
Surely that would still float consistently at the same level, though, wouldn't it? Even if the reading's out on the thing, surely it would still float at the same position. I know you read the gauge, but surely would it not be out equal every time you use it?
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying? If the salinity's
I do
out,
understand what you're saying.
yeah.
I don't like that because if I have somebody else doing it, for me for the day.
I understand what you're saying.
I know, but I'm not always the one doing all the testing. I can't be here 24/7. I wish I could. Well, no, I don't.
What you mean you don't do it all? What? You're a fraud.
He's got 26 staff. He's got 36 staff.
Ron's got 26 staff in the canteen alone.
No, I
got
don't.
what?
Ron's got a lot of staff, Chris. He has a lot of people working for him.
Yeah,
I have 3. We take care of 18,000 gallons of water with 3 people and my wife.
Ron's on the verge of building another Scottish army.
Yeah.
I don't know how people deal with all the employees. The employees make me.
Well, don't even get me started.
Oh, I won't.
I don't.
I like people. I don't like all employees. I mean, now I'm to the point now where I hire you, and if I see one thing that you are okay, no, that's questionable, get out, go. Because if there's only one thing already, it's the first 4 or 5 days. It's going to be a lot more coming up, and I don't need to train you and to deal with all that shit.
Oh yeah.
Don't let the door hit you in the ass. I need employees, but I tell you what,
Are your staff?
hire people.
Are your staff hobbyists then, Chris? Have they got a background at all, or are they just people that you know of, or have they become?
I've tried it all.
I was
what
would you say was best? You want to take someone with no knowledge at all, so you can teach them your way, and then they're not corrupted, so to speak, or do you want someone who thinks they know it all? Right, you're a corrupter.
I am. It's my way or the highway. This is my house. If you don't like my rules, then don't let the door hit you in the ass. That's what I like to say. I mean, I have a way of doing things, and I don't want people changing what we do and we know works well. And when people come in that have an opinion on how we do things and they don't like it and they decide that they're going to do things differently and not tell me, and then I notice it over time, that's like, okay, who's the one that forked up all the cash to get this place running? Who's the one that pays your damn salary? Who's the one that gave you an opportunity to work for ACI? And now you're going to go against what I want you to do in my house. I got no love for anybody like that. And I honestly have a lot less stress with less employees. And I do the majority of the husbandry for the systems all myself. And it's almost a full-time job just doing that.
Yeah, I feel you. I've got my own business. I work in recruitment, unfortunately, so putting people into work that don't necessarily want to go to work, and
Hang on a minute. Chris said he still does a lot of the work himself. You do nothing all day. You do nothing. Chris said
He's got office stuff. It's good.
Anyway.
This right here, sitting on my ass, is like the worst thing for me. I can't sit still. Like we're chatting, I can do this. But if I had to sit here and work on a computer and do, all the things all the things I have to do on a computer, I can't stand doing them. I get them done as quickly as I can. I get the hell out and I get my hands wet, play with the corals, dose something, test something, frag something.
Maybe you need more staff, Chris.
You were thinking of going to Australia. You're thinking of going over there now?
I think Chris, you could do with me and your farm, I reckon. Yeah.
Here's what I say. I'm easy to get along with. You might not like me after you work for me.
No, I think I'll be all right.
Asshole, I never met somebody so mean and asinine. No, I had
Chris,
people.
if I hang around with Tom, I think me and you will be just fine.
Oh, dear. I'm just going to
I mean,
jump. I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump into the
pretty-
chat and say hello to a few more people, Chris. Techers Reef, evening, Techers. Hope
Hey,
you're good.
Techers.
Hope you're well. Happy Friday to you. Some of the names here I've not seen before. Thank you ever so much, guys, for joining on and supporting the channel.
Alex Gray.
Alex Correa, morning.
Morning.
Where are you guys
Alex
from?
in Hawaii.
UK.
Alex in Hawaii.
I know
Is
that.
it?
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hola
What's up, buddy?
from Hawaii.
Oh.
What else have we got in here? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Tell me if I've not read everybody out.
Sorry, did I speak Spanish in Hawaii then?
Hola.
Oh,
Hola,
hola,
senor.
senor.
Hey, in
Hola.
Hawaii.
Yeah, Harry.
Evening, Harry. Hope you're good.
We're breaking off into the second hour.
Oh,
Go on,
go
Chris.
for it, Chris.
Go on, son.
Jim is in the house.
Evening,
Jim.
Jim.
You missed somebody earlier, Tom, and they actually even asked a question.
Go on, call him out, Ron, please.
A Mr. Hugh Janus.
Oh,
Yeah.
he sounds interesting.
Where's
Yeah.
the-
Friends with Sandy Cheeks.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
typical phosphate reading on a reef. I mean, if you're in a
Oh,
reef
dear.
out in the wild, I mean, it's going to depend on where you are. If you're in a civilization, you're going to get some phosphates reading.
Yeah,
but
of
in
course.
most cases, you don't see really any phosphates on like test kits that we can use because it's there, it's present. But what form of phosphates is it? There's phosphorus in the ocean, so you're going to have some sort of phosphates. But what's the concentration of actual phosphate? And what form of phosphate is it? I mean, there's a bunch of different forms of phosphates. So, you know, it's a matter of whether it's something that's we can read. So usually I would say it's, you know, 0.01, 0.03 at the most on a natural reef and below. If you have higher readings than that, then you're probably near a big city or, you know, who knows? I mean, it shouldn't be in any elevation above those readings from what I've learned from talking to a bunch of people that do diving and people around the world that we get calls from. And nitrates are pretty much non-detectable either, but they're definitely present because they have to be present for plant life to, you know, it doesn't have to be, but it's a big component with for plant life. You know, we could go on plant life and talk about that stuff. I mean, algae scrubbers and stuff like that. I mean, people think I'm crazy for dosing copper to a reef system. And I'm like, oh, every day, 1 drop. You can't do that. Sure you can.
Are you a diver, Chris? Scuba, not muff, obviously.
Both, I reckon.
I'm a wannabe diver. I've never been certified, but I've been diving. I've been diving, I guess, only about 4 times. Now, last time I went diving was on my honeymoon 18 years ago.
We don't need to know about that, mate. We don't need to know about
Come
that.
on, now get your head out.
Your wife's in the chat. Your wife is in the chat, Chris. Come on.
She'll chime in. I'm sure she will. We went diving in Aruba when we were down there for our honeymoon, and I kind of steered away from the whole group because I was chasing this octopus down the slope, the reef slope, and I got down way below where I was allowed to dive without having certification.
Been there.
And the dive master came down to me, and he's like,
Did they have the
you know,
rattle?
No, he came up and grabbed me because I wasn't paying attention to anybody. I was literally trying to photograph this octopus that went into this little balmy that had a piece of fire coral sticking out that had a hole going down to it where this octopus went down in. And I get grabbed a hold of, and he's like, and I'm like, he grabs my gauges and he's looking at me. I see his eyes get all big. And he's like, follow me. So we started going back up the slope, and we were down for like another 20 minutes because I guess I was down below 50 feet for probably 5 or 6 minutes before he saw where I was. And I guess I had to do a little deco. But when we get back up, he's like, you're not a diver. And I'm like, no. He's like, dude, he's like, you had more air in your tank than I did. And I've got over 10,000 dives under my belt. He's like, how the hell is that possible? And I'm like, I'm in my element. I'm like, I just calm, relaxed. I was enjoying it. He's like, you went down freaking way past 50 feet. He's like, you're not supposed to do that. He's like, you scared the crap out of me. Everybody was up on the boat waiting for me and the dive master to drift for another like half a mile before we got back on the boat. But I should be certified. I don't know why the hell I haven't done it. I'm just, I don't know. I always say I don't have time to do shit, but if I plan it, I would get it done. But I'm a scatterbrain, so you know.
Where are you, Chris?
Coral farm, you can't get away. You can't leave it. Your mind's always at the coral farm.
Where are you based?
Plant City, Florida.
Plant City, yeah.
Just east of Tampa and southwest of Orlando.
Dive there, Rob?
Okay. I've dived in Florida in the 90s. Yeah, a long time ago.
Oh, then you don't want to come back.
Quite nice back then. Yeah. Don't think
I was diving. I'm an Eagle Scout. And we went on a high adventure trip in 92. I'll never forget that because no. We went on in 91 and then we went again in 92. But in 91, we went and did the Keys. And we sailed from Key Largo all the way down to Key West and then all the way back. It was a 1 week trip. And we got to go diving on Lou Key, which is the iconic reef down there that, was a big marine preserve. And there was Acropora palmetta and Sepicornis and Prolifera, all that, Dendrogyra, queen angelfish 2 feet long, Frenchies 2 feet long, big monster, and a beautiful, beautiful reef. I was told by a bunch of people now, if you go back there now, you will literally jump in the water, you'll come out and you'll just bawl your eyes out because it doesn't have any of that coral left. It's all dead.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, I read and watch a lot of stuff about coral restoration, right? And I've heard that in Florida there is a huge. I don't know if it's Miami. I'm not exactly entirely sure where in Florida, but they're making a huge effort to restore those reefs there. Have you been contacted? Are you any part of that?
I've talked to a bunch of people about it. I've been asked and tasked to help transport corals that were grown in the Keys to other facilities because, I'm going to be very, very. How do I want to even say this? You don't want to hear me be blunt about what's going on.
Yeah, we do.
I could get into a lot of trouble because I'm really not happy with nonprofit organizations and the fact that these guys drive around with these beautiful vehicles and these beautiful homes, and they can't even keep a coral alive in captivity. Anybody can stick a coral in the Gulf Stream and grow it. I mean, yeah, that's where the pristine water is. What's wrong with the Florida Keys? Why are you wasting taxpayer money on growing corals where we know they're going to grow and then trying to transplant them back before you fix the original problem? Everybody's like, oh, it's global warming. Really? Are you kidding me? You're going to use global warming for everything wrong with this planet, right? It's a joke to me. It's part of it, but it's not the root to the problem. And the root to the problem in the Florida Keys, and this is the whole logic, okay? And I can run this by everybody, and everybody I run this by, agrees. When did the Florida Keys start degrading in health? In the 70s. But nobody talked about it because it wasn't even that big of a problem and it wasn't major. But what happened a couple of decades before we started noticing problems with the coral reefs? Well, over here in the U.S., we have this great organization, the Army Corps of Engineers. They think that they can, reroute water. We got Florida Everglades is one of the largest natural filtration systems on the entire freaking planet. And because we are humans and we're smarter than the planet, and we're smarter than all the evolution that's been around for 4.5 billion years, we decide we're going to reroute that water. So instead of allowing all that water that's coming from Canada, Maine, the southern United States, all that water is going underground through the Appalachian Mountains, all underground, coming out somewhere in the state of Florida, going down through the Everglades, being filtered completely and going out into the Florida Keys, giving it all the minerals that it needs to keep it a healthy, thriving ecosystem. They come through there and they cut this bypass canal out so that they can drain the Everglades somewhat, so we can build Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm, all these, now we can put orange groves in. Now we can grow cattle. Now we can do all this agriculture. But what they didn't realize they were doing is they were destroying the biggest natural filtration system that was keeping the Florida Keys healthy and thriving. And when you take a cesspool like Lake Okeechobee, which is all the northern part of the state of Florida is, agriculture. Well, we don't, humans are so smart. We don't use natural forms of fertilization. We just use this bullshit we get out of the ground and we pump it onto the fields, and it gets washed off, goes down the rivers, goes right into Lake Okeechobee and turns into a cesspool. Well, then that cesspool water, when we have a heavy rainy season, gets dumped out these bypass canals that they cut across the entire state. They go from Lake Okeechobee all the way to the Gulf of Mexico, from Lake Okeechobee all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. So right there's where the reason why all the water doesn't flow to the Florida Everglades and get filtered. So when you're dumping cesspool water out these canals and it's not filtered at all, and it goes into the ocean, into the Gulf of Mexico, don't you think that might be a little bit of the reason why there's a problem in the Florida Keys?
Chris, I don't think you've done enough research about this, if I'm being honest.
What's that?
I don't think you've done enough research about this, if I'm brutally honest.
I mean, I didn't have to do any research, to be honest with you. I just had to think. And what I thought about after I looked at it all and did some research, after my mind said, this has got to be what the problems are, and I'll point it back to, yes, this is the problem. And if we were ever able to fix the problem by allowing the water to flow naturally through the Florida Everglades, maybe in 100 years or 60 years or whatever, the Keys water quality would be good enough for these corals to thrive and survive in. So those corals on those reefs were hit with all kinds of different things. They were hit with the cesspool being dumped into the Gulf Stream, and just settling around the Florida Keys, which is a huge proponent to the reason why the water quality is so bad down there. And then you got on top of it, humans and how smart we are and how we're, warming the planet up more than, all the time. Climate change is something that's happened over the last, 4.5 billion years. Are we accelerating it? I think we are a little bit. Are we accelerating it the way everybody says we are? I don't know. There's no data to show me that we are, because we haven't been taking data long enough to understand it. You can go by 100 years worth of data, but that doesn't give you shit when, the last ice age was 10,000 years ago, whatever it was. We're at the end of an ice age, and people don't even realize that. At the end of an ice age, what happens? Oh, guess what? The planet warms up. I mean, if the education systems around the world educated people on the science of the planet more, these nonprofits and these, green pushers wouldn't be able to use talking points to just take your money and make their pockets fat. That's my opinion.
Like it. Chris, I think if I looked in your head for a minute, it would be full of chocolate rivers, really high pH, and lots of high oil and calquas.
It runs through his veins, right?
It'd be so all over the place that nothing would be organized. It'd be so fucked up. You'd be going, "What the hell is this guy?"
By the way,
Oompa-loompas everywhere.
That is now a pass for the heavens and floodgates to open, because Chris has used the F-bomb.
Oh, Chris can use whatever he wants.
No, I didn't.
Oh, hold on. Chris can use whatever he likes.
Yeah, Chris can use special guest. Of course he can. Meccas.
Excuse me.
Christian, do you want to ask Chris a question? Sorry.
Yeah, I did actually, and because I want to phrase it in the right way, because I don't want it to be at the detriment of anybody else. But there seems to be like an agenda, maybe in Europe and UK. Well, that's going to put someone's nose out of joint straight away.
Just say it. Who cares about their feelings?
Right. So scaremongering that if you use hydroxides in your reef, your reef is going to crash after 6 months. And which I think is totally.
I can't imagine where you got that from.
There seems to be this agenda pushing on people, right?
That means I've had 8 tank crashes in the last 4 years, right? I've had, literally. If that's true, that means my tanks crashed 8 times in 4 years. And I'm still promoting something that doesn't work. I mean, come on.
This is it, right? So can you, obviously there's lots of things you need to watch out for when you use hydroxides. So rather than them being warnings and saying you should never use them because of this, well, you can say, actually, well, that might happen, but just do this. So could you, like, in a nutshell, summarize your hydroxide method for those who aren't familiar with it?
I know this. If you are dosing hydroxides, I only recommend any hobbyist ever use calcium hydroxide. There's other hydroxides that you can use that are a lot more potent. That is very ballsy on a system that's smaller than like 1,000 gallons or 4,000 liters, in my opinion, because it only takes a few drops to raise your alkalinity and raise your pH of some of the more potent hydroxides out there. I recommend that if you're going to use hydroxides, you don't waste your money on any more alkalinity buffers, and you buy yourself a calcium reactor and enjoy the savings over time from that calcium reactor of never buying an alkalinity supplement again. The only thing you might have to do is add a little bit of calcium. But if you're using an alkalinity supplement with hydroxides, yes, you will have problems. It's not when. It's not if, it's when. Again, it also depends on the alkalinity buffers components too. There's bicarbonate, of course, which is baking soda. That is a great alkalinity buffer. The corals can utilize it immediately. Then you got carbonate. Carbonate, in my opinion, is one of the worst alkalinity buffers because if you know anything about concrete, all the things we mix in our reef aquarium are basically the same damn things we use to mix up concrete, right? And the last ingredient they add to concrete is soda ash, sodium carbonate. So if you don't mind your sand bed becoming a complete brick and your rock becoming non-porous, dose kalkwasser and dose soda ash, and you'll have a failure of a system over time. When's it going to happen? I don't know. Every system is different. Everybody that's told me they're doing kalkwasser with basically just straight soda ash or sodium carbonate has the same problem in about 6 months to a year. Sometimes it's longer than that because again, it depends on the demand of your system too. I have a system out here at the farm that's running at a 13.6 DKH. It's been running that way for 4 years, and I'm dosing kalkwasser and strictly kalkwasser, and that's it. Nothing else gets put into that system. My calcium level stays almost dead on where it's supposed to. It rises slowly, and then because we do our packing out of that system, we get water changes regularly, so it keeps it fairly consistent. I've not put my calcium reactor on there. I've not dosed an alkalinity buffer. I haven't even added calcium or magnesium to that system in 4 years. I strictly dose kalkwasser. So
this is through like a calc slurry, right?
Hell no. Calc slurry is the devil. I mean, these people that are talking about calc slurry don't understand kalkwasser and how bad it really can be. Kalkwasser in a slurry is basically taking undissolved kalkwasser or taking a mixing vessel and mixing so much kalkwasser into it and then dosing the milk and not the water. You want to dose the clear liquid only. When you're dosing undissolved kalkwasser into a saltwater system, gloves are awful. What's going to happen? I don't even want to tell you what's going to happen because I don't even know what's going to happen. It's a matter of time. I know people that have done calc slurry and they've had bricks in their sand bed, precipitates coming out of their overflow or out of the return lines. If you're dosing kalkwasser and you're doing anything but a max saturated kalkwasser solution being dosed into your system, you're in for a world of hurt in time.
So how do you dose so much kalkwasser then? Do you force evaporation? How do you dose enough that you're always on top of consumption and not behind consumption?
I'm not
on that system.
I'm not on top of consumption. I mean, that's why a calcium reactor is what you need. So you can dose enough kalkwasser to get your pH to stay where I need it to stay. 8.29 is where I want my pH to be at when. So if I'm at 8.3, as soon as it gets to 8.29, kalkwasser commences dosing. And as soon as it gets to 8.3, it shuts down. So overnight, as my corals are doing their thing under the water and the CO2 is building in the water, the kalkwasser is neutralizing the CO2. So it keeps that pH stabilized and keeps around 8.28 to 8.29. If it goes below 8.28, I use other hydroxides that are like, I get how many more times, but it's probably every 0.1 in pH increase, it's 10 times. So I'm dosing hydroxides that are like 13.65 pH. And my kalkwasser solution's at 12.4, 12.44. So it's that's 17, it's 160 to 180 times more potent with the other hydroxides just to give it that extra kick. But it's such a small amount that goes in that then the calc washer keeps going, and then a little bit of the other stuff gets kicked in I think we dose of a third strength solution of potassium hydroxide. We dose maybe 30 to 40 mils in about 4,500 gallons just to keep it from going down to 8.26, 8.23. Because if it goes for a long time and the calc washer is still going, but it can't keep that pH up, your pH will still continue to fall, even though you're dosing calc washer, which then when your lights come on, it'll just continue to dose more and more calc washer until your pH gets to that shutoff point for my dose for the way we do it. So with the other hydroxides, it keeps me from diluting my systems and making the salinity fall.
But you run that separate from your ATO? Sorry, your calc
ATO,
dosing.
Do not ever dose or use calc washer in an ATO. What if your float switch fails? And it dumps 5 gallons of calc washer into your system. Now, Rob, that might not bother you a whole lot because you got a pretty big system. But for the average person, I wouldn't do it. Yeah, I mean, the average person, if they have a vessel that is 5 gallons that they're or 20 liters, and they're dosing that over a period of a whole entire week, and it goes in the system all at once, well, they're going to come back to a dead system.
Yes, what I'm asking is, so you dose your calc according to your pH. So is your calc dosing independent of your ATO reservoir topping off?
I don't have to. Or I've calculated how to get
right.
What happens is with the method that we came up with is we match our evaporation with calc dosing. So
100%.
Yes. And
okay.
Some days it doses an extra few gallons. Some days it doesn't dose enough. It all balances out. So
that size system, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. And stabilization is an important thing, in my opinion. But in reality of it, if your salinity fluctuates by 0.3 to 0.5 ppt on a daily basis, I mean, who cares? I mean, it really doesn't mean jack. It's not an issue. I mean, you can get a freaking thunderstorm in Indonesia in the lagoon where you get 4 inches of rain dumped on it in an hour, and the salinity drops to 1.015, and the corals are in there going, just another day.
Whatever.
Yeah. It snaps back and they don't realize it's happened, do they? We had that here at the farm, I left the RO on and flooded the system, took my salinity down to 0.017. Absolutely thought I was going to lose everything, and I just put a load of salt in over 5 hours and just pretend it didn't happen. Just didn't tell the corals.
Just don't tell them yet.
I'll never use an ATO unless it is a peristaltic pump. I know people that have done exactly what I was mentioning earlier about calc washer, 5 gallon bucket on a 400 gallon tank, and it's hooked up to their ATO, and the little rubber seal on their float decides it's not going to hold it in, and next thing you know, there's 5 gallons of calc dumped in the system. They come home and they got a white tank. I don't know. To me, that's just laziness. If you're going to use it, use it in and don't take that the wrong way. Preach it.
People.
Do not use it in your ATO. Do not, unless you're pumping the water in, and then you can't have a possibility of a gravitational feed continuing. You do not want to have that. You want your dosing pump to pump up, not down. Because if it continues to, if something happens that continues to feed, you're in for a disaster. I mean, hydroxides aren't anything to mess around with if you don't want to do it the right way. I recommend everybody use it on a peristaltic pump and dose it by pH, or program your peristaltic pump to dose your exact evaporation from about an hour after your lights go out to about an hour after your lights come on. And that's no different than what I do, other than the fact that my pH is telling the dosing pump to dose and not just some program in the dosing pump.
That's exactly what I do on my DT downstairs, Chris. I got that from you. I run a reverse light cycle on my calculator stirrer downstairs. So it comes on at night. It works just fine. And my alkalinity is solid with it as well.
Good. Really. I mean, alkalinity, that's my biggest thing that's the only thing I really have to worry about being out of whack, other than once a month I dose, a lot of calcium, because I don't like my calcium below 390, but usually when I get it back to 400, 420, it takes about a month for it to go down to 390 with all the calc washer that we dose. There's a lot of calcium going into the system that way. Plus the alkalinity, I don't know why they ever called them calcium reactors. They should be called alkalinity reactors, because they really don't do a whole hell of a lot for your calcium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, my calcium reactor is controlled by my Apex, and my Trident. My Trident says my alkalinity is at 8.3 or 8.2, almost the same. If my alkalinity is at 8.29, then the outlet that my CO2 controller that controls my calcium reactors pH is kicked on. So then it starts dosing CO2 into the calcium reactor. And 6 hours later, if the alkalinity had gone up above the 8.3 mark, it shuts that outlet off. And then the flow pump going through the calcium reactor is always running. It never shuts down. So all that extra alkalinity that's in there from the low pH gets to get dumped into the system. And it usually stays about stable, stays fairly stable, maybe goes up a little bit. It all depends. But I mean, I would not do it through Rob, to answer your question. Sorry, I went off on a tangent there. I would not do it through your.
I've got a quick question. So what you've just said, going back to the IDIP where you sought and found a more solid, reliable way of testing parameters, right? You run your so your alkalinity is I'm guessing you take your you run everything off the Apex, off the Neptune, right? So that's where you get your readings.
I do that, but I still use the IDIP 3 times a week just to double check. I mean,
So how often do you calibrate your or your Neptune probes?
I don't use it. I don't use the Neptune probes for a bunch of. I use aftermarket probes from Atlas Scientific.
Yeah, I remember you did a video on that.
Oh,
you did. I remember you doing a video on that.
They're better quality probes. They last longer. I've gone as long as 6 months to 8 months without calibrating a pH probe.
Wow.
And that's using the Atlas Scientific consumer grade probe, not lab grade probe.
Is that the green one, but you can't see through? Is that the non-transparent one?
No, it's a red one. I have one. Give me 1 second. I'll go grab it. Hold on.
Go on, then.
Mate. Oh, sorry. No one knows.
I don't know what happened to you then, Ron. I thought we were playing Rob's Pixel quiz.
Yeah, I was like, who's that?
Honestly, Tom had to message me. I didn't even notice. Bernadette just walked in and went,
"It took a stone off you."
what was that? I'm like,
you look like one of the Beavis and Buttheads.
Sorry.
Oh,
What's the model number you want? Oh, it's reversed.
How much does that cost you, Chris?
EMV 30.
Sorry?
30 people.
EMV 30.
EMV 30.
E is an Edward. E is an Edward.
EMV 30.
Sorry.
I literally bought one of them about a week ago.
I buy them by the case.
They're pretty cheap though.
So many of them. I think I paid because I got a discount because of the quantity I bought. I think I bought 20. I think I got them for like $40. But
well, you know what we all want for Christmas now, Chris.
Yeah, send some over.
His address.
Yeah.
But
It's
Grabby.
the red probe, it's clear.
Yeah.
So you hook that up to your Trident, Chris.
Is Apex.
Yeah, but there's a trick to getting the I don't hook it up to the Trident, I hook it up to the Apex. There's a trick to getting this probe.
You just ram it in. Just ram it until it.
Ramming it doesn't work.
No good.
That's where I'm going wrong. That is where I'm going wrong.
What we do is we you have to trick the Apex brain.
Just
The Apex brain is pretty.
It's a bit like an Apple phone with an Apple charger. You can't put a fake one in. It won't let you.
You're not supposed to, but I learned a trick on how to make it work. You just have to.
Here we go.
What's that?
Do you spit on it first?
No, you actually take the probe off of the Apex and then you calibrate it manually with no probe.
With no probe.
And you just go next, and then you upload it, and then you do that a second time and upload it, and then you hook the probe back up to it, and then you go through the whole calibration process, and you usually have to do it 2 times for it to actually take, and then after that, it's no problem. But until then, if you're using the Neptune probes, they, for some reason, don't have any issues, where this one here, I guess, is just too smart for the brain of the apex, and it has to be, you have to trick it to make it work properly.
Yeah.
And then I use a Milwaukee handheld probe with a temperature probe on it that I walk around with, and I calibrate that weekly just to make sure that I'm in good shape with my pH on that probe that I walk around with. And then if any of my other probes are off by 0.03 plus or minus, I recalibrate the probe in the system, because at 0.04 we're looking at 40 times difference in intensity. So as long as the Milwaukee's reading very similar, like I said, 0.03 of what the apex is with the Atlas Scientific on it, I don't recalibrate. And I've gone up to, I think the one system was almost 8 months before I recalibrated the probe on it. And then when I recalibrated it wouldn't recalibrate at all. So I just tossed it in the trash and put a new one on.
Well, I was just about to ask you, what's the lifespan that you give your pH probes?
I've got pH probes. People don't believe me. I got pH probes that are 3.5 years old.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And I can,
they're all right?
I don't understand all of that. Like, I mean, that's way above my pay grade. Understanding why the probes go bad, why you need to replace them all the time. I just go by the one I calibrate on a regular basis, and I know is accurate because of how anal I am about making sure it's calibrated. As long as that thing's reading and the apex is reading the same, what's the point in doing anything to it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah. Chris, we've got a long-standing joke on this stream, right, between a few of us. So you just mentioned you had a Milwaukee. What have you ever had a Milwaukee digital the salinity tester? Don't let me down. Come on. Oh, I don't like where this is going.
I like
it.
I'm shut that hole right now. I like Milwaukee products. I don't like that product at all.
Mm-hmm.
And here's why.
Yep.
It's a refractometer. Okay. I don't like refractometers for testing salinity because it doesn't make sense to me. You got light refracting, reading a number. Okay. That light is different when you're here, when you're over here, when you're over there. The intensity of that light is different too.
We're on about the digital tester, sorry, the green one.
The digital one.
Photon's a photon.
I used to use them. A photon's a photon. Who said that?
I think Christian said that.
I think there's like 800 plus photons. So that's like the most inaccurate statement I ever heard. Are you doing that because of Sanjay and my conversation on one of the podcasts?
Oh, possibly. I thought I might insert it. What's a what?
What's a what? Yeah.
A watt is a watt. I mean, that's accurate there. But a photon.
Just on watts. How much do you pay per kilowatt? Is it still 6-7 cents?
I don't know. I don't pay the damn electric bill. My wife does.
If you don't worry about it, well, what else system?
I was going to say, it's clearly not expensive if you don't know. Yeah.
That's why it runs here.
I mean, I don't know. I know that with the amount of lights we run and the amount of chillers and heat pumps that we have in this place, it's I get a pretty damn good electric bill. I'll take $3,500 a month for an electric bill all day long, considering if I didn't have the rates that we have and the status we have, which is the agricultural rates, is the biggest thing. Agricultural commercial rates really make it for a good thing. I mean, if we had to pay a regular electric bill, I wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, $15,000 is what I would commit. I would say it would probably be between $10,000 and $15,000 a month if I had all those regular rates. It'd be insane. I mean, we could survive, but it would suck.
Yeah.
You were talking about testing pH then, and your pH probes. So, what do you do in terms of your lighting that you talked about earlier with the halides? You using par meters, or are you not bothered? How do you know how long halide lasts for, or how long you're happy with it? Do you toss it away and put one of your 4,000 that you've got in the cupboard?
Well, I'd say till it goes out.
Must be least that.
Very true.
Listen, I have a schedule to change out the metal halides every 9 months.
Yeah, okay.
And it doesn't always work out that we do it every 9 months. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, we only have like 5 people total that even know can do things in here that work here. So we get busy, and it always turns out that changing the halide bulbs and changing the T5 bulbs always ends up being at a busier time of year, and we end up putting it off. Mm-hmm. Do I notice anything? Not really. Do I have a par meter? Yes, I do. Do I use it? Almost never. I'm not a numbers guy.
Or you're just not asked?
What's that?
Is it because you don't trust them, or you're just not asked?
Not bothered. Not interested.
Not bothered. Sorry, yeah, not bothered.
My eyes tell me everything I need to know about a coral. The number that you get off of that par meter only clouds your mind to understand that your coral is either happy or it's sad. If you can't determine whether your coral is happy or sad, and you got to go by a par reading, you need to learn to know what your corals are going to be, how your coral is supposed to look when it's happy. I can take a coral that came in from the wild, and people are like, "Oh, you got to put them in low light." Man, are you kidding me? We just took them from the freaking ocean, and we're going to put them in a freaking low light system. Why? So we can turn them brown first and then have to color them back up. I mean, I'm talking about acroporas. You have to put them in low light and acclimate them back up. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard of in my entire life. Throw them in as most light as you can fucking possibly give them, because they don't give a shit.
Tom, that's what you told me to do last week. What are you talking about?
Is it still alive or is it dead? I mean, seriously, think about that statement. How are we supposed to, if we're growing corals and we get mariculture corals in from, say, Vincent Chalais in Bali, and I can go walking right next to those corals, and those corals, I'm in waist deep water, and the corals are 2 foot below that, and that sun's beating down. Do you think we can even get close to recreating that kind of intensity in our personal aquariums? No, not even possible. Well, I can't say not even possible. It is definitely possible, but you need some massive freaking power to create that kind of light. So when we get our corals that are maricultured, they're living in a lagoon, and they're getting cooked. And then we take them out of the lagoon, they take them to the facility, they clean them all off, they put them in super low light, they start to turn brown, you bring them over here, they stress out, they lighten up, there's less zooxanthellae in them already. So we go and then put them in low light, because that's status quo, right? And then we turn them brown. So why do mariculture acros turn brown? Because people don't think logically about them. Put them in as much light as you can possibly give them. Give them 750, 800, 1,000 par. They're not going to care. 4 hours a day. That's it. 4 hours a day is all they need, and they'll be perfectly fine. So yeah, go in low light for 12 hours, but for peak, give them 4 hours of the most intense shit you can give them, and they're going to thank you for it, and they'll never turn brown. Unless your lights are really bad and you have a lot of nutrients.
Oh, okay. Nutrients.
Do you reckon that's the same for LEDs as well, Chris? Or are you just speaking from kind of the halide thing, or is it just, you think that follows through? Because there's lots of individual peaks of specific spectrums on LEDs. And I think if you give them too much LED straight away, you just fry them. You've got a baby.
Because LEDs are focal, and that's what I don't like about LEDs is, you got all these little diodes in there shooting these beams of light down. I mean,
these little laser beams, aren't they?
They are, and that's why
different photons.
Photon's not a photon.
A lot of different photons, but not full spectrum in photons. I can guarantee you that.
Amazing. A full spectrum diode. That'd be fantastic. Right.
I mean, I
came on because I wanted to thank you tonight, mate, and for the advice you gave me all those years ago. So I just thought it's the least thing I can do, right? Very humble about it. So thank you very much. I do have to run. It's been a pleasure to be involved tonight.
Good to see you, mate.
Thanks for coming on,
guys. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream, and I'll be tuning in from home with my lovely other half. So
awesome.
Take care.
Awesome.
All the best, mate.
Too, buddy.
Yeah, mate. See you later.
See ya.
Cheers.
Right, I'm just going to jump into the comments.
Everybody got bigger.
Where everybody's got bigger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Clearly. See everybody's wrinkles.
Cheers.
Sorry. Yeah, cheers. Need to
What
put a
time's the
new one.
news, Tom?
I've not got the news from Jeremy. He didn't send it over in the end.
Jeremy.
Tired.
Got some
Jeremy, get rid of him. Who is
Got
he
some
anyway?
games to play. Right, I'm going to jump through here. So apologies to anybody watching that I haven't shouted out and said hello to.
So just go on. Just to clarify, nearly 2 hours in, you're still on the hellos.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I just read a comment. Keith from Reef Bum just popped in. Yes, Keith, It's 2:00. I'm drinking a beer. No, actually, I'm
It's
sorry.
the English influence, Keith. So get ready.
Yeah. Keith,
Yes.
you got to go
These
coast
damn
to coast.
Brits, man! I'm telling you, they're gonna get
Yeah.
you drinking at 2:00 in the afternoon too.
Compulsory.
Otherwise, we don't want you, Keith.
I haven't sent Keith my list of demands yet.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Your rider.
Oh, I'm not sure if he understands the nudity part yet, but you know,
He hasn't read the disclaimer.
not yet.
You've got to massage him in slowly, Ronald.
Check your spam folder, please, Keith.
Yes.
Oh dear. Evening, Bristol Reefer. Hope you well. Happy Friday. So
He's probably left by now.
He's probably gone to bed.
Yeah.
He lives in Birmingham now.
Oh dear. Yeah,
Birmingham, Alabama.
No,
Oh, dear.
close.
Close.
You have Birmingham, UK.
Yes.
Chris Mack may have missed primary stream, but is everything back on after the storm?
Oh yeah.
Clevin, yeah, everything's good to go. We always improve every year when every time we have an event like Milton this year. We try to improve where we went wrong, learning as we go. What I need is a full system generator, but at the cost of that, I didn't want to invest that with the uncertainties of what's going on over here in this country. Business wise. So we ended up putting in a much smaller backup generator, but it worked perfectly. Problem we had was the damn generator was only a year old, and with it starting on a weekly basis for 15 minutes, it didn't go through its full 100-hour of break-in. And when that 100-hour break-in came about, it was in the middle of the night when there was nobody here because we had the backup generator. We'd have to sleep here and listen to these motors running all night long.
Yeah.
Well, we had some other pumps running on all the systems, like the skimmers and everything. And the backup generator went into maintenance mode and shut down. All the return pumps shut off. And all the other pumps continued to run dry. So we lost all of our skimmer pumps and a handful of other things, plus about 600 to 1,000 gallons of water that overflowed. And that's because of my own addiction to this amazing hobby. I got corals in my sumps. If I didn't have corals in my sumps, I could keep the water level a little bit lower, but I just have to use every bit of surface area I can find to squeeze corals. And it's a curse and a gift. But the corals in general, this go around was not nearly as bad of a die-off as what we had with Hurricane Ian a few years before, where we lost probably 40% of our acro colonies that all grew from little 1-inch nubs.
Hurricane Ian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what? Every Ian I've ever met's been a twat as well, to be honest. Never liked
I don't know what
Ian.
that means.
Yeah.
You know what, Chris, just with a small English mentality, right, with the natural disasters where you are, have you ever considered moving your farm? No.
If I have to move, I'll shut it down and never do it again. Because
Are you Florida born and raised, Chris? Are you a Florida man?
No. I'm a Yankee. I was born in Pennsylvania. Yes.
That's a bit free. That's a bit creepy.
No, research.
All right.
Bit stalky, that.
I was next door.
Chris, tell me why you wouldn't want to do it anywhere other than Florida then? Because that's a lot of grief you go through every natural disaster that happens there.
I mean, I would do it somewhere else, but I just don't want to be. I don't want to have to move 18,500 gallons worth of freaking coral to another facility. I mean, for one, I don't have the funds to set up an 18,500 gallon setup anywhere else.
Why
like
Florida in the first place?
What's that?
Why Florida in the first place? Was you just happened to be living there when you had the idea and the
Just happened to be living here, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I moved down here in 2002. As a matter of fact, in 2 days, I'll be living here in Florida for 22 years.
Wow.
And I was born and raised in York, Pennsylvania. Love my hometown. Live, the band you heard, the band called Live?
No.
No, well, they had a song. They grew up in York as well. They had a song called Shit Town, and it was about York, PA.
Few of them over here, don't
There's
worry.
lots of them in the UK. Don't worry about
I'm in one now.
that. Oh.
I'm in one right now.
Chris, you know you've got. I'm just seeing somebody in the comments here that's sort of making me think of asking you this question. So we've got this one of our local friends, Tim, Wakefield Reefer, and we had a barbecue. Well, yeah. What we're not.
He's a drunk. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
He was influenced into drinking quite a lot of. Do you have Malibu? Do you know what I mean by Malibu? Rum, white rum. Probably not.
I do, but it's not really rum.
Okay, well, rum anyway. Well, whatever, Malibu. And
yeah, Aussies would call that piss.
So would I.
Okay. Timothy, who is the Wakefield Reefer, we bring this out all the time, bless him. And I can imagine he's going bright red right now, listening to me say this on live. But Christian, who was just on, he named a coral after him, and he named it the Malibu Warrior. The Malibu Warrior, an Acropora. Yeah. So my question to you is: have you ever named any corals in the farm after sort of experiences or people? You know, can you give us an example? Ooh.
Honestly, I hate the names. I would rather just tell you the Latin name. I would rather tell you it's Acropora bifaria, Acropora tenuis, Acropora kenti, and it's a rainbow, or it's got pink tips, pink coral. The name game irritates the piss out of me.
Ron, do you name corals?
Yeah, I do name corals. I mean,
the problem with I make jokes when we have to launch a new coral. I go to everybody. I'm like, okay, here's the new coral we're gonna release. All y'all figure out the damn name because I can't do it. You know, it makes me nuts every time I have to figure out a name. You know, because some of the names I come up with, everybody's like, I don't like it. I'm like, well, I do, so it's gonna stick. You know, I have this one we call Bleeding Barney. You know who Barney is? The elephant, the big purple elephant. You know, Bleeding Barney.
He's a dinosaur. He's not an elephant. Hold on. He's a dinosaur.
Oh, he's a dinosaur. Whatever. So I got this.
Which kids' party did you go to when you had a trunk?
Yeah. A low-level trunk.
Yeah.
So we got this Monty. It was purple with red polyps, and we had it for probably 6 months. It kept growing really well. It looked beautiful. And I'm like, we're gonna name this one the Bleeding Barney. And everybody's like, well, that's a little bit harsh, isn't it? You know, kids aren't going to like that. I'm like, I don't care. I don't like the name game anyhow. So I don't like the name. I don't like honestly, I don't really have any corals.
Chris, in the ring and say that I will help you name your corals.
This is a live stream.
One as a gift.
Yeah.
So in a bit, when you give us a live tour, just point them out, and Ron will just randomly come up with a name for you.
The American market won't know what's hit it when you get hold of some Acropora dwarf's cock. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Your lawyers won't know either.
No, what has hit it? Ronald, off you go, son.
Ron, do you want to just give Chris an example of some of the corals that you've named?
I think you should.
Oh yeah. That's
And
cute.
There's Acropora. There's an Acropora called Sugar Tits. There's one called a man meat platter, which I don't know if you get them in America, as a platter of men's genitalia.
Yeah.
No, we don't do them here, but men's meat platter acro. It's that's a lot to say.
They're native to Scotland, Ron. If I'm right.
No, phone your local fast food and say, I'd like to order the full man meat platter, please, and just see what turns up.
Yeah. And
I do remember one name that one of my employees gave me for a chalice. Okay. We got this chalice. It's absolutely stunning. It's got a bright pink rim going the whole way around it, and pink coralite eyes, and it's purple in the body.
Little tight mouth.
Real tight mouth. Real tight. The eyes are small, so the mouth is definitely tight.
That's how we like it.
he's looking at it, and he being this guy was a jokester. He was always fun to hang out with, always fun to chat with. I kind of wish he was still working for me, but I couldn't afford him anymore, so he went somewhere else. But he's like, we're gonna call it the PPL chalice. You guys can use your imagination to figure out what that is, because I'm not gonna say what that means on this podcast.
Answers in the comments.
I haven't had enough of these to just say I don't care.
Yes.
Yeah. Keep drinking. Keep drinking.
Yeah.
That's what you did to Tim.
I know. Tim's sitting there going, I've got
People in the comments.
Deja vu, yeah.
deja vu here.
I thought we lost the PPL chalice, and I actually was back in the back a couple of months ago, and I'm like, holy shit, we still have the PPL. And my one of my employees, Justin, was here, and he's like, what does that mean? I'm like, I told him, and he's like, oh my God, I gotta tell my wife. So of course she comes to lunch like 3 days later, and she's like, I want to see the PPL chalice. And I'm like, oh my God, Justin, are you freaking kidding me? And he's like, dude, I told you she's got an open mind. She's gonna laugh about it. So of course,
she'd love Ron's farm.
Yeah. Zach's asking for one.
Yeah.
My Amanda, and she started naming all of our Dipsastrias, after Pokemon, which is kind of cool because we got the Charizard, we got the and then Daniel takes the one that he finds and starts growing out, and he babies my manager Daniel, and he calls it the drunk monkey. So we got this badass Dipsastria Favia that's called the drunk monkey.
That's cool.
And it's one of our best sellers that we have out there, and I think it has a lot. I mean, it's a rainbow Favia / Dipsastria, and I'm pretty sure that when people see it, they're like, holy hell, that thing's gorgeous. And then they see drunk monkey, the beauty of the coral, and then the stupid name on it. People are like, oh, I gotta have that. I'm like, it's a Dipsastria. I don't know what species, I just know the genus. Did you know it was a Dipsastria? No, it's a Favidae.
It's a drunk monkey.
Yeah.
It's a drunk monkey.
Chris, I'm out to get one of the viewers' questions that got emailed into me. Do you mind? You all right with that?
Go for it.
Let's go. Who we pick first? Who are we going first? Go this left to right?
Go Sean.
Left to right. Let's go with Sean first.
Hi Chris, it's Sean here from Successful Reef Aquariums here in the UK. I've got a question for you surrounding your Kalkwasser dosing and achieving stable pH. It's more a question around alkalinity swings and your thoughts realistically on the effects of those alkalinity swings on your livestock. I feel that I want to ask you to explain more about the science as to why you feel corals, SPS in particular, are vulnerable to alkalinity swings, or if you think it might just be something else. I know over the years I've done a fair bit of research myself into this. Some of the guys in the States, Andre in particular, feels that all or a large proportion of coral deaths are due to organisms called philasters. What's your thoughts on this? Do you think it has a part to play, or do you think there's other factors? Be interesting to know your thoughts. And cheers to Tom for my new t-shirt. It's very slimming and black, just what I like. And thanks for everything that you guys are doing now on Reefers Network. It's a really good thing to be doing. I'm really enjoying the content and taking part myself. So be good to speak to you all soon. And thanks for your answer, Chris, in advance.
Well done, Sean.
Nice one, Sean. Thanks for that.
Yeah, Sean.
A few questions in there for you. Sorry, the stage is yours.
Well, Sean, that's a very good question. It's a very, because it's instilled in every reefer to stable alk.
Let's try that again.
Yeah, guys, we're gonna try this on every beer. Every beer you go through, we're gonna try this.
Everybody wants stable alkalinity, and I say, well, you can have stable alkalinity or you can have stable pH. Pick one. If you have a stable pH, you're going to have alk swings. If you have a stable alkalinity, you're going to have pH swings. What do you want to chase? Pick one. If you have alk swings and your pH is stable, don't worry about your out swings. I have a 1 to 1.5 DKH swing on systems from day to day all the time, and the acros don't care. My pH is flatline stable at average of 8.3 ever since I started doing kalkwasser dosing. You know, do we have hiccups here and there? Sure. But for the most part, it's 8.3. If you like your alkalinity to be the stable factor of your system, enjoy it. It will work. It'll keep your system, it'll keep your corals happy and healthy, but it'll also cost you a lot of money. Dosing alkalinity buffers, unless you're using a calcium reactor. And then all that's going to do is suppress your pH even more. So calcium reactors and kalkwasser are like the OG's way of doing things. And they should have never gone away, in my opinion, because it's a hell of a lot cheaper to do that than it is to chase your alkalinity by dosing soda ash or a bicarbonate buffer or a combination buffer. So I don't think that, from my experience and what I see on a daily basis, when I see the swings of our alkalinity, I don't think it even matters because the pH is stable. So you need to just make up your mind whether you want to do the kalkwasser dosing and save the money and keep your pH stable, or whether you want to chase your alkalinity and keep it stable. One of the two. You're going to have fluctuations in either one of them. It's just a matter of dialing it in. And with strictly kalkwasser dosing without a calcium reactor, you will have a lot of fluctuations in your alkalinity. But you can dial that back in too. It's just a matter of, figuring out the programming and figuring out the amount of effluent leaving or entering and leaving your calcium reactor, and what the DKH is coming out of it. And you can actually dial it in where they both stay very stable, which is lately, because I have tweaked my reactors, I'm very, very consistent with my alkalinity. It doesn't go from, it goes from like 8.3 or 8.29 when the reactor kicks on. It used to go all the way up to like 9.92 when the reactor was done, and the next 6 hours, because it was dumping that alkalinity back in the system, and then it would fall back down over a period of 6 to 12 hours, and it would bump it back up. But I actually adjusted the effluent a little bit more and actually lowered or raised my pH in some of the reactors, and that has made a huge difference in keeping the swing from being less. Do I notice a difference? Honestly, no. So it's just a matter of chasing one or the other. And I'm sorry, what was the other part of his question? It was
the root of killing Acropora, or what Andre.
Flaster ciliates. Flaster ciliates are a huge problem, but they're not a problem. And they live on corals. It's the main reason why you see brown jelly syndrome is because of flaster ciliates. Flaster ciliates live symbiotically with the corals. They live symbiotically with the bacteria that are living on the corals. And when you have swings of one or the other, it can stress the bacteria or kill the bacteria or cause an imbalance that causes those flaster ciliates then to attack the coral. So if you chase your alkalinity, make sure your test kit is giving you a accurate reading, or if you don't know the reading and whether it is accurate, talk to somebody that knows where the discrepancies are in those tests so that you're getting the pH or the alkalinity value that you are looking for. I recommend anybody that does not chase pH like me, keep that stable, to keep your alkalinity according to, like I said earlier, the IDIP, or on Salifert, or on a lot of these other test kits. And a lot of these other test kits are so doggone close to the Salifert. They're within 0.08 to 0.1 on most of them as well for their accuracies. So they're going to read higher than what they are. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. These companies do a really good job at putting a product on the market that is very consistent. And it's just a matter of people like me saying, okay, they're great. But where's the inaccuracies, and how do you make sure you're doing the right thing for your animals? So if you like your pH, I would recommend, if you're not going to chase your pH, keep your alkalinity at like 8.3, 8.6, and you should have really good success and very, very minimal issues with flasters becoming a problem. So if you're using any of those test kits and you're reading an 8.3 to 8.6, well, your 7.3 to 7.6, bump it up over time to get to that 9.3, 9.6 according to that test kit. That way, you know you're in that realm of where you need to be, and you won't have nearly as many problems with brown jelly syndrome. I just got in 120 plus euphyllias branching walls yesterday. Some of them came in shit brown water, but the polyps were still hanging out of them. They still looked fine. I put them in the system. We float them. In the past, 7 to 8 years ago, they'd have been dead by morning. You know, they'd have been freaking brown jellied over, and they'd have been just a blob of shit, and they would have been a mess. This morning I came in, I was pleasantly surprised once again, because my pH is stable. Those things were wide open. Well, as good as they could for being as stressed as they are. Yeah. And I take them off the floats and put them down, and I go and look at them again right before I came back in here to sit down with you guys. And I'll tell you what, I don't think they're going to die. I think they're going to make it. And that is key for what I do. And it should be key for what everybody does. I mean, these animals are very precious to this planet, and we're fortunate enough to be able to get them. And we shouldn't treat them as if they were just nothing. You know, we should be doing everything we can to make sure that they live long-term in captivity, because the more we learn about them in captivity, the more we learn about them in the wild. And we know nothing about the wild. You know, we talk about, we know this, we know that. We're just touching it. We're just now touching the beautiful coral reefs around this planet. And unfortunately, some of them are gone, going to be gone forever until, you know, we, the fleas, get kicked off by Mother Earth.
Right, we are 2 hours in. This is going to be a marathon, not a sprint, especially for Chris. He's a OG himself. So I think it's time for a game, gentlemen, don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Chris, brace yourself for this, Chris. Brace yourself.
It's the only reason he's here. He heard about the games.
He's seen them. He knows what's coming.
Yeah.
Before I do, I was going to say hello to the man that is Sam Parker. Thanks.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, mate.
Happy Friday.
I know that.
The family.
He's an
good.
Australian.
I've heard of Parker's Reef before.
Yeah.
You need to get on the Reefy AF Discord.
No.
We wondered how long it's going to be. 2 hours.
I don't do Discord.
You
No.
need a new section, Ron.
My wife went on and defended me on Discord at one point.
Yeah. I know exactly what Discord that was, and that's not what this is.
Right, listen, Ron, don't worry, because I'm going to work for Chris soon, probably any week now. Right?
Cool.
I'll
get
set
him
it
on
up out there. I'll set it up.
Till you take the salinity and then the door written on the arse.
Just fly in Orlando. I'll pick you up.
Lovely. Chris, you really don't know what you're getting yourself into there, my old friend.
Right then.
Surprises.
I think we're going to go with...
I think I brought my passport with me, didn't I?
Oh, I think you might have done.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So which one are we going with? We're going to go with this one first, I think. Don't you?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in with it.
Let's start a cock.
Yeah, it's a very good representation.
That is, honestly, yeah.
A fucking cock. Anyway.
It's supposed to be family friendly, isn't it?
Well,
Not really.
That went a long time ago, and it was probably you that caused it, Chris.
The only reason we're actually watching this is because you're on it, Chris. Normally, we're just doing it.
Normally we get
Yeah.
That's bullshit too.
Let's be honest. Families start with fucking.
That's very true.
You're fucking right.
This is a test tube, baby.
Oh dear, Ron, you need to explain the rules. Come on, include Chris, please.
Yeah, because it's very complicated.
Have you ever heard of countdown, Chris?
Oh.
Countdown.
Yeah.
10,
So,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
You're kind of.
Is that what you're talking about? I don't know.
I mean, that was a countdown. If that's
That was there. Yeah.
Right. So basically, what we do is it's a game show here in the UK. It's been going for absolutely decades.
Too
And
long, if I'm honest.
we give up. Yes, I agree. So it's a fish name, but the letters are just all in random. And the rules are: if anyone starts writing fish names at all, you're out.
Oh.
Until the game starts, you're out.
Oh.
Very aggressive.
Believe it or not, Chris, people enjoy this.
Yeah, that will surprise you.
Yeah.
Filtered
All right.
fun. Filtered.
We are full of surprises on this show.
And you also need to explain about the
Is
way
there a price?
the comments, the way it works with the comments, Ron. Sorry.
Come
Yes,
on.
so, we have an actual live feed on our browser, which is StreamYard. Whoever that first person comes up on us, that is the answer. Not what you see on your screen, because some of you have shit internet. So you might think you've been first when you're just not. And anyway, nobody cares. We'll choose the winner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Amanda just commented too, just to not to interrupt y'all, but lights out on the farm really soon. So we got about an hour.
Right.
So
well, we'll do the game, and then we'll
We've
do
done the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck
go
the
on
farm.
my
Let's do the
phone
game
and-
first.
Fuck the farm. Let's do the fucking
Yeah.
game. All right.
Was only joking.
Oh dear. I'm putting the answers in the private chat, Chris. Can you see them on your right hand side next under the comments?
Somebody just messaged cunt flaps. What the
Oh my
fuck is
God.
that?
No, oh,
That's some fucked up shit right there. There's a bunch of women on here going, "What the fuck?" You don't say that word.
Family friendly. Family friendly, this show.
Oh dear.
Family friendly.
it was Lee.
Ron, can you see the order that I've put these in the private chat?
Well, Tom, I already have my printout, so you're fine.
Ah, right. Okay. So we
He's
go.
he's 5 steps ahead of you, mate.
Right. Okay. So who's calling it in terms of who's going to get the point? Ron, who's calling? Are you calling it or is Chris
It's
calling it?
Ron's game, isn't it?
Oh, it's Ron's game. Okay.
Right, so I need to do the music. Right, I'll need to get the music ready. Hold on. Right,
You
music.
might as well shout the answers as well, Ron.
Oh, there you go.
Are you ready for the first one then?
Yes.
Let's go.
I think Chris is definitely coming back, everyone.
Oh dear. Technical
what's
glitch.
happening?
I'm trying to find the file.
That's unlikely.
That's the farm lights off. No.
We never said we was professional, Chris. So
Go.
just bear with us.
Go.
So this is one of my favourite all-time fish. It's very expensive. It's actually quite difficult to get a hold of now. Come on, everybody, get your answers in.
Any ideas, Chris?
The answer is not Yo Mama or These Nuts. And we have our answer.
Yes.
Who are we? Who's the winner?
Well done, Roxanne.
Where are we?
Roxanne. I'm sure we've never ever had that done before.
Oh my!
Yeah, whoever-
So many comments. Sorry, I'm trying to get right to the bottom.
Roxanne gets the first answer correct. Well
I was
done.
just saying,
Right,
Roxanne,
right.
Norfolk Reefer.
And what was it? Let's have a look.
How in the hell did you get that out of that?
Yes.
Chris, stop playing dumb. You're not fooling anyone, mate.
You should see how long these actually take for me to make, Chris. It takes.
I bet.
You're so
I
good at
bet.
it, Tom. Honestly. You're so good at it.
Right, next one coming to you now.
Are we ready? Okay, everybody, let's get ready. These are a lot more common.
These are also pointless.
You might see some of them mouth.
Dispar
Oh, go on.
Go on, have a go.
Go on.
Disbaranthius.
No.
Yes.
There's
there's
no
no B in
B.
it.
Oh,
We
There
have
we
a winner.
go. We've got a winner. It is Jim from Chicago.
Well done, Jim.
Well done, Jimmy boy.
Well
Well
done.
done, Jim.
I'm
Jim and Lee.
impressed. No, Liam. Sorry, Lee. It is not AIDS fish.
That's what I saw. AIDS fish.
No.
Yeah.
They
And you
don't
did
last
write
very
AIDS, Ron.
Oh dear. Well done, Jim.
Well done, Jimbo.
Well done.
Chris, I know you deep down you got that one, didn't you, Chris?
No.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
course
trying
he
to
did.
throw us off the
This,
trail.
this is fun, but if I get one, I'd be surprised.
Okay.
You just got to say what you see. Any Tom?
Yes.
You know that one, didn't you? Say what you see.
Yeah, I mean, I said something so far off, it wasn't even funny. Because I didn't even know.
Still plenty of time. Chris,
You'll get
plenty
this
of
one.
time.
Chris, we've got 2 more games. Well, we've got 1 game and another sort of.
Can I make a suggestion to Chris?
Yeah, of course you can.
Well,
Open
he looks
another,
at the answers.
Yeah, Chris, you need to
Open
open
another
another beer.
beer.
That might help.
have another bit. It'd definitely help.
I want a second, so I'm going to
Go
stick
on, you might as well
with
neck it. Hang on, Chris.
Yeah.
Chris Meckley's going to neck
Oh,
it. Go on,
yeah.
neck. Go on, Chris.
That.
I'm sticking with number 2.
This has just turned to shit, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Tom
Yes.
wouldn't let somebody say poo poo 3 days ago. And
I know.
Right, here we go. Next one.
Are we ready?
We're off.
So these are very common. Some people like them. Some people absolutely hate them.
Do they normally have more than one?
Easy peasy. Lots of different varieties.
Yes. Oh,
We've got the right answer. It is Ryan.
oh, what a surprise!
I was going to say Ryan in tonight. Yes. Been a bit.
Snack it, isn't it?
Well done, Ryan's Reef. Well done, mate.
What did you just say, Drippy?
Smack it.
I don't know. Did I say his tag name? I don't know. I was away with the fairies then. Sorry.
Right then. Next one. Here we go.
Oh, this is a little bit.
This is hard. This one.
I'd never get this.
Oh, come on. It's right there.
Diamond Goby. I got one right. All right, drink.
Chris gets a point. Well done.
If you
Yeah.
turn the camera now, Amanda's there whispering in his ear the answers.
Dildo go.
Ain't nobody in the house.
Oh, what a
It's
shock.
just me. Amanda stayed home with the kids and the puppy dog. She's a smart one.
Oh dear. Did anybody give us that in the comments?
Well, Chris Meckley.
Yes, Norfolk Reefer. What was it
are we-
before I said it?
Liam, by the look of it.
Who are you giving the point to, Ron?
Well, I mean, Chris.
Yeah,
Chris.
we'll give it to Chris. We're giving it to Chris.
He's already
Yeah.
got a t-shirt though.
Well, we can sort something else out, I'm sure.
No. Give it to somebody else. Give it to the first person that commented.
I mean, maybe
Even if I spilled the beans.
wins, the prize could be he gets to come back on. I mean, I'm sure he'll be able to.
I-
Says I want to come back.
That comes to Rotherham. Can you imagine?
No.
Okay, so we're giving it to Gills then. We're giving it to Liam.
Yeah, so Liam.
Well done, Liam.
Well done, Liam.
Liam.
Well done.
Oh, yeah, I see that up there.
Right then.
So if this is actually the way it's going to be, Chris, you're just going to have to shut the fuck up and not answer.
Fun as hell. Go
Don't-
for it.
Don't
Say it
ruin
in
the
your
game,
head.
Chris.
Say it in your
Don't ruin
head.
the game.
Oh dear. Right then. Next one with you.
Oh, come on.
Oh, look, he's got one. Look, he's off. He's off.
Ooh.
Oh,
That
Right.
Ryan,
Simba
Fine.
fish.
Ryan,
Ryan. He's back. He's woke up. He's
Yeah.
on the keyboard.
Yes.
He's got all competitive.
Yeah.
Me and Liam sat next to each other. Battle of the brothers.
Oh,
Oh,
he's got
dear.
quicker fingers.
Yeah. I have heard
Yeah.
that.
Might not be a
Fish.
finger.
Well done, Ryan's
Be
Reef.
right back. I'll be
All
back
right.
in 2 minutes.
Yep.
No problem.
Okay.
Chris
Well
has had
done.
enough of that game. Right,
Chris
we'll
had
end that
enough
one
of
there.
that.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah, right,
Okay.
we'll end that one. That's shit.
Yeah.
Go and farm without us.
Yeah. He
Right,
won't
next
be
one.
back.
How pissed off will he be if he comes back and we've waited for him to do the next one?
Mm.
No, let's not. Ron,
Yes.
go.
One of the most beautiful fish in the ocean. And I one time got stopped by a police car.
Oh,
Jim gets it.
Jim gets it.
Jim's on it.
So I
Yeah.
got stopped by a policeman for parking badly at a junction outside my LFS.
That's
And,
disgusting behaviour.
He pulled me over, came up, made an absolute arse of me, like proper knobhead, right? But then he said, "What's in the bag?" I said, "Oh, it's a fish." He says, "What did you buy?" I says, "A mandarin dragonet goby." He said, "Can I see it?" So I showed him, and he still gave me a ticket.
Oh, I thought it would have been a happy ending then. I don't mean for the policeman. I'm just meaning that you didn't.
No, he got a happy ending. I gave him a
Through the window.
I gave him a gobble and off he went. It's fine. Still got the ticket, you know.
I mean, yes, yeah, stuck to your face.
I went into the local courtroom and I said, "Listen,
No.
see that guy over there? I just gave him a gobble and he still gave me the ticket." And she said, "Well, yeah, that's just regular."
Oh dear. Well done, Jim. Right, next one. We've got a few left now. We've got 3 left, 4
Yeah,
left.
Chris, sorry, mate.
Right, sorry, Chris.
You haven't missed it. There's still plenty more to come. Sorry, Chris.
That's all right. I mean, Mandarin, I'd have got that one too.
Go.
So some people don't have a lot of success with this, and some people say they shouldn't be in the hobby at all. Ryan gets it.
More.
He's running away. He's on
My favorite fish.
Yeah,
I love this fish.
yeah,
Yeah.
nice fish.
Have you kept one?
Have you kept one before? Much experience, Chris?
When I had my shop in Tampa like 20 years ago, I had a guy that had a 250-gallon reef tank full of SBS corals, and he had to have a Moorish idol. I told him it was nuts, and we got some Hawaiian ones in, and I talked to my diver that was collecting them, and he said they would follow the cruise ships in, and he said that they always dump their veggies in the waters going into the harbor, and there's just a ton of Moorish idols and other fish just eating all the lettuce and all the veggies they could jump in, you know, the stuff that they can't reuse, perishables, and they collect all their hard to collect fish there, of course, other things too, and they were like, these things eat, you know, lettuce, they eat kale,
Brussels
they eat
sprouts.
all this different stuff. Yeah, whatever, you know, they get dumped in. And we would get them in at the shop at the store in Tampa, and they would do extremely well. And I sold him 2 of them, and he had them for about 2 years, and then he disappeared, the customer. And I have no idea if he still had them longer than that, but that was probably the longest I ever knew of a Moorish idol to live in captivity was 2 years.
Maybe the Moorish idol ate him.
What's that?
Maybe the Moorish idol ate him. Who knows?
Yeah, just fell in a tank one day.
Yeah.
Right, couple more, and then I'll go back to you, Chris. Sorry, in the farm, which everybody will be dying to look at. Ron, you ready?
Yes.
I'll start playing around on my phone to get that hooked up too.
I don't think people need any clues for this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Right. I think Ryan is clearly living next door to NASA or something because his internet is
I mean,
insane.
he's looking
It
through
is.
the window, I think.
He's looking through the window in here in the spare. Yeah,
That's all right. It's not Elon Musk, is it?
yeah. Right, I think we need can we have a score tally up, please, Ron?
Yes. So Roxanne on
Yeah.
1, Jim on 2, Ryan on 4, and Liam on 1.
Oh, and what's left?
Not a lot.
We've got 2 left.
2 left, so Jim can draw. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
I don't know if Jim can draw. I think he struggles to write.
It's true.
Right. Oh, let's have a look. Right, next one. You ready?
Mike's missus in here.
So we go.
It is you pair because of the no headphones.
Go.
Okay, so if Easy E was to be a fish, this is what he would be.
Oh, you've gone up in my estimation, Ronald.
Hey, Bristol Reefer gets
It's
a
a
point.
whimper.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Where are we? Sorry, Bristol Reefer. Yes, well done, Bristol Reefer. Triggerfish it was. Well done. Okay. Next one.
Like a bit of NWA, Ronald?
Oh, massive fan.
Oh, Ronald, stop it.
Right.
Massive fan.
And the last one is probably the easiest one, to be fair, of all 10.
Yes, I agree.
Here you go.
Come on, Jim, you can do it. Come on. Oh, Ryan, you. Has Ryan already got a t-shirt?
Oh, it's only yes, Ryan,
Has Ryan already won it? Yeah. Subdued mini laugh.
Sandy Cheeks was close with Yellow Tang, to be fair.
Oh, dear. No, well done, Ryan's Reef.
Well done, Ryan.
I've been talking to you on Instagram already. I will sort something out for you.
T-shirt number 32, winging its way to you. What's it? Has he got a clothes store or something? Is that what he's got for a living?
It's a Dagenham market.
Yeah, flogs them down the market. Yeah.
No, don't be daft, mate.
Whoa. Ryan says he's going to donate it. Who would you like to donate it to, Ryan? Next on the list is Jim in Chicago, which will cost Tom a pretty penny to post.
Yeah, I'd go with that, Ryan, if I was you.
Yeah.
Yeah, should do, yeah.
Jim, what postcode on the moon is it?
No, well done, Ryan. But I'll sort something out, merchandise for you, Ryan. No problem.
Make sure you do, and don't just say it because you're.
I will sort it.
Make sure you do then.
All
Get
right.
a sticker.
Make him write it down.
Chris, marks out of 10 for that game.
Nice.
I like the game.
Anything above 2, we'll be very.
Can't go minus either.
No.
Hey,
That's the press number. Suppressed.
it adds a little bit of something in between, and
leave it at that. Leave it at that.
Yeah.
Because there's more to come. There's still more to come, everybody. We apologise, but there is more to come.
Yeah, sadly. Yeah, sorry.
Right, Chris, over to you. The floor stage is yours.
Absolument.
Well, I am.
Am I adding you through the mobile? Is this you?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where. Yeah, there we are.
There you go.
Is this you?
Oh,
lucky guess.
Mike.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now you need to switch one of your mics off, or we're going to get. There we go.
I know. Not that bad wrong.
Oh, you better have got a fucking echo.
Oh, you just fucking deleted me?
No, I've not deleted you. You're in the green room.
I know.
Right, we'll put you on full screen. There you go.
Show's yours.
Oh, damn.
Floor is yours.
Like shit, don't I?
Very work it.
That's all that drinking, Chris.
Work it.
I haven't even caught a buzz yet.
Strike a pose.
See, y'all want to see some coral?
Yeah.
Yes.
Give us an
all right.
After
let's
enough.
Let's go have some fun with showing some corals off.
Yes, brother.
We got in I don't know, it's like 1,200 pieces. Hang on, I gotta get the damn headphones off. I'm gonna put my earbuds in, so give me 1 second.
No worries.
Yeah, can you turn your camera horizontal as well, Chris?
Ah, that's much better.
Yeah.
All right. So now I got to figure out how to flip the freaking camera around because it won't. There it
is. Tom, hurry up. Tom's currently going for a piss.
Oh, brilliant.
Chances. Thomas.
Oh, dear.
I'm glad you weren't notching him off, Drippy.
Oh.
I was trying to flip the camera around so I could see everybody, so everybody could see the corals. When I get out there, oh shit! I had my lens. There it is.
Put Chris full screen again.
All right, yeah. The lights will be on for like another 30 minutes. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Could you
I can't
turn
hear anybody in my damn earbuds.
Could you turn your camera lengthways?
Yes, I'm trying to. I don't know why it won't let me. Mic is good. What the hell's going
Chris,
on?
we're here for 8 hours, mate. Don't, honestly, you're fine.
8 hours? You're out of your mind.
No.
I'm trying to flip that around.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, I have to be careful what I'm doing when he's on full screen. Just in case.
Yeah, catch you right out.
He's gone. Well, we will get.
Yeah,
he's back.
Does Tom have an itch he can't reach, Ryland?
I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm trying to get this camera to flip around, but for whatever reason, it won't. It won't flip. Huh.
You're a very handsome man, Chris.
Stop that. So,
Oh,
You're right there, Tom. Just
What's going on in here?
Like a pantomime.
oh, it's happening in the green.
You better cancel them strippers.
Amanda says she's on her way to help him.
she needs to.
Oh,
I always
Please
need
do.
help with this shit. It's you're in the show. Okay, it says I'm here in the show. Flip camera. No. There's nothing that shows me where I can flip the camera.
How far away does your wife live from your farm?
About 15 minutes.
Okay, she'll be there in 12 minutes.
Yep.
And the lights will be off.
So
Yeah,
when I go to flip the
Or
camera,
oh,
something.
when I go, there's a little. Well, it looks like it's what you're supposed to use to flip the camera around.
oh, hello.
Hello.
Is he trying to flip it in StreamYard, or is he
I
actually
think it's
trying to flip it
StreamYard
on
that's
his?
stopping him. Yeah, I think it's StreamYard. That's...
He maybe needs to join the stream with the forward-facing camera to begin with, and then that should be it.
I'm frustrated. Why the hell is the button when I
you
push
on
it?
an
It
iPhone,
kicks me
Chris?
off. What's that?
Are you on an iPhone?
Yes.
That's. I have no idea.
Right, I'm gonna.
What you guys don't have iPhones over there?
I don't even know where I was going. with that.
Oh dear.
I think Ron used
I'll
an
try
iPhone,
and
didn't
join
he?
and see if I can do it.
I'll just flip the phone upside down. I don't really care. Y'all want to see me look like this? There we
You've
go.
got a great
All right.
tan, Chris.
Oh yeah, you got a lovely colour, lovely
I'm
skin.
so lovely.
He's in Florida.
Looking. You like my dark complexion?
They're not lying when they call it the Sunshine State, are they?
I do have Native American in me, you know.
Not at the moment, hopefully.
All right, I'm gonna start off by showing you all stuff I know you all ain't allowed to have.
Oh, go on then.
Come
Oh,
I'm
on.
there
sorry,
he goes.
y'all can drool over this because I'm drooling over this bad boy right here right now.
I've worked out
nice.
how to use the camera if anyone wants to know.
What's that, Ron?
I've
Yeah.
worked out how you can use the front camera,
Oh.
Chris.
Chris.
Oh, Chris, he knows how to use the camera.
He's
Yeah,
worked
yeah,
it
yeah.
out.
What's that?
He's worked it out.
Come on, Ron, over to you.
So
What do I have to do?
see the wee settings gear icon?
Say again?
See the wee settings gear icon?
Setting.
Because that puts them back into the green room. So I'm going to have to tell him how to do it, and then he's going to have to do it on his own. So wait for him to come back, and I'll tell him.
Okay.
I think he's
Can we have some music while we're waiting, please, Ron? Please, come on.
Let's change it up.
Oh,
Oh, hello.
Got the NWA.
Come on, Chris. You can do it. We've got faith.
come on, Chris. If anybody can do it, Meckley can.
Yeah, so basically when he joins, he gets the option of whether to use the front-facing camera or...
Okay, right. So it's just got so he's gonna have to leave again and then join and select the right camera.
But it's really quick and simple. Yeah.
At the moment, I think his phone is potentially going in
Well,
his farm.
I think his wife's enjoying it.
Amanda, why don't you come on next time?
Yeah,
as well?
you need to come on, Amanda.
Yeah.
We need to interview you.
Absolutely. Because we can have Amanda Meckley, we can have Bernadette,
Yes.
we can
Yes.
have Kaz, and
Perfect.
Rob, maybe your dog will come on and say hello for us.
Did you hear that? It's called you a dog tap. Jesus. Oh, that's rough.
Oh.
He sleeps in there, Rob, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes. Not allowed in the rest of the house.
You've not even made your bed this morning. Look.
No, I just can't be bothered.
Got someone to do it for you, haven't you?
I'll take it the lights are out now then in the coral farm.
Oh dear.
You know what? I'm going to go and have a quick slash.
Yeah, you're going to have a quick wee. Go on then. Tell everybody alive what you're doing.
Shit, yeah, sorry.
Riveting. Oh dear. Oh, it just makes me laugh to think that someone like Remy's just watching this going. Really?
Yeah. And they really want to talk. They really think I'm going to.
You reckon he left hours ago, Ron?
I think Remy checked out.
Yeah, I think he checked out a long time ago.
Yes.
Oh. Come on, Chris, you can do it. We've got
I'm
faith.
getting frustrated. I just want to speak to him.
What are you drinking, Rob? What's in the glass tonight? Anything interesting?
It's a French Cabernet Red.
No, not a wee
nice.
Malbec this time.
Okay.
No, I've gone posh. It's a nice, expensive bottle, that one.
Hey!
Right. Oh my God. Now his audio is not working.
Can't hear you.
You're muted. You're muted.
Now he's gone. Now, for everybody watching, we do have a little bit of a technical, what do you want to call it? Test before we come online.
I think Fuck Up covers it, I think.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob.
Perfect, Rob. Perfect.
Now, we will wait and hopefully Chris will come back on with some more pictures of the farm. To be fair, it needs to just go back to what he was doing before because even though it wasn't ideal, we could still see things. So, anyway.
Let's talk about your light that is now hanging up behind you.
More importantly, he's here.
Oh, there we are.
Here we go.
Perfect. No sound, though.
No,
Perfect. No, that's
no
perfect.
sound. No sound.
That's perfect. It's fine. Just keep showing us the corals.
Okay.
I'll name them. I'll name them as it goes past them.
Sure, I just saw Bill's bollocks sitting in that first tray.
Yes. Don't be shipping that one.
Oh. Here we go. Can't hear you, Chris, but we can see.
I have seen him trying to mute and unmute, so I reckon it's trying to connect possibly still to his headphones or earbuds.
Yeah, because
They
I'm
then
muted there.
Yeah. Are you? You've not got muted at all, Tom.
No, I've not got him muted. No. No.
Oh,
Yay!
How's that?
There we
Are
go.
we good?
Yay!
Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I feel like not so much an idiot anymore.
You.
Oh!
He hasn't watched this stream before, has he? Clearly.
he's fitting in perfectly.
He is. Do you know what? I think there's a place for him here. I'm not going to lie.
I totally agree.
Yeah, he needs to be a regular.
Yeah.
Oh, Steve is asking, do you have any cum fountain acro or forest of cocks? See if Chris can answer that when he gets back.
Oh, I think he's clearly been rum washed.
I don't wash people, Tom.
Definitely been influenced by our old Cammy. Cammy. Well, we shall wait and see. Wait in suspense. Who knows?
But he actually had everything, audio and video working.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Then it just went.
But we're not going to bed anytime soon, gentlemen, are we? It's Friday night. No, you're not. You're not allowed. Nobody needs any more Christmas trees. Delivering.
All sold. Done.
I'm gonna keep wasting time doing this bullshit.
Hey! Hey!
Yeah, but we got to get the camera to go back around again, and I don't know what the fuck I just did earlier.
Just use the front one. That's fine. Just use that one, Chris. Go for it.
No. I got it. Right here it is. I figured it out again. Front, back, done. Okay.
Yay, there we go.
Hey.
You hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Never in
beautiful. It's about time. Okay, so damn. Now we get to look at these gorgeous corals. Some nice Bower Bankies that came in. Beautiful.
So when did these come in, Chris?
These came in. These were the ones that came in a day and a half late.
Right, these
This
ones got
one
stuck
right
at
here.
LA.
What the fuck?
Mm.
That one gets me. This one I'm digging. Digging that one.
That one's bleeding anus. Yep.
Yeah.
Anus. Okay.
Bleeding anus. Yep.
Some beautiful Bower Bankies. Here's the basketball.
Jesus.
Oh, it keeps going and going and going.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a big old gunny. There's a really sweet rainbow lords that came in too. I'm digging this one right here, to be honest with you. It's different. That one there's badass.
Any of these you're already definitely not going to sell?
There is a couple, but they're not in this general vicinity here right now. I love me some Echinatus.
Ooh, yum.
Mm.
I love me some Humus. And my wife's favorite coral right here is some Acanthophilius. I know you guys over there aren't allowed to have these.
Unless you already have them.
Until we get our CITES permits from our spawn babies.
Look at them.
These guys literally are only, not even in the tank for 24 hours. They're like 12 hours in the tank. I think, what am I going to take you? Oh, are you guys allowed to get elegance corals from Indonesia?
We have a couple, yeah.
Yeah.
That's surprising. I figured they'd be one of the things that they would not allow. Do you guys know how to keep them alive?
Yeah, don't have angelfish.
What?
Yeah, don't keep angelfish with them.
Well, that, and what about the elegance coral syndrome that kills the majority of them? You know how to fix it?
Go on.
Coral Magazine article June tells you all about what we figured out and how to fix them with the help of some science. These guys here just came in. These are little ones. Gotta show what. Oh, this is the section. This right here is where my excitement level got high. That one there came in shitty shape after being in the bag for a while.
I'm
Way
in
too
work,
long.
mate, trust me.
Well, just that one there, but then you got that one there. This one here is stupid. I don't even know if you can see the beauty of it.
Yeah.
It's pink in the center. Little thin pinstripes. I love Pachyceptus. You all know that's not a Lobo, right?
No, yeah, that's a logo.
We do now.
They're Acam Pachyceptus. They're not Lobophilia.
Wow.
Bloody lovely.
Oh, shit. I hope the people that are the powers that be didn't hear that because they might shut that down now. You know, all these bureaucrats with their fucking power trip.
You fit in just fine here, Mr. Meckley.
These sons of bitches don't even know what they're looking at, but we're going to ban it because we're too stupid to know it.
Wow.
I love Paragoniastria australiensis, one of my favorite corals. This one right here, holy shit. It's fucking lightning strikes with orange centers. And then you got another badass one.
Wow.
Can you go back to that one for me, Chris? I was nearly there.
Oh yeah. Don't look at it too long. It might make you stand up.
Yeah.
That's me done.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Ron's getting hornier than a Vikings helmet.
My underpants salinity has just raised.
He snapped his eye.
I love Pachyceptus, and there's too many people that don't even realize that those things are one of the nastiest corals on the planet, though. Do not put them next to a Lobophilia. I tell you what, you will find out the hard way that they're not a Lobophilia. I love this one right here. This is one of my favorite species. It's hang on here, I gotta get this side. This one here, he's not happy yet. He's getting there, but it's Lobophilia flabioformis. They call them the carpet lobos. Awesome corals. I think my highlight for everything that came in was this section right here. The Goniastria pauloensis. I'm not happy that I'm just looking at this, though, because they didn't look like this a little while ago. This is what happens when your shipments are delayed for a fucking day and a half. That pisses me off because that coral was gorgeous. I hate to see these things die because of, human stupidity and not doing their job.
So if you wasn't on this live stream right now and you was at your farm and you saw that, would you allow that to just wilt away and die, or would you try and frag it and save it, or what?
When you know as much as I've known about shit like this happening, you can't save it. It's dead. It's gone.
Okay.
If you're going to save like one frag of it, is it worth it?
Right.
Yeah. But is it, cost effective? No. Am I going to be able to save any of that particular coral? If I'm lucky, I might save one polyp, 2 polyps on it, and then have a long ass time to actually get it to recuperate.
Yeah.
And then we get dinner plates like this bad boy. Look at that.
Wow.
Jesus. Wow. Yeah, because
That
the size
challenge right there gets me.
Massive.
I love that My Miami looking green rim, orange centered, purple body.
Yeah.
Holy hell. You all like pectinia?
Yes.
Oh, good. Because I'm a pectinia whore.
Oh,
Wait until I take you to my pectinia farm. We'll get there in a second.
Christian, I'll be drooling over this because Christian loves pectinia.
Oh, Christian likes pectinia? Oh, you son of a bitch who fell over. Fuck. See, now that's what pisses me off. When my stupidity puts a coral in a place and it falls and stings another coral because I didn't think about the water flow. And that's an art. Look at all these echinatas over here, too.
Jim says Peckertinia.
Pecatinia.
What?
Pecatinia.
Pectinia.
Peckertinia.
Look at this thing.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
I think my favorite one out of this batch right here has got to be that one right there.
Yeah.
Oh, Peter Piper picked that Pectinia.
Is that a coral you do?
Well, I missed that. I couldn't hear. My earbuds aren't working.
It's all right. It's another shit joke from me, Chris.
Oh, you guys look at this. I was really impressed with this piece. That is about as orange can be on a hammer coral.
Yeah, that's bright.
Yeah, my orange hammers didn't look like that, I'll be honest.
Get none more orange.
There's another one right there. And then these are the Indos that just came in as well. Indo frog spawns, divismus.
I'll be able to see these in the flesh when I'll start with you next week.
I'm really happy with the relationships I've built with my suppliers. I don't even order anything. I mean, yes, I ordered Aussie because they have a list and it's usually pretty accurate. But all of this stuff that you see over here, all the Indo stuff, I have no idea what it is.
Leave it out. Wow, leave it out.
What? So you don't know what you're getting then? It just comes in.
No, it's like Christmas fucking Day every time I get a shipment.
Wow.
Santa Claus is coming to me.
My God.
Yeah, it's not colours.
Oh, I got a tracky down here that you're gonna shit yourself over when I get to it.
Chris, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Over the years, have you ever caught any of your staff members nicking corals and taking them home?
He's asking because he's coming next week.
Yeah, I'm trying to weigh up.
I caught one stealing fish.
Wow.
Sticking them in their pockets?
No, he was doing service for his mommy at his mommy's house, and he stuck the fucking fish inside of the water that I gave him to use to do the water change. So I gave him free water to do a water change on his mommy's tank, and he throws a fucking flame angel fish in the bucket, and I caught him.
Is he still working for you?
Hell no.
He's under that rack there. That's why his phosphates are a bit high.
What are they? Are they blastomosas on there or not?
What's that?
Plates. The plates.
No,
Plates.
to the
This?
right.
Go right. Go back. Go back. Keep going. Keep going.
Orange. There. Stop.
There.
There. What are they? What's
There.
that?
Oh,
No.
there.
No.
Right. Right.
Right.
No, other way.
That?
No, down.
Down.
No, stop. Oh, it don't
Oh
matter.
yeah, it was the Trekkie.
No, it wasn't that. It's this.
Oh shit!
Right. Keep
This
going.
right here?
No, other way.
Other
Oh,
way.
fuck me. What are you fucking talking
Yes.
about?
Yeah, you're getting warm, colder, warmer.
Keep
All
going
right.
across. Up.
So straight up.
The other way.
To your right. To your right. Keep going. up.
Yes.
Yes.
What's that?
A Blastomusa?
Yeah, that's what I thought
Right.
it was.
Oh wait,
No,
wait.
yeah.
Let me show you the Blastomusis.
Well, that was fucking worth it.
Blastomusa? Anybody?
Wow.
Oh, that's a bit better.
Loads of these.
That's your mama.
I used to love these.
What about Micromusa and Marcosensis?
No. Wow. Nice.
It's like a micro lord, but much smaller.
Yeah.
And then you got more Blastos.
Holy cow! Look at that one.
The reggae looking one.
This one here?
Yeah, to the right.
Yeah,
This
yes.
one here.
No, the red, green,
Yellow.
Yellow.
red. No,
Yeah,
across the
yeah.
other side on the same rocket. Yes. That one. Yeah,
That shit's common.
that's lovely.
That's
that.
common.
Your
That's
wife.
common.
Your
Bit like
wife
you.
is demanding you zoom
Okay,
in, Chris.
this is the type of shit that gets me skitty. When you look at a Blastomusa that's pink, that's what gets me. I mean, it's only been in the tank for a couple, 12 hours, 14 hours. It's not even happy yet. When it gets happy, that thing's pink and green. No, listen, I think it's great you guys love it. I wish you guys were customers of mine over here because I'd sell that shit to you all day long because nobody wants to fucking buy it here in the US.
In lovely. Look at that.
Look at that.
Yeah, people in the US think it's just super common and nobody wants to pay for it.
Fuck me. I'd have that.
Look at this one here. This one here is gold. It's orange. It's freaking red.
I'd boof them all.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Badass.
I am standing to attention as you go round.
Straight in the prison
My leg as
pocket.
well,
Yeah.
which is
Look at this
worrying me.
Acantho.
Yeah, look at that. That's stunning.
Look at the Cinerina. It's yellow. You got that one right there. Stupid. I love me some Ghanis too. So
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah.
Donny's massive over here.
I mean, that's the little guy, and then the big guy.
Wow.
That is
Keep
mad.
going. Oh, we got some big reds too. These guys definitely aren't happy right now. They'll be happy soon. But here's a really cool Blasto I haven't seen out of Australia.
That's nice.
You guys like torches and stuff like that, or is that not a big thing over there?
We like
Yeah.
corals.
Yeah,
Torches.
torches.
Torches are probably the most
Yeah.
popular coral, I'd say, over here, mate.
Okay, so you'll like this one right here. This is probably the most unique Holy Grail type torch. And that polyp is not happy right now. It was wide open earlier. This is a Holy Grail with purple tips and pink tips.
That'd be worth
Yeah.
a fortune over here.
I had somebody offered me 1,000 for one polyp, and I told him no.
Fucking hell.
Wow.
And then that's a new one. That's a new Holy Grail that just came in.
What's the American market like for torches? Then do they go crazy for them as well?
It's absolutely nuts, the market for torch corals. But what I like about it is that I can't stand the price points that they are at. I can't stand the fact that a coral I used to sell for max $40 a polyp is now, Holy Grails. We were selling them for wholesale for like $400 a polyp back like a year ago.
Yeah.
Now we're down to the point where it's like, okay, stores can sell them for like $220.
I like the one with the blue tips on it, Chris. All jokes
The what?
aside.
Which
That
one?
You've just gone past it. Sorry, go back down again.
Oh, fuck
That one.
this.
That one?
that
Which
one
one? This
That
one?
in the middle. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, we wholesale them for I really shouldn't say it out loud.
No,
Retail for like 100, 110 a polyp.
Nice. Yeah.
Can you
This
zoom
one
in?
here is the one I like. This
What
is
are you saying,
new.
Ron?
Everyone's asking if you can zoom in, Chris, including your wife.
I will try.
Or just go closer.
I can't get any closer. I'll be under the water.
Well, you know,
I mean, it would make good TV.
it would.
Chris,
Yeah, that's not.
while you're doing this, someone in the comments is saying that you had a Black Widow torch.
Oh, what? That
Is it that? I
black
don't
and
know.
yellow. Oh no, the Black Widow would be black and red.
I've never heard of that personally.
I would love for somebody to show me a real coral that is black and red. I don't know the common names. You know, Black Widow just means nothing to me except for somebody trying to make money on something that shouldn't be jacked up in price.
Tom's chest was black and red once, wasn't it, Tom? A couple of months ago.
Would you beat his ass or something?
Yeah,
Well, not me personally. No, it was a local crackhead.
Behave.
Look at this. Euphilia cristata. Can you see the orange in the stems?
Yeah.
Stunning.
Christian's asking, Christian's home now with wife and kids. He's asking what happened to your black gonny. You had a black gonny, did you?
Yeah, I still have it.
A black gonny?
Yes. Really? How about I'll show you a black alveopora.
Wow.
I have an infatuation with black corals. Look at this. He's black and blue. I beat the shit out of it.
That's what my helmet will look like tomorrow morning.
We got some really badass alves in yesterday. Check this one out. Pink and black.
We can hear every single word you pair say, by the way.
Oh, no.
What?
Every single word, and I'm not joking.
No, we got about Dricker inside of me.
Uh-huh.
The microphone's there.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that chalice. I got to take you over to the farm because the wild stuff is exciting, but the farm shit is, you know.
Next level. Let's do it. Do it.
The farm stuff is where it's at. I mean, the
So is that whole
Pectinian
system, just for when you bring it in?
Here,
is it?
I'll flip the camera around so you can see. This is our biggest farm system. It's 2 1,000 gallon. Where the hell is this thing going? Okay, yeah. There's 2 1,000 gallon tanks. They're 12 foot by 6 foot by 2 feet deep. There's one, then all the way down there's a second connected, and then you got another one over here. And then the other one is just past that right there. But I got it. No, I'm not gonna break the call. I'm gonna go down to the Pectinia garden because that's where the shit that if Paul Hughes is tuned in, he's like, mate, I need that Pectinia. This is when I first got it in, and I'm like, sorry, dude, it's gonna be a while. But check
Chris,
it out.
More than one person is asking to see the PPL.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
It's called the frozen lava.
Wow.
Yes.
Christian will be all
Then
over
we got
that.
this little classic Space Invader.
Yeah.
Nice. Oof, look at that. Oh, God, look at that.
That was grown from one frag. And there's his brother that got his ass whipped during Milton. Wait until you see this one coming up. Oh, damn!
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Red and yellow. I mean, it's stupid. And then
I'm
you
not
got
an expert.
yellow and red.
Oh, my God.
And then you got Papa Smurf.
I'd pop something over that.
I mean, I'm no expert, Chris, but I think you've got an idea of what you're doing.
Oh, I was just thinking it might crash soon.
And you've only been in the hobby 3 months, Chris. Is that what you said?
Yeah, 3 months. 3 months.
Look at that.
I have a photographic memory. Not. Look at this, Donnie. Wait a minute. Where's the red? There it is. Woo!
Oh, mate.
Nice.
Purple and red.
That is stunning. Look at that. Jesus Christ.
All of that's grown from one frag. Like this guy here is bigger than a basketball opened up. It was about 1 inch when we got it. And these came from Nick from Ultra Corals, Australia. That's a nice pectinia, but he got his ass whipped too. So did that one. Oh no, that one there's good. And more Papa Smurf.
Your corals look healthier than me.
What?
They're healthier than I am.
They are absolutely stunning, mate.
Do those pectinias sting each other, or is it just other corals?
No, pectinias. Most corals, if they're in the same genus, they can be next to each other. There's an exception to that rule, and that's Galaxia. For whatever reason, they don't even like each other. They just want to kick each other's asses all the time.
Right.
I feel like that.
Look at
with
this.
Tom. Oof, that's like Tropic Thunder, Monty.
Yes, it is.
Way! I get a point. Can I get a
Good
t-shirt?
size of it. Nice.
Tropic Thunder. Hold on. I bet you all never saw this before. I guarantee you never saw this before.
What the hell is that?
That is called the ACI snowflake. Because
Is that an
it's a
acro,
two-dimensional.
Chris?
It's a two-dimensional acropora.
I think I've had a piece of that, and I couldn't keep it, and I couldn't get any colour to it.
It's Acropora pichoni. Probably one of the most uncommon, rare species ever found in the hobby. I had to have it because I like rare and weird and unique. And this right here,
Is that your
Where's it
only
from?
piece of it, Chris?
I have two of them. Right here, this one here, and then I have this one here. I just put this guy in here to yesterday. That's why he's
Where's
a little
that
bit darker.
Where's it from, Chris?
Solomon
Right.
Islands.
Solomon. Okay.
Wow.
If you want some and you import, call Tim Kelly. Don't call Barnett.
I mean, I'd struggle to buy a coral off someone called Barnett, if I'm honest.
Me too. He's off his head.
Yeah.
You guys have this.
Oh. Oh.
Hello?
Hello, still there?
Yeah, we're still here. Stylo.
Yeah. Mocha Stylo, you have that?
Stylo.
Yeah,
we have that. Yeah.
Or as Wakefield Reefer calls it, the purple prince.
Check this out. Here's an alveopora that we've been growing.
God.
And the original frag is, you can't really see it. Hang on here, I'm going to try and show you. The original frag is this little butt right here.
Yeah, that's a nice cut.
That's a nice ass, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, the body's even better now. But it's so cool to see an alveopora grow like it's supposed to.
Beautiful.
People used to say that they don't grow in captivity. Well, right there, that's about 2 years from about a 1 inch frag to that. Here's the black alveopora that I got a while ago. The black Ghani is, where the hell is the black Ghani?
I was hoping you were going to tell us that.
Well, it's black with a blue center. It doesn't look that good right now because of the light that's over it. But when it's just straight blue, it's very, very dark, almost black with a blue center.
Lovely.
Another one. You guys ever see branching Goniopora?
No.
Didn't
No?
Lee have some of that? I thought Lee had some of that.
All right, hang on here. We're gonna...
I don't even know.
You guys
it
like
existed.
clams? You guys like clams?
Oh, mate, definitely.
Yeah.
We've got history on this.
We've got a lot of history.
This clam has so much history, it's not even funny. Give me a second here, and I'll flip the camera around. I bought clams in 2017 from a farm in northern Australia, and they showed me the brood stock of the squamosas, and I was like, I need them. Well, I got them. They were about as turd brown as the you know what coming in my rear. I was pissed. Okay, so I've had this guy here now. I just picked an Acropora up off of it, so it's kind of pissed off right now. But that is probably one of the most amazing blue squamosa clams I've ever seen in my life. And
Yes.
it was 2 inches in 2017.
Wow.
I couldn't throw it like a football right now.
Do you name your clams, Chris?
What's that?
Do you name them?
Nope. I don't name shit. It's Tridacnid squamosa.
He's not as bad as us, Tom.
Can we name them for you? Live?
We're gonna call him Squirt.
Ron?
No,
Because he sure as fuck squirts when you get too close.
Well, in that case, we'll call one Karen and one Bernadette.
And this is a Red Sea squamosina. I'm sure you guys can get them from like Dijon.
no, we
They-
can't
they-
get
Can't get
stuff from Dijon anymore.
Young anymore.
They
no.
they import clams from the Red Sea where I got these from. Another beautiful maize brain. I can't even pull that one off. This is I love mazes.
Thank you.
What else do you want to see?
Sticks.
Dicks. Okay.
Yeah, we want acros, Chris. Show us some acros, man.
I've got a question for you, Chris, when you get to your sticks. Just wondering, obviously you're running a farm and you've got thousands of frags, but how often do you crack one off?
Good question.
Oh, daily.
I,
How often do I break frags off them?
Yeah.
probably not.
I don't sell corals, acros anymore by the. I don't take a frag or a coral and cut it and heal it on a plug. I just frag to order. So some of these acros get fragged 3, 4, 5, 6 times a week, 10 times a week. All depends on the market and what the demand is. Yeah, I think there's a big myth out there about fragging acros more than once a week, twice a week, whatnot. I mean, we used to butcher them down to where there was a nub left, and we had more problems with them then. Now we are a little bit more conservative because we do the frag to order. Frag to order is a lot more beneficial to the coral itself, and then when the customer gets it, they can heal it and grow it. This is toxic Acropora, Florida. Jake Adams, one of Jake Adams' corals.
Beautiful.
Wow, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's what we call Oregon tort.
Mm-hmm.
Looks more like an enchilada, that.
Doesn't it look like an echinata the way that the branches
Yeah.
are coming off?
Growth pattern, yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
I'm having a hard time keeping this view box still. The water current's pretty intense.
You're doing well.
Question.
These are really just recovering since Milton. Not all of them are back to their full glory.
Like it feels like you get 2 years of grace and then another hurricane hits you. You get everything back on track and then you get blasted again.
Yeah, pretty much. This is the ACI Cherry Blossom. I love this guy.
Wow.
Okay.
And then right next to us, the
Rosario.
ACI Crimson. More ACI Crimson. Jake Adams Immortal Tort. Jake Adams Hardline Hoaxamai. That piece is gorgeous. I can't remember the damn name of it right now.
Massive.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Was that
I
one
like
of
that one right
Jake's?
there. Did you ever hear my story about stabbing corals?
Yeah.
You all ever hear the story about me stabbing corals?
With a
That don't wanna go-
screwdriver?
No?
No, go on.
Well,
No, please, yeah, tell us.
Please tell us.
So Jake Adam was over here one time, and we're sitting here, and literally the sump of this system here, we were like walking back and forth for like 2 hours, 3 hours. I think it was more than that. So here's the sump. I've got coral in my sump. I have a little bit of a problem, as a lot of people know. You got a big 600-gallon sump. It's wasted space if you don't have corals in it.
Yeah.
So this guy right here is the ACI Tequila Sunrise. It's a beautiful coral. It's got orange polyps, purple body. As you can see, we had our year-end sale. You can see all the frags I took off this coral. This is just one of our colonies. Well, this coral was growing forever, and it would not grow up. All it would do is puddle. And as you can see, it puddled around the base of the tile fairly well. Well, I got pissed that it wouldn't grow up because it was so gorgeous. I just took a screwdriver to it and started stabbing it. And
What?
right after I stabbed it, all of a sudden it was healing and new axial correlates were growing, and it started growing vertically then. So stabbing your corals that only want to encrust only promotes them to grow up.
Wow.
I said you stabbed it with a screwdriver, Chris, and you said no.
Say again?
I
didn't hear you. I don't have my earbuds. They aren't working. I can't hear as well. I'm going to try and go out here with my phone as you guys are talking.
So which one's your favourite in there, Chris? In that tank, in that setup? Which one's your favourite?
I have to say
Ooh, that's nice.
Dirty Insanity.
What's it called, sorry?
That one's called Dirty Insanity. That's got to be my favorite acro. And
That's
I'll tell
probably
you why.
aquarium, right?
Molly Aquarium. Vincent found this coral, and when he found this coral, he called me and he's like, dude, you need this coral. It is so stunning. I made so many frags off of it last week. Holy shit, the new axial correlates are fucking huge. How the hell did it grow that much in a week? I don't know.
Because it's not
That's
in
gotta be my favorite acro right now. I had a half-inch piece of it after Hurricane Ian, and 2 years ago, and that turned into that colony and that colony there. I also love. What's that?
Oof, that's nice. Go back to your right-hand side next to that. Yeah, the one with the yellow tips.
Yeah, that.
What's that?
Oh, that's the Jason Fox Flame.
No, the big one underneath it I'm looking at. Sorry.
Yeah, the one beneath it. The big bluey purple one with it. Is it yellow tips or are they burnt tips?
No, back.
This one?
To the right of that one, yeah.
Yes. No,
This
back.
one.
Yes.
This?
Yeah.
That's Acropora solitariensis.
Ah.
Is that die off or is it yellow?
Die off.
It's fucking retarded. That's all I can say. I've been waiting for that coral to come into its own for years. It was like the Acropora eating flatworm magnet. It was like my go-to. When I had to worry about flatworms, I went to that coral. If there was flatworms on it, the whole place got dipped. I've been doing my new fenbendazole food, and I haven't seen a flatworm on it since.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that, actually. You were talking about that with Keith, weren't you, the other day? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just fenbendazole. It's just a dewormer in the food.
Yeah.
I like this piece too, Acropora LCI.
Oof.
Beautiful.
I like that growth formation. That's nice. That's different.
I love the growth on that one. I love the strawberry shortcake right next to it. That's the original strawberry shortcake.
Absolute classic coral.
One of my favorites is this guy right here. It's ACI dark matter. It's turd brown, and people buy it. It's been shit brown since the day it came in, and it's people still, for whatever reason, buy it. I also like this Acropora kentai right here.
Beautiful. See, we don't really get the variety of species in the UK anymore. It just seems to be tenuous and millies that they want to import.
Well, that's because that's just flat out stupidity. Nobody even enjoys the beauty of all the freaking species of coral growing in the ocean. It's only what makes them money.
It's so hard to source them nowadays, just the classics.
Yeah. What am I going to show you next?
Well, we've been asked. There's a running petition, Chris. In the
What am I
comments.
going to show you next?
Chris, there's a running petition in the comments for the PPL.
Okay.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Get your tissues ready.
PPL is coming.
Is it?
I don't know. You tell me.
I will be. And that is flaptastic.
That's like magma, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah, the rim. It's normally got a pink rim, but it's growing on the other side of the plug, so the rim is not really showing its true color. I know everybody was asking about the chimera chalices that we had. Well, right there it is. I got a beauty right here. I'm not gonna even touch it. That is a spawn settled grown chimera chalice from Australia. Oh, wait a minute. Did I show you the wrong coral? I did. Here's the PPL.
Here we go.
You're teasing us.
Teasing us, testing us.
God.
There's the pink rim.
Yes.
That PPL needs to go to a doctor.
So many people
Say, doctor.
speculate as to what that means. Just use your imagination. Look at this chalice.
Oh, I am.
Yes, people are asking to see chalices. Oof. Look at that combo. Wow.
Oh, wait a minute. I got some rippers for you over here in the farm. On the other farm.
I've been holding a ripper for the last 2 hours.
What's that?
I said I've been holding a ripper for the last 2 hours.
This is one of my favorite myceliums. It's called the ghost eye. And then we got
Chris,
Mike. I call this guy Mike.
Look at that. Look at that. That's insane.
Chris, are
That's
you a
Mike the
purist?
mycelium?
Are you a
Go ahead,
purist?
what's up?
Would you allow some here? There are people that will allow chalices to grow into each other, and then you almost get like a graft. Are you a purist? Do you keep everything separate, or do you try that in your farm as well?
Good luck. I mean, chalices are not chalices. You know, how many different species of chalice do you think there are? You know, for you to be able to get two of the exact same species that will tolerate growing next to each other is pretty damn slim.
Chris, can I just look at the flow on some of these systems? They
flow?
are ripping, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
To use your words, your terminology. Yeah.
I run, okay, in this system here, I have a 2 horsepower return pump and 2 Dolphin Ampmaster 6250s. So that's
Look at the
about
size of this place.
I know.
Oh, hang on. I'll take you up. I'll take you
Fucking
upstairs.
ridiculous.
Paul Hughes had a picture. Him and Amanda had a picture from being here, upstairs. I when people come in from overseas and they want to get a picture of the farm and everything all together, this is where I usually take them. Is up the balcony, and now most of the lights are out, but this is the wild systems over here. This is the system I just bleached, and I'm revamping.
Fuck, man.
And then you got that where the lights are over there. That's one big farm system. Here's our soft coral system. And then through that door way back there is the grow out one.
Chris,
But yeah, that's an overview of the whole farm.
do you want to quickly show the people still in the live stream where my office will be?
No.
That's where you're sleeping, Drip.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, Chris.
Ron, you wanted to ask Chris about his packing station and his how he packs corals.
Oh, that's pretty simple. I'm on my way over there right now. It's so when we have orders, we have these 2 foot by 2 foot cubes in a pack out table.
Right.
And sometimes we can put one order in there. Sometimes we put 2 orders in there. Sometimes one order takes up the entire, packing table. Then we have these cement tote bins that you use in the mixed concrete. And we have our bagging station right up in front of us right here. And then we have the tipper tie and the O2 bottle. And the corals get put in the bags. They go into these black bins right here. These are we use these to pick hang on here. It's hard to see because it's dark. We just have egg crates when we're going for picking frags, different size egg crates. Of course, we can put like, I think 60 to 100 frags on this one here. They go into the pack out table right here. And then we bag them. And then they go into these bins. And then whoever's on the other side is clipping them with the tipper tie. We have a compressor back there for using the tipper tie. It's pretty cut and dry. It's simple. It's nothing special to our packing techniques.
Are you shipping every day or only certain days?
We ship Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, never Friday. I don't even like to ship on Thursdays because if the airline or whatever we're using doesn't get it where it needs to be in time, then the customer might not be able to get it that day on Friday. And I would rather not put the animals in jeopardy. Oh, I missed this.
Sorry, before you move on, Chris, can I just ask a quick question? So you're a believer of using oxygen in your bags then?
You know, I didn't use oxygen for years. And when COVID hit, and sometimes there was extra travel time, we started playing around with it. And now that we've been doing oxygen, I have way better survival rates. So yeah, I'm a firm believer in using oxygen.
Okay, thank you.
Noted, Ronald.
This is 100% aquaculture.
Oof. Oh my God, look at that.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Chris, do you make any changes with your packing depending on the time of year, i.e. temperature?
Do we what?
Do you do anything different with your packaging and shipping corals with the temperature, with the time of year?
I mean, the only thing we do different is, we use either heat packs or cool packs. Water amount stays the same. Everything else is exactly the same. It's just a matter of deciding on, okay, like we ship to, I think it was, according to you guys, it would be probably negative 15.
Minus
and people
15.
Is that Scotland?
What's that?
Minus 15.
I think negative 15 is like 0 degrees here, right?
Right, okay.
Fahrenheit.
Rock hard nips.
Zero Celsius is freezing. It was 0 Fahrenheit, and I've shipped into negative 10 Fahrenheit and not have any issues. It's just a matter of understanding how to pack with the heat packs that we have available. The heat packs are important, and making sure that they breathe is extremely important. So I came back inside. Do we all want to see more? I'm sorry, I kind of digressed.
If you
You
want
need another beer, Chris, I think. That's what it is.
How dry I am. I mean, we can always go back out then. I mean, we got till 7:30 until those lights are out. I just figure I'll come back in here and we'll switch me off of this one and go back to.
You got a suit jacket on, Drippy?
I got what, bro?
You got like a blazer on, mate. What are you wearing?
It's like a
looking quite suave.
He's looking quite dapper, isn't he? Just needs a pipe now.
Yeah. That's because he's looking for a job off of Chris. That's why he's dressed up.
Right. And it's worked, clearly.
He's in his interview gear.
I am the new face of ACI Aquaculture.
Wow. Just wow. Chris, thanks ever so much.
Yeah, mate, that was epic.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was amazing, yeah. Cool. Right, I'm going to get off again, guys. Thank you for that, Chris. Thanks for letting me back in, Tom. That were amazing to see.
No, you're fine.
Incredible. That pectinia, that mostly yellow one with the red around the outside. Oh, my God. It's supposed to be the same thing I've ever seen. Yeah, incredible.
You guys know who Than is from Tidal Gardens, I am.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Who?
He's like, when can I get a piece of that? I'm like, for you, Than, I'll break you a frag off. So I broke him a frag off. He wanted a piece of frozen lava. I broke him a frag off. The frozen lava was no issue, but Milton hit like literally 2 days later, and the yellow one died. And I'm like, well, I don't know if I can bust another decent frag off of it that I feel comfortable breaking off of it. So he's like, just wait and send it when you can break a frag off of that one. I don't like fragging Bacteria. They're a pain in my ass.
Right, Chris, see you later. Take care. Have a good
Little
weekend,
bit,
mate.
gentlemen. Enjoy. Merry Christmas all. Bye-bye.
Right.
Yeah.
Take care, buddy.
Right, we've got a couple of more questions from viewers, Chris, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
Let's have a look now. So, let's have a look. Bear with me.
What you mean you haven't got this?
Here we go. So, the next one is from a fellow hobbyist, a good friend of ours, Liam.
Liam here from Gills Aquarium. Couple of questions, if you don't mind. If you could go back to ACI when you started in your garage, what would you go back and change or do differently now? Secondly, Pop-Tarts. Are they a breakfast cereal? Are they a snack during the day? And what's your favourite shark? Thanks.
Brilliant, Liam. Thanks for that, mate. Chris, to answer that one.
I wouldn't do anything different because it was so basic and I was so naive that I learned so much that it was a great way to start because I got to learn a lot in the very beginning without spending a lot. So I don't know how I could change it to make it a better scenario for me. Yeah. There's still so much for me to learn, and I don't know. I don't think I could ever. I don't think I could go back and do it any different than what I already did. Because if I went back and was able to do it, am I in the same scenario that I was when I started it the first time? Because if not, okay, do I have more money then? Do I not have any money?
If you go back with hindsight, what would you change? Maybe if you know now what you didn't know then, and you started, what would you change? Anything?
I guess I would have to say no, I wouldn't, because I'm still using metal halides. I'm still using T5s. I mean,
that's true, yeah.
I can't think of anything I would change.
You're using calc immediately.
Oh, that's what I would do. I would instead of just using a straight calcium reactor like I started off with when I started ACI, I would actually incorporate calc-wasser into it. And then
was you initially 2 or 3 part dosing initially?
Initially, no. I used a calcium reactor. I used a Charan Jetstream 2 on my small little baby ass 300-gallon system.
So 2 and 3 part dosing's never been a part of your.
Oh yes, it was.
Oh right, it was.
Oh yes, it was, and that's where the money pit came into play. I mean, the thousands and thousands of dollars I spent a month on freaking dosing shit because when you're talking about having 2,000 gallons of water, if you got a 200-gallon system and you are packed full of corals and you already are going through a liter, 2 liters, 3 liters freaking alkalinity buffer, imagine 2,000 gallons and how much that shit can go through. I'd go through 5-gallon buckets of Julian Sprung's or Chris Wood's dry alkalinity powder a month, and we're talking a couple $100 just for that bucket, at my cost, which was, a pretty decent value for what I was able to get. But you break it down over the 1 year, it's a lot of freaking money.
How much salt are you going through a month?
Well, 4,800 euros.
What salt do you use?
Good question.
Captivate, custom, ACI custom salt. Nobody can use my salt. My salt's formulated specifically for ACI because yes, sir. How did you get that stuff? That's the good stuff right there.
It is.
It's super good. The purity.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Sorry, back to Liam's question for you, Chris. Pop-Tarts.
Sorry.
How's it? What's the score?
Any time of day. It don't matter. It's the best. You're hungry, grab a Pop-Tart. Microwave it. Toaster oven it. Put it in the toaster. Don't matter. I'll eat them morning, afternoon, night.
Oh,
I'll
thanks
wake
for
up,
doing that.
sleepwalk, and eat a fucking Pop-Tart.
And favourite shark? Favourite shark? Liam's got a bamboo shark in
Yeah,
an aquarium.
that's-
That's the question.
That's the backstory. Liam has a bamboo shark.
I have to say epaulet.
He would love one of those as well.
He would.
He nearly got one that day.
You mean you nearly influenced him to buy one?
No, I'm not taking the blame for that. Sorry.
It's a toss up for me personally. I love eppies because I love the fact that they just walk across the dry reef and find a way to a new water hole, and they go in, they eat some shit, they come out, they climb over top the corals, and they go back around. They're badass little fish or shark. But then I have to say my second would be the wobbegong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just
They're elusive. They hide. You don't know that they're there. And freaking gone. Sorry about your luck. You just got eaten by a wobbegong.
There's a couple of questions, Chris, that have just appeared in the comments. I'm going to throw at you if you don't mind. Peter Parr is asking, which T5 do you run, Chris?
ATI Blue Plus.
ATI Blue Plus. Okay. Is that the only bulb, or do you do a combo?
I started using the Geisman actinics. What the hell? I can't remember which one it is, but it's funny because the ATI Blue Plus and this particular bulb from Geisman are made in the exact same factory, the exact same place. And I got a whole batch of freaking ATIs one time, and they were all labeled Geisman. I'm like, So then I got a whole bunch of. I bought the last of Coral View over here in the U.S. Their last of their Geisman T5 bulbs. And they had a mixture of ATI Blue Pluses mixed in with the other bulbs with the wrong sleeves on them. And I'm like, oh, so they're exactly the same freaking bulb.
Yeah.
And I put them in next to each other trying to see if they were the same. And I can't tell the difference between the two. I think somebody knocked off somebody. And, at that point, they're both good bulbs. They both put out a really good, not quite a full spectrum, but you get that pop that I'm looking for, and you also get the intensity of light that I'm looking for because I have a lot of tanks or a lot of areas of the system that do not get any metal halide lighting, and they are very, very much so just T5. Amanda walked in the room.
Hey, we need to meet Amanda.
We need to see Amanda.
Amanda.
Oh, no.
I know she's trying to hide.
Hello. You're the brains of the outfit. We're hearing.
She didn't hear that.
Oh, dear.
They said you're the brains of the outfit.
Well, duh.
She said, well, duh.
Yeah.
John's got a question for
It
you.
was my hairbrained idea, but
Oh, no, she's sensitive.
she has been a very.
If you had a home aquarium that was full of coral, would you start dosing calc to it?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's a big hell yeah. If you had an aquarium at your house, would you start dosing calc in it?
I'd love Amanda to say that.
So if you had, they asked the question to you, if you had an aquarium
I
at your
did Red
house,
C4 part.
start dosing calc water. She said, absolutely.
The corals are happier.
Corals are happier. Corals are thriving, not just surviving.
Not to be too personal, but can I just ask how long? What's the relationship with your wife in terms of the hobby and the business? Has it been I don't know. I'm not going to ask you. When your first date, but at what point did she realise that your addiction with coral and the farming and how's that all worked as a family?
She didn't really know how bad the addiction really was.
Oh dear.
She knew it was there, but
Okay.
she came into. I was in PA, and she was coming in with a buddy of hers to set up her saltwater aquarium. And the shop that I worked for was Tony's Tropical Fish, and she came in and I helped her out.
You abused your power. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, she abused it. She's the one that she asked me out. She asked me out.
Really?
Yeah, she did.
Take her.
So I was helping her get her tank set up, and
Of course she was.
her and her buddy Freddie came in, and Freddie is an awesome guy. Been her best friend for a long ass time, and we still talk to this day. He's been a huge friend, bottom line. And she came in, they left, and Freddie's like, you need to go back in and ask him out then. So she came back in, she asked me out, and I said, oh, I'm going out with my buddies. We're going to go to a bikini contest at this bar called Fat Daddy's. And she's like, I'll go along. She came along.
Fat Daddy's?
Yeah. Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill.
Give me the address.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somewhere in York, Pennsylvania. I don't even know if it's called Fat Daddy's.
Who owns it?
But she went out and we watched the bikini contest, and she's like, that girl's going to win. And that girl won. And I was like, sweet. We sat there and hung out and had a good time. And that was our first kind of outing.
I got you into saltwater.
Oh.
She did. I was always into
Chris,
it.
the chair next to you is empty.
We need Amanda on
it's
the live
not a
stream.
problem.
Has Amanda ever been on any of your live streams with Keith or anyone like that?
Oh, she'll pop her head around the corner and say, hey, but that's it. No,
We
she's
want
not.
her sitting.
You're good.
He's like,
She got you into saltwater. Did I just hear?
I was always into it, but it fueled my real infatuation.
So really, your addiction and your obsession is her fault.
I could not have a saltwater aquarium at my parents' house, and I lived at home when I met her. My mom and dad told me that no way in hell are you spending any of your hard-earned money on a saltwater fish aquarium. It does not. Nobody can keep it alive. It's a waste of your money. You live in my house, you have no saltwater aquarium. So Amanda was setting up hers, and I knew a lot about it, and I helped her with it. And because of her, I got even more addicted and was able to.
We met at a fish store.
Yeah, she asked me out. We met at a freaking fish store.
This is reefing gold in itself.
It is, right?
Keep talking, Amanda. Keep talking.
What do your parents? What do your parents think now after they said you're not having a fish-only tank at home and spending your hard-earned money on a little tank, and now you have that facility?
Yeah, you have like the most famous farm ever.
What do they think now?
What do your parents think now that you're married to a man that you guys created the most famous farm ever? Your mom is.
Clarkson hasn't got a look at.
Yeah.
I remember that, I was not really, I worked at a freaking tropical fish store, and Amanda's dating a dude that works at a tropical fish store who really doesn't.
What a hunk.
Yeah. What a catch.
What a catch.
What a jock.
She helped me in a lot of ways in life, broaden my outlook on things. And, I worked at that fish store, and I could have kept working there, but it wouldn't have been suffice to, support a family and whatnot. And she pushed me to go get another job, and I got another job. I started selling her and Freddie. Got me a job at Circuit City, and that was all hell broke loose for me. I was like the #1 sales rep there. I just learned it and started kicking ass, taking names, and I realized that working for the man is not for me. Moved to Florida.
You worked at 5D.
Worked at 5D Tropical down here, which is probably the largest working fish farm in the entire country. The producer of all the glowfish that freshwater people get to see in their aquariums. They're the ones that do it. I was there right at the infancy of glowfish becoming available to the market. Actually, my facility that I helped them build when it was a local walk-in facility, when glowfish launched, we had 5 tanks full of glowfish, and all these shops came in and flocked and just took them all. It was like 5,000 glowfish gone in like 30 minutes. I have
to ask, though, do you ever fall out? Because you're mixing business with pleasure. So do you and your wife do you ever fall out?
Oh, hell yeah. We have moments. We have such a mutual respect for what we do, and we get sick of each other once in a while, but it always comes back to the love that we have for each other. That's all that matters.
I get sick of Tom quite easily, if I'm brutally honest. So I can't imagine working with Tom, let alone my other half, if I had one.
I thought you was your other half.
And Amanda loves the corals just as much as I do too.
She does.
So, I mean, she she was a fish person in the beginning, and she really fell in love with corals as she got to learn more about the corals. I mean, so much more.
Oh, I had to start pulling and packing orders.
Well, yeah, when she had to start pulling and packing orders. See, ACI started with this harebrained idea. Okay, our daughter went into the hospital, and I was working for somebody. Blah blah blah. And keep going through this whole thing. And when I got out, I didn't want to work for these people that I was working for anymore. And I borrowed 10 grand from the Discover card and spent that money on the systems that started the company. And she backed me up 100%. She was the breadwinner. She worked as a controller for a company that sold stone veneers. Actually, no, a boat trailer company. Then it was a stone veneer company for like construction. And she when she got laid off in the housing crisis that happened back in 2009, we didn't know what the hell we were going to do, and we just took ACI together to the next level. We went from being just buying from wholesalers to
deliver
import.
frags. You used to deliver frags with Isabel.
Yeah, I used to drive my daughter in my little Volkswagen Jetta all around the state of Florida. I'd pack up a whole bunch of frags in the morning, pack her up in the car. We'd sing lullabies the whole ride from here to across the other side of the state and drive down I-95 from 60 to Hollywood, Florida, stopping at all the shops, just freaking, hey, this is what we got. And people would start buying from us. And that's what ACI started.
We call that a Del Boy here.
A Doughboy?
Del Boy. Yeah.
Del Boy.
Yeah. Am I right in thinking the ACI is your children's names, the initials?
Well, it's their names, Amanda, Chris, and...
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. Amanda, Chris, Isabel, Isaac.
Right.
Okay, it was Amanda, Chris, and Isabel. And then Isaac came along and like, oh, how are we going to do this with ACI? And I was like, I remember who.
Do it the same as a plant. You do it the same as a plant name, Chris. You do ACEI.
ACEI.
That's what you do with plants when they've got a double I. You turn the first I into an E.
Is that the Scottish thing?
So it's just ACI.
Chris, Darren in the comments is asking, what we want to know a bit more about Amanda. What's your favourite fish? Oh.
What's your favorite fish?
My gems.
We have a bonded pair of gem tangs that was collected in Mauritius before Madagascar came about.
Cod and chips.
Yeah, British cod and chips.
Isabel's on.
Is she?
She's been on most of the time.
I got the coolest dad.
Good evening.
You should be so proud, Isabel.
How wicked is that?
I've got an amazing daughter.
Yes.
How brilliant.
And son. And wife. And cats. Hang on. Oh, and this is another thing. ACI stands for Amanda, Chris, Isabel, Isaac. When I first went to Indonesia, they all kept going, achi, achi. I'm like, what the hell is this achi shit going on? It's ACI, not achi. Well, I didn't even get told what ACI meant in Indonesia until I went my second time, and it means Aku Cinta Indonesia, which means I love Indonesia.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So how the hell did that happen? It just kind of was a coincidence. And
I love you straight away.
Oh, they love me over there. My suppliers are the best. I mean, they're like my family in another country, just like my Aussie suppliers like that, my Indonesian suppliers, all of them. Bali, all the way up in Jakarta, they're like family,
Do you only use the same ones, Chris?
I'm so loyal because I need to be, these people have helped ACI become what it is today. And
well, I'll get to meet them soon, won't I?
What's that?
I'll get to meet them soon.
Yeah, maybe.
Have you told Amanda?
If you
hired a new member of staff,
told Amanda you've got a new
Drippy's coming to work for us.
Starting Monday.
Hey, I just realized why you're called Drippy.
Yeah.
Because I'm a bit of a bell end, really. The truth hurts, but if you can accept the truth, life's all right.
if you like coral stinging each other and frag plugs glued upside down, then he's your man.
Listen, there's a few. I noticed a few things from your farm tour. There's a few things I need to change in there, Chris. If I'm honest.
I tell you what, at that point, just because
Yeah, get them halights out.
Yeah,
I like you, but that doesn't mean
it's not an LED in it, Chris. What are you playing at?
Think of the electric bill.
if you want to come over, you have to go through the interview process. I might have to tell you, don't let the door kick you in the ass.
Oh, I thought this was. I thought we'd already passed that.
Oh,
I don't know, I mean,
All right. Well, listen, I do. Do you drink
tough
tea?
boss.
no. What the
Oh,
fuck is tea? My daughter does.
Oh, fuck on. Kick him, Tom, for fuck's sake.
that's one of my skills gone.
No, I do. I actually, I love tea. I'm just messing with you. I didn't know that's a,
I can
you
swear
guys have tea
to
time over there.
That proper tea, not that Lipton shit that you're going to talk about. Iced tea. or something.
Lipton, what the fuck is Lipton? That's not tea. That's like some
That's
bullshit that the United States came up with, right? I need some Earl Grey.
Listen, Chris, we'll chat about it when we have the phone call, the important phone call.
No, you chat about it on your induction.
What, when I'm already over there? Yeah. When I say, Chris, it's too late. I can't go back, Chris. It's too late. You're going to have to take me.
Right, we've got a couple more viewer questions that got sent over to me, Chris. Are you all right for another? You ready for the next one? You all right? You ready?
Of course
you
he
good?
is. He's born ready.
You born
Look at
ready?
him. Born
Okay.
ready.
So we've had right. Let's go. So this is a shop in Yorkshire, not too far from me. A gentleman called Duncan from Yorkshire Reefs.
Hi Chris, I'm Duncan from Yorkshire Reefs. My question is about dormancy in Acropora, especially newly introduced frags or colonies. In your opinion, what causes them to go dormant? And do you have any tips on waking them up and encouraging growth, apart from just being patient?
Oh,
So I'm gonna guess he's talking about dormant, meaning you get the frag and you put it in your tank and it sits there, it polyps out, it looks happy, but it never grows. Is that what he's talking about? Is that did I get that right?
I'd say
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah.
I would say from my interpretation. Yeah.
Here's the thing with acros. If he is growing them under an LED that is using all the different possibilities for spectrum that that LED has to offer, and the person he got it from only cares about blue, that will stunt any acro from going from a straight blue light system to the high intensity blue light system, then going to a more natural type system where it's like a blue ramp up to white and then ramp back down to blue. That's going to stunt their growth big time, because they can adapt down in quality of light rather than adapting up in quality of light. So I'm not sure what I need to know more about his system before I can give him a good answer. I can tell you this. I have been getting acro frags through the Reefers Code trade, like we talked about earlier, through multiple sources. And there's some of them I don't even want them. I don't want them anymore because we're looking at like a year to a year and a half before they do anything. Like he said, before they wake up. And when I talk to everybody that I get these frags from, like Joseph Cachet and Sanjay Yoshi, Sanjay, like somebody uses his radions at 100% on all channels for 10 hours a day. They don't skip a beat when they come to my system because I'm using metal halides and I'm giving them that really intense lighting. But if the guy's growing them under mainly blues and it's LED blue, and then I go and put them under my metal halides, it's like they are trying to adapt back to what they used to grow under and what they should be grown under, and they can't do it. And it just takes them forever to go back to a higher, more full spectrum light or a full spectrum light. So I need to know whether or not he has a white light system with LEDs and he's getting these calls from someone with a blue light, or there's so many variables that are involved with it. It's really hard to say, but I kind of answered some of it, but won't be able to answer them fully unless I know whether it's a blue light system they're coming from, going to a white light system, or how everything's working. Plus the intensity of the lighting. I mean, some people grow their acros in like 250 par, 350 par, and they have a decent nutrient load in their system. Well, the coral's obviously happy growing and doing well in that, but if you take it to a low nutrient system with a higher, intensity of white light, you're going to stunt them. I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. So I prefer to get corals from somebody that's growing corals in a really intense lighting scenario, because they're going to go under a super intense lighting scenario when I get them. And if not, if I really want the coral that bad, I'll go through the 1.5 years of waiting before it even starts to do anything in my system. It's been very common for people sending me corals that they just don't grow for 1.5 years. Nothing that can be done other than tell everybody to go back to the old school days and put your freaking metal halides back up.
Thanks for that. We've got another one. This is coming from one of our co-hosts, actually, Josh, who's also on the network, who joins us on a Sunday normally.
He's hanging out his arse right now.
He's got a hangover. He's a fireman. He's a fireman. Went out on his work Christmas do the other night, and he's been suffering all day. Bless him. So thank me for this. But this one's from Josh.
Hi Chris, it's Josh from Josh Hill's Reef. Sorry I can't be on tonight to chat with you and the guys. One of the questions I wanted to ask you was, what's your one piece of husbandry that you'd say is probably the most critical to keeping your farm and your corals as healthy as they are? Cheers, mate.
Ooh, good question.
That's simple. That's so simple. And it's simple because keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, all this fancy schmancy bullshit we can put on our aquariums to make things better. I'm gonna bend over and they can kiss my white rear end on all of that crap, because it's a joke. I'm serious. I mean, I've been reefing for 30 years. Yes, Amanda mentioned, she really got me into it more because I was able to actually have my own reef aquarium outside of my parents' house, So when I started off, it was an undergravel filter and a freaking hang on the back aqua clear filter and a 1 T8 bulb. And I kept bubble corals, frog spawns, hammers, zoanthids, and I dosed kalkwasser. That was it. And I learned a lot about reefing just from keeping it so simple. It was literally stupid. I mean, how should this stuff stay alive with something so simple as what we were doing when all this fancy schmancy gear's out there to make your tank and life easier? Bullshit. It's there to take your money. It's there to make your money pit worse.
I get ridiculed, Chris, for having a Apex Trident still in a box, and I've had it for probably a year on the side, not used it. And there's a common joke that it's still in a box, but for me, my tank runs, everything is fine. I think it's fine. And I'm just always worried that the more I add to it, the more potential accident or risk I'm adding to the tank by not having control.
Chris,
100%, Thomas.
Chris, don't listen to him. He's just fucking lazy.
But sometimes less is more. Less is more.
What,
is it not?
Unless you're talking about
less is more. Thank you.
Yes.
Until more is more.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chris,
You
what was the last?
No, more is more of a fucking headache.
Can be.
What was the last fancy bit of equipment or fancy bit of reefing equipment you bought that you was actually satisfied with?
Fucking Apex.
And how long ago was that?
2019.
You run Tridents, don't you, Chris? You use
Trident. I do.
Yeah.
And the only reason I run Tridents is because it's hard for me to be able to monitor all my parameters all the time. And I know they're not accurate. I know they're pretty much shit, but at least I get something.
Nice endorsements.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I told you I don't have a filter.
We
don't give a shit, Chris. Believe
need
us.
another beer.
You can say what the fuck you want.
You need another beer.
They're great for the reefer that doesn't want to get the test kit out every day and test their water. They're great for the coral farmer like me that is stretched so fucking thin all day, every day that I can't test my water every day, and paying somebody to do it every single day on 9 systems is a chunk of change.
That can be my job.
So I still do it 3 times a week. And I have one of my employees, Devin, she does it 3 times a week, but at least I get every 6 hours, I get an alkalinity reading, and I get every 12 hours, I get a calcium and a magnesium reading. Honestly, don't give a shit about the calcium and magnesium reading. It doesn't make sense to me because I do an ICP test every single week. So I would rather just have the alkalinity aspect of it, but because it's Trident, you have to do the fucking calcium and magnesium test at the same time because they want you to buy their reagents. It's bullshit. Why can't you program this thing just to test alkalinity and leave the calcium and the magnesium on the wayside? Test it once a month.
Do you buy their reagents? You don't use
Jonas, you must be
ABC. Don't use those.
I don't use
Are you not allowed to tell us? You don't use him.
I have reverse engineered. I use is reverse engineered.
Right.
It's basically the Neptune, but it's
ABC.
ABC. It works just as good.
That's what I use.
While we're talking about controllers, then could you just walk us through quick about the Hydros, because we don't get that in the UK, but it does. I've looked at it several times. Ron's got a little bit.
I'll tell you what. The Hydros, the good thing about the Hydros for any reefer, if you need more than one module, so you got the XP4, the XP8. The XP4, the XP8 are the main brain, and then the energy bar. And then you got the Maven. You got, I couldn't even tell you all the different ones. There's so many of them out there right now. But the Maven is the one that does all your alkalinity, calcium, and magnesium testing, as well as nitrates and phosphates, which is great.
That's titration tests, is it? Probes or what?
It is titration. It's just like the Apex Trident.
Okay, right.
But there is, I can't remember which unit it is. I talk about this stuff with Jess, my rep, all the time. I can't remember which one it is, but the one unit that I want to get has a brain, just like the XP4, the XP8, both have their own separate brains, but they're all married to each other. So when you have a
collective
Neptune, you have the main brain, and that's the only brain you have. If that brain fries, guess what? You have to buy it.
Yeah, you've gone to shit. Yeah.
The great thing about the Hydros is, and this is what David wanted to do, was to make sure that, if the main brain, the XP4, fried, the XP8 would still be able to tell the XP4 what to do. And if the Maven fried, the XP8 would be able to tell the Maven what to do.
Like redundant.
So that way, exactly. And they're built like shit houses. I mean, they are so amazing in their build quality. They have seals. They're not just a piece of shit that costs $15. There's actually some time and thought, effort put back into them. And again, I'm not trying to say anything bad about Neptune, dude. I've been running Neptunes for 5 years now. I love them. I just don't trust every aspect of them. I wouldn't trust the Hydros 100% either. I am the control. I control the control. I will never relinquish my control to the control 100%. You can't. If you do, it's going to bite you in the ass. I know too many people that have just relied on it for so long. They travel a lot. The Apex does everything for them, and they come home one day and the Apex failed and everything's dead. At this day and age, with the amount of money we have to spend on corals and fragments and this and that, you can't rely on that piece of equipment to make sure that your animals are healthy and happy. I mean, you're better off just doing caulk washer on a freaking auto top off at that point.
Okay.
And
I think just because you've used something for a certain amount of time and all of a sudden you find something else that you find easier or you find better, doesn't necessarily mean you're slagging off that thing you was using previously. It just means that you found something else that works better for you.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I might sound a little, biased against this or that, but I mean, honestly, you know, the Neptune system has been a huge learning experience for me. If it wouldn't have been for the Apex, I wouldn't have figured out the pH dosing for kalkwasser. I wouldn't have done it. I would have never ever even imagined that that was something that could be done. And here it was, just an idea that Chris Wood and I were brainstorming about. He's like, dude, if you had a pH controller, you could dose, you know, in a dosing pump. I'm like, I got a fucking Apex. I'm like, I'll just buy a dose. So I did. And I started doing it. And I'm like, holy shit, are you kidding me? Holy shit. It's only taken 5.5 weeks for acros to puddle into a plug versus 8 weeks for them to puddle in a plug. And I'm dosing kalkwasser by pH. I mean, it was a no-brainer. I mean, you know, and you can do the same exact thing with the hydros. The only thing is, and this is what I learned, the Apex is better for this method because you have an Apex dose and not just an aftermarket dosing pump. That's the only downfall to hydros. And I've been busting David's balls about it all the time about saying you need to get a fucking hydros pump that talks to your, you know, that has a brain in it.
So, makes complete sense. Makes complete sense. Chris, we've got a couple of questions from people in the viewers, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So John Wright is asking, what salt does Chris use?
He's already answered that.
You already answered that one?
Captivate Aquaculture Custom Blend for ACI.
About earlier.
I was listening, Chris. Don't worry.
Listening. Sorry.
I never finished.
I'll be working on in-system soon, so I've got to know that. I've got to.
You have got to know that.
Yeah.
Matt, the Norfolk Reefer, is asking you, water change or no water change? What percentage? How regular?
I went almost 4 years without doing a substantial regular water change on any of the farm system. Yeah. Amanda's looking at me like, 4? Like, yeah, 4 years. It's at least 4 years, maybe like 3.
When you pack your corals, though, you're removing water, aren't you?
That's the thing. You know, I'm talking about it. When people ask me those kinds of questions, I talk about my farms. My wild systems get more water changes than anything else. But when I'm packing corals, we only pack corals out of one coral system, and that's the coral system that's got the highest alkalinity, that has no calcium reactor, and only gets kalkwasser dosing to it. And we take corals from systems that are in 8.3 DKH, 9.1 DKH, and we put them in this system that's 13.6 DKH, and we pack them. And the pH in all the systems is the only common denominator. 8.29 low, 8.35, 8.45 as a peak on all my systems. It all depends on which system it is. And the wild systems are the only ones that really fluctuate when it comes to pH that much, because there's always in and out, in and out, in and out coral. And when the systems are low on corals, the pH, the kalkwasser demand is lower. When the pHs are, when the coral systems are stuffed with corals, the pH demand, you know, the kalkwasser dosing is at a higher demand. So if somebody tells you can't take a coral from a 13.6 DKH and stick it into an 8.3 pH without acclimating, tell them to go shove the coral up their rear end, because you don't have to worry about it at all. It doesn't matter. The coral could give a shit. Coral self-acclimate. Okay, Jake Adams said it best. When him and I were talking about it the one day, he's like, coral self-acclimate. I'm like, that's probably the best description of the way you should acclimate a coral I've ever heard. And it really is. I mean, you never acclimate a coral by drip acclimating the coral. That's just redundant. It's just
floating.
It's
What about temperature? What about temperature?
No, they could give a shit. They don't care. They don't care. Temperature acclimation, pH acclimation, alkalinity acclimation, don't do any of it. Just take it out of the bag and stick it in the water that you plan on putting it into.
So is there no parameter you think you need to match, even salinity?
Zero. And here's why. Because that coral is only getting that parameter on the outside of it. What is inside of it? There's already water inside of it, right? So it has to pull that water into it. It's going to mix up anyhow. It doesn't matter. Just don't acclimate your corals. Don't waste your time acclimating corals.
What about dipping them? which is something I wanted to ask you about the farm. Because obviously Christian's left us now, but he's a big advocate in his sort of QT. So what does ACI do? What's your sort of process as a farm?
I didn't show you, but we have a little.
I was going to say, I'll be able to tell him in a week.
Yeah. Riley, you're the best. We have 3 100-gallon vats that are all in one system that we do our best to make sure that the corals that are going on the farm go through that system, and we monitor them, we dip them, we clean them, we make sure that they're, as pest-free as we possibly can. But I learned a long time ago that, pest-free, somebody guaranteeing pest-free. I got nothing for that because it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do. And I would say our quarantine process works as best as we can possibly make it happen. Is it perfect? No. I know some places that do some really harsh things to their corals for the acclimation process before they go on the farm, and about 50% of the corals make it to the farm. That doesn't set well with me. I get it. I get you don't want those pests and you don't want that stuff, but you seriously going to destroy the life 50% of the corals you think you're going to put on your farm, you're going to murder. Let them sit in that system, put them through a different process. There's got to be a better way. We shouldn't be, going through. They're not going to be coming into this country and in your country forever. There's going to be a time when we're not going to be able to get them anymore. And
put them in tanks with the right fish initially.
Yes,
we've got a question in a minute for him, haven't we? In the would you rather? I think we're getting on to time for that now. Do you not think?
I mean, I think we've eased Chris in enough for this game. Yes.
Okay. So I've got one more question to ask you before we go on to the next sort of topic. It's come from Sean, who was actually on earlier with another video question. Sorry, question for Chris: is the acro market in the US still on the up, or has it been overtaken by LPS? Good question,
viewer.
Well, we ever since we did our frag to order acros, we've been selling a ton.
Yeah,
the demand is there. LPS has definitely surpassed it.
Wow.
In my opinion, it has, especially from the wholesale side of it. I mean, we sell a lot more LPS frags than we do SPS frags. I would love that to be I'd love for that to be different because the fact that acros grow faster and LPS are really slow growing. I mean, we have some LPS acros that we have on the farm for 4 or 5 years before we're able to sell a single frag off of it. Acros, like 2 years max from a little 1-inch frag to a nice little miniature colony that we can cut, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 frags, depending on the species. So they're definitely better for the farming aspect is SPS. I still think we have a higher. Zoanthids kind of trump it all when you break it down. Zoanthids are very popular here in the U.S., and we sell a lot of our aquaculture zoanthids. I mean, I've got our chop shop zoanthids. I sell. We make probably 500 to 1,000 frags a week sometimes of chop shop zoanthids. So we're taking wild colonies, chopping them up into pieces, sticking them onto a plug, selling them dirt cheap. And people will take that all day long over spending money on a truly aquacultured coral that's been proven with lineage and all that stuff. So be it. I mean, that's what's great about having the option nowadays. But eventually, we're not going to have that option. It's going to be all aquaculture.
Am I right in thinking Amanda does a lot of your fragging?
She does do fragging, but she doesn't do nearly as much as she used to. But she can get in there and frag with the best of us. I tell you
Are you saying Amanda's got lazy? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying Amanda's
is he replacing
homeschooling? There's a lot of things that have to play with that. But if I put Amanda out there right next to me, up until this past year, she was doing a decent amount of fragging. I mean, last Christmas break that we had, she was over here with the acanthos And while she was over here waiting for the acanthos to spawn, she's over here cleaning up the farm. I mean, she fragged so many corals, last year. I mean, that was probably the most she had fragged, but she can get in there and frag with the best of them. I would say that she would frag better than most people that have been doing it.
Ask Amanda her most difficult coral to frag.
What's your most difficult coral to frag, Amanda? Acanthophilia.
No. The only species I've ever been really scared, only because we had so many really super high end ones we spent a lot of money on, were the bower bankies.
No, fucking bower bankies.
I've just never fragged one, so
fucking bower bankies.
Was you unaware that Amanda was fragging your bower bankies?
Oh no! I knew. But I actually learned from Nick Dos Santos how to tissue frag bower bankies, and I actually have about 40 pieces out there that are the best of the best from what I had the balls enough to do tissue fragging on when I decided to try it. And there's like 40 pieces out there that went from a little piece of tissue that was about maybe a quarter of an inch to a half inch to, well, I guess I'd say in you guys' terms, what you say is better, centimeter.
Yeah.
10 millimeters. Yeah. 10 millimeters. Yeah. What the fuck is a millimeter? That's so damn tiny.
Micro.
I can't even see it. I got so damn blind. I can't even see a millimeter.
Can measure it with Ron's cock.
It can make all Chris, it can make all the difference. Trust me.
Well,
all about a big hammer for a big nail.
Bower bankies are tough, but I kind of learned how to do it through Nick at Ultra Corals. My nemesis is the fucking mycediums.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay.
A farmed mycedium.
But you just can't frag those and put it.
No.
And
you
put
can't.
glue on it.
You can't take a farmed mycedium.
Listen to Amanda.
Listen to the boss.
Come on.
No. I mean, she knows you. She's just chiming in because she knows my frustrations. She knew how much I bitched when I would take my. Okay, you guys were all talking about Mike the mycedium back there, the one that was like that bluish purple with the bright orange coralite eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, that is. I named him Mike, and he's a mycedium. Because I was so sick and tired of these stupid Looney Tune names. I'm like, I'm just going to piss the world off. And that's Mike, and he's the mycedium. So we call him Mike the mycedium, just like we have Dave the Dipsastria, Eric the Echinata. I was in a mood one week, and I'm like,
that'll catch on.
It's going to catch on, Matt. Yeah.
I think that'll catch on.
I even have one called
Steve.
Dave the Acro.
So Dave.
Dave the Dip. I like that.
But mycedium, an aquacultured mycedium is not the same as getting a wild mycedium in, because a wild mycedium's been through kind of hell by the time it gets to you. When they're collected, they might be out of the water after they're collected for, hours or maybe a long enough time that the tissue on the underside from the growth, eventually, by the time you get it, is gone. So you still got the main up on the top, the tissue with all the coralite eyes, but all that tissue underneath, it disappears. So when you frag a wild mycedium, you're just cutting it down, you're making all these little, coralite eye frags. Okay, everybody says eyes, the coralites, just like polyps of a torch coral are polyps, not a damn head. Fuck that shit. I can't stand hearing somebody call a torch coral by head. I'll get into that in a minute. But so with the mycedium, when they grow out, especially when you grow them from a little frag that's from the wild, and as it grows, there's tissue on the underside of that coral as it grows. So when you go to cut that rim off that coral, this should be easy. Cut the rim off, and then you glue them down, and they fall off the plug. And then because they're slimy, and if you shave the tissue off the bottom of it, it stresses them out. If you don't let them sit after you cut them into the size pieces that you want, and then shave the bottom of them and let them sit longer, they most likely won't stick to the plug or they'll die. They're such a pain in the ass. I mean, the Raja Rampage, the ACI Plutonium, the Ghost Eye, the Mycedium. They're so big right now because nobody that works here has the kahunas to sit down and cut them, because every time people cut them and I let them sit into
So
a bin.
what's the trick? The trick is to cut them,
Let them heal. Then
dip them in some iodine, put them in a basket.
okay.
I think are we talking to the wrong person?
Chris, I don't think we need you.
Yeah, you guys don't meet me here. I'll give the headphones first. Go on. Here.
We want the brains, not the mouth. We want the brains.
The brains of the operation.
I feel like I've got the organ grinder, but we got the monkey on screen.
She's more cut and dry, straight to the fucking point. Me, I just go off on shit when my head goes. I'm a scatterbrain. I applaud her for dealing with me for 22 years.
Chris, I asked you a minute ago about the SPS and the LPS, which was the most popular, and you said LPS has kicked off a little bit. Do you think that's due to success of reefers or popularity?
I think it's a combination. Actually, no.
Okay.
Yeah, most reefers can't keep SPS. So LPS are always going to be more popular because they're a hell of a lot more forgiving than an SPS coral is.
Yeah.
Just like fish are not forgiving at all, but most corals are very forgiving, unless you're talking about an SPS. I mean, and the majority of what we import is not SPS. I mean, we get more LPS and soft corals in than we get anything else. I mean, I think out of 1,300 corals last night that we imported from 2 shipments, we had 30 acros and 7 Montes. Everything else was LPS.
What's the American market like on the soft corals?
Shit.
Is it really?
Yeah, people only go in the U.S. market. It's really frustrating for me because we get all these people getting into the hobby, getting out of the hobby.
Yeah.
And you got stores that have all this data from the time this guy became a customer, set up his brand new aquarium, and he's gone a year and a half later.
Yeah.
And I said, that's your fault. The store's fault. You set them up for failure. You didn't do your job. If you did your job correctly and you started them off like I started off, and like most reefers started off, especially all the OGs, they all started off with, a basic setup, not all this fancy schmancy equipment. They didn't look at the dollar figures they were going to make on all this equipment they were going to sell for this nanotank, and think about that aspect of it. When you spend $5,000 on a 30-gallon cube to get it rolling, that's ridiculous. I mean, you should be able to buy that damn nanotank 30-gallon cube as is.
I think people think you can buy success, though, I think, in this hobby.
I tell everybody, you want to throw your money at it, just give it to me because you're just going to throw it the note.
Chris, right, we're ready for the next sort of mind bender sort of part of the show. It's his. So get ready for this, if you don't mind.
Do we want to explain before? So in England, which you are not from, we have a few sayings here, because the name of the game, you will probably look
My
at.
ancestors kicked you guys out.
No, we stop you from taking over.
Do you know what?
Where are you now?
Maybe it's worth seeing Chris's face, his reaction to.
Well, we'll play the intro, and then Chris will probably have a really constipated, concerned, confused look.
Constipated?
What you mean? You mean he'll end up looking something like
he'll end up looking like one of his pectinias. Right, are we ready?
I was born ready.
Tasting. Nice teeth.
Yeah.
So the conversation is, you would rather eat your own teeth, which is the last thing you would want to do, clearly.
Absolutely.
Than. So we're going to ask you a series of questions, and you need to answer them by saying, I would rather eat my own teeth than...
And then your answer,
And then your answer, please.
Who came up with this, Riley?
We never promised you we were professional at all.
This is
Oh, shit. This is going to get interesting. All right. Throw it at me.
Okay. Are you
You
ready?
gotta listen to this.
I mean, Amanda can join in as
I
long
have
as
to
she.
respond. I would rather eat my own teeth than.
And then we're going to ask the
They ask
question.
me something.
Yeah.
You ready?
Mr. Meckley, are you ready, sir?
Are you ready for the first question?
I'm ready. I would rather eat my own teeth than.
Reefing
use-
related.
Oh, so. Oh God, you're gonna make me think.
Yeah.
Yes. This. You've got to keep it going.
Brutal honesty is
I
always.
would rather eat my own teeth than use nothing but LEDs.
Okay.
Fair answer.
I'll give you that one. We'll give you that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one.
I would rather eat my own teeth than buy
Fucking LEDs.
soda ash.
Ron, you can't say. Yeah, you can't answer LEDs.
He said soda ash.
Oh, soda ash. Okay.
Soda ash. Okay.
I would rather eat my own teeth than sell a freshly imported coral.
Oh, you wouldn't enjoy the shops in England, sir.
Oh no, I don't enjoy anybody that just thinks that treats them like a dollar bill. I think that they're. Well, I won't even go there.
Okay.
People know how I feel about that shit.
That's another
Give
story.
the animal a fighting chance.
Oh, yes.
Here we go.
I would rather eat my own teeth than take advice from.
We'll have names.
Did I really do it?
Name.
Do it.
I would rather eat my own teeth than take advice from RHF. You can figure that one out.
I thought you were going to say Tom.
Yeah,
So did I.
So did I.
I thought it was going to say Ray. Oh no, I won't say it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the clue, Rob.
It's all right. You look like you were struggling, Tom.
Yeah, I was for a second, but yeah. Anyway,
He is struggling because he's down to his last beer. He's only had 15, so he is struggling.
He's dehydrating.
Chris, can you send me one over, please? No. Right, next one. Thanks, Chris.
Wait.
Oh, you got it.
I've got it. We're good.
Go along.
Go on.
Oh, amazing.
Good catch.
Right then. Next one.
I would rather
I
eat
know
my
the
own
answer.
teeth than reef without
My wife.
algae scrubber.
I was going to say Amanda's got to be.
Whoa.
Oh no. Okay.
Algae scrubber.
The best. I mean, anybody that doesn't think an algae scrubber is worth their weight in gold has never used one.
I mean, I think they're shit. But that's
That's your opinion. Have you ever
I don't
used
even
one?
think it. No.
And how can your opinion even matter?
And the fact that his Christmas ears are bouncing up and down as he's.
You know,
Bob looks like that parent that's picking up his drunk children after a party. What has happened to you? I dropped you off and you were fine.
Yeah.
Now look.
I get people that say, "Well, what's the difference between an algae scrubber and a refugium?" I'm like, "Well, I'm growing in my algae scrubber the shit that I don't want growing on my reef.
Yeah.
But you're growing shit that doesn't even grow on a damn reef in your refugium."
So Chris,
one way of looking
an
at it.
impromptu question: refugium or no refugium?
Waste of money, waste of time. Actually, no. Refugium is a great addition to your ecosystem.
Yeah.
But if you expect it to reduce nutrients, you're naive because they don't do shit for your nutrients. They grow
That's
great.
fine to.
ponds.
What about your
Add
traces?
Your water. What's that?
What about your traces with your algae scrubber?
Gotta add
Supplement?
minor and traces. You have
I was
to.
gonna say, to your supplementing.
I learned a long time ago that, when I was what sold me on algae scrubbers years ago was I'm not even going to mention the guy's name that I bought it from, but the scrubbers that I use, when I put them on, it took 3 months for them to even catch up to the issues I was having. And then one day, you know, after week after week after week with these scrubbers on, I was still scrubbing algae off of frag plugs. All of a sudden, we scrubbed algae on a Friday. We came back on a Monday, and I'm like, holy shit, there's no more algae on the frag plugs. What the hell was different? Well, the scrubbers were growing the algae like crazy, but it took that long for the scrubbers to actually get the nutrients to be reduced to the point where they were not going to be enough there for all the frag plugs to have it growing on as well. And that was amazing because I went from having 2 employees, 40 hours a week, scrubbing frag plugs to, okay, what are we going to do with you?
You laid them off.
I didn't. We figured out things to do. There's always something to do around here. Trust me, there's always something to do around here.
Mm-hmm.
So everything was going great. You know, my nutrients were reduced. We were down to like 0.03 in phosphates. You know, we were bottoming out in nitrates. I'm dosing nitrates. And I'm like, you know, okay, so, you know, everybody complains about it. And now I'm dosing the damn things, you know. Then we ended up having to dose phosphates to the system because the scrubbers were stripping it out completely. And then all of a sudden, they started creeping back up. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? What am I doing different? I did nothing different. Started sending ICP tests off. 0 on every minor and trace elements that is found in the ocean. Gone. 0. Nothing there. And turned out that the scrubbers were just sucking them dry. And the biggest thing I noticed then was the corals weren't growing as well. And part of the problem is we had 0 copper in the water. We had 0 manganese. We had 0 iron. And some of the most important things for algae to grow and to produce their sugars like the zooxanthellae, they need copper, they need iron, they need manganese, they need gold. Those elements are super important. And that's when Chris Wood, Captivate Reef Blueprint, came out with the first generation of Isolate MT. Isolate MT is an evolution of minor and trace dosing for algae turf scrubbers. The first one, I think I still have an original Isolate Turf MT from 4 years ago in my office because Chris was formulating it by the data that he was getting from me. And that all evolved down to where MT is today. But minor and trace dosing was a super important aspect that we incorporated into the ACI method. I'm
not familiar with that. So are you dosing your traces for the algae scrubber or are you dosing your traces for the corals?
Both.
Right. Okay.
I figured this. If the algae needs the minor and trace elements, I can dose just 3 or 4 that are really essential. But then the rest of those elements are depleted. Is the ocean depleted? No. Why should my system be depleted? If my system is depleted, what am I depriving? What am I keeping my corals from? Am I keeping my corals from thriving? And are they just surviving? Because over the last 4 years, the microbiome of your system is more important than anybody ever wanted to talk about, for one. And 2, if you don't have minor and traces present in your system, your microbiome diversity is going to be a lot less because a lot of that microbiome needs specific trace elements to thrive in your system. And if you're depleted or not there, you're not going to have specific species of bacteria that are very beneficial for your system. And the majority of the bacteria that is important is a lot of Pelagobacter type bacteria, which is planktonic food for your corals. And also the microbiome of the coral itself is reliant upon the minor and trace elements that are found in the ecosystem we call an aquarium or a box, whatever you want to call it. It's an ecosystem in a box. In the wild, they're constantly there because of the the area where they're living. Most of the islands are volcanic islands or whatnot. They're getting all kinds of elements being, absorbed into the water column. I mean, hell, I've tested stuff where there's manganese that's like 20 times higher than it is in natural seawater anywhere else. But the corals are thriving. you bring them in and then they die because they don't have the same magnesium or manganese level. So there's a lot of things we don't know, but I think it's very important to keep minor and trace elements in your system. 100%.
So would you ever? Sorry,
Rob,
just a
sorry,
quick
Rob.
question.
Go on.
Oh, he's cut you off.
Go on.
Oh,
I was just about, would you ever consider cropping some of your algae off of your scrubber, blending it and whacking it back in your tank? Because you know that's where the traces went. Or would you just go, no, because it's tied up?
That doesn't, I have no reason to do that because if I do that, all my tangs that are in my tank are going to eat that up and they're just going to shit
just
it
blend
out.
it. If you blend it into it looks like phyto and then pour it back in.
I've never thought about doing that, but
I could save you a fortune there, Chris, mate, with your trace elements. I mean, stop. I just want to say, I've had a full bottle of wine, so I'm probably talking absolute bollocks. But
have you done the bottle? I saw that bottle. I saw you keep topping it up, Rob.
Brilliant. Come on, Rob.
Next
bottle.
Go and get another bottle, Rob.
Just an idea. Some of the best ideas come when drunk, I think.
I think the Rolling Stones said, didn't they, when they were smacked off their tits?
Anyway, no, it's just a thought.
Right, Meckley, Keith, evening. Thanks for joining
Hello,
us. Hope
Keith.
you're well, Keith.
I love Keith.
Hi,
We all love Keith.
Keith, number 4.
Keith would rather eat his own teeth. That is.
That's comedy gold.
Comedy gold. Right here. Get ready, Keith.
Are we still doing that? Is there more for that?
There's more.
Chris, we've got hours.
We haven't even
scratched the surface, mate.
Right, well, I'll just say I'm ready to duck out.
Oh, Ronald, pussy.
Well, are you all working tomorrow? Are you? Fuck.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks for coming on. Hello to Bernadette. Enjoy your weekend.
Legend, Ronald.
See you soon. Take care.
Really nice to meet you, Chris. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Very nice to meet you as well.
All right. Chris, over to you.
So I got to answer this one question. Does Chris like
read it out again?
Does Chris light his scrubbers with LEDs or compact high output T5s? I'm using a proprietary blend of LEDs on it, which was developed by Clearwater Scrubbers 5 years ago. I actually got a ton of replacement lamps and they're good for roughly 5 years. So I'm on the process here now of swapping out all of those with some new lamps. And I can actually tell that the light is not the same because I'm not getting the same nutrient export as what I used to get, but my minor and traces are still dialed in. So you can, light, minor and traces, a lot of things play a very important role in maintaining and making sure that you're good to go. Yeah, I'm looking at Keith. I hope you're giving Chris a break to go pee.
Yeah. Well, I've been impressed because you haven't had one yet, have you?
No. Maybe Amanda can take the hot seat if you need to go for one.
Amanda, they want you to come in and take a hot seat while I go to the pee.
Yeah.
Okay. I would rather eat my own teeth than dose.
Now, you've already said bicarbonate, so you can't have that.
No, I didn't say bicarbonate. I would dose bicarbonate all day. I just wouldn't dose carbonate. I would rather eat my own teeth than dose. God, I don't want to say this by name because it's a particular, it's the only company.
I think you've got it now.
Oh, you've opened the door.
He's basically
okay,
said
I'd rather eat my own teeth than dose no pox.
Ooh.
There you go.
I said it.
Right.
You want to add chemicals to your tank? Do it. I can't wrap my head around that when you can
Chris,
actually.
I think this game suits you, Chris. If I'm honest,
you're a natural.
It does. I'm enjoying this. I'm taking a quick 5-minute walk or 2-minute walk.
Mate.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Right back.
All right, mate.
Go for it.
No worries. Rob, what would you rather eat your own teeth than dose?
How many extra ladies' room?
Well, 15 beers. I suppose you're due one, ain't you? Really?
Yeah. I'm trying to think what I wouldn't dose really. I'd chuck any shit in my tank.
Is there anything you've dosed previously where you think, no, that's absolute rubbish?
I've dosed no pox before and didn't get on with it, so stopped. Got a bit slimy.
Yeah.
I
must admit,
I don't use carbon, to be honest. I'm not really dosing, is it? It's just
no. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I must admit, I'm now. So I run the Zeovit system, and I was under the impression that Zeovit, when Chris was mentioning the bacteria that make the cubes of bacteria that Matey gave him, I was under the impression that Zeovit was multiple strains of bacteria removing the excess nutrients, like what Chris was describing. And when he said it's a chemical, I was like, well, no one's ever really got to the bottom of what is in those blue bottles.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really tell you what's in them, do they?
No.
I'm still slightly confused about the cube thing. I think he means a container.
He's back.
It just means a container, doesn't he?
Cheers.
Wow, that was quick.
You're not drinking quick enough. That was very quick.
Cheers.
Oh, Rob, you've still got some left, are you? Still hanging on.
That's the last. That's the last of it. I've got another bottle. So
I think we need to see it opened and poured live on air.
You're like a proper enabler, aren't you, Triple?
Yeah.
That's what in the state of Tim when it comes to the Reefers barbecue.
I can't drink or do anything else anymore, so I get my enjoyment.
Take your pleasure in other people.
Get smashed up, yeah.
Right, okay. Chris, next one for you then. Sorry. So the opposite.
I'd rather eat my own teeth than not dose Kalkwasser.
I was going to say.
Hey, we knew that was coming. Yeah. We knew that was coming. Okay. All right. So we'll move on to the next one, which is an easy move on. Let's have a look. There you go.
We only pick 3. Are you freaking kidding me?
I did think that.
What is wrong with you guys? How can you fucking take a coral addict like myself and tell me I have to fucking pick 3 of my own corals and I would rather eat my own?
Never said
this. General. Go acro, LPS, and softies. That'll cover it.
I don't care about the softies. I do, but they're not my priority. I can get softies for the next 50 years because they're not CITES. It's the hard corals.
PPL, surely.
PPL's got to be in there.
I would eat my own teeth. I would rather eat my own teeth than be without.
Oh, I can see the cogs going around. I can hear him, Chris.
I would rather eat my own teeth than be without Dirty Insanity, Acropora bifaria, Ursula, Acropora kentai.
No.
Yes.
All right, okay. How many more? Just 3?
Got one more to go.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
It's saying common name and then the.
Yeah, I know. I've just realised. Sorry, Rob. Right. Thank you, Dad.
Papa Smurf Pectinia.
See, look how easy you found that. Look.
Smurf Pectinia.
Papa Smurf Pectinia, the blue Pectinia with the red centers. Actually, it's more rainbow.
Lovely, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was nice.
Okay. See, look how you see how he pushed back on it, but found it extremely easy.
Now I want to change my mind on all 3 of those fucking things. You guys pick 3 corals. I mean, come on, you're talking about a guy that's addicted to this shit, and you want to pick 3.
Next one.
I'm quite intrigued by this one, if I'm brutally honest.
I hate fish.
What?
Rob?
What the fuck?
I would rather
go and get that extra bottle now.
Yeah, you need it. Go and open the bottle of wine.
Here's the problem.
Palpitations.
The first contact live on the reefing live stream.
I love fish, but I'm learning a lot about certain fish. You just can't trust you can't trust any of them over time. They're all on the farm because they all start picking over time. So I would rather eat my own teeth than not have emerald crabs and blue leg hermits.
Wow.
No. I gotta change that shit because that ain't right. That ain't right. I would rather eat my own teeth than not have focus snails.
Do you know what?
Peppermint shrimp.
What about urchins? A fan or not?
Fuck urchins.
Because they just move your frags all over the place.
I hate urchins. I love them, but I seriously do hate them because they do that exact same thing, exactly what you just said. You know, the tuxedos.
Yep.
They're amazing for algae grazing. But they love to just pick up your fucking random frag and just carry it around and then drop it on top of something else that's gonna fucking.
Well, that's the issue. That's the issue I have in the DT, the grey. I've got a massive
Halloween
chorus wrasse. She's brilliant with.
We're talking about urchins.
I know we are, but she's a beautiful fish. But the point I'm trying to make is, if I had any other cleanup crew, she'd just smash it. She'd eat it.
Oh yeah.
So I had to go to urchins as an alternative, and they have been great. But the downside of that is they carry my gravel like substrate and just drop it on the SPS, and I'm forever using a pair of tweezers and getting the gravel out.
The amount of zoas I've seen growing off the back of an urchin.
Did you not ever see a turkey baster?
Yeah, we've got one. Yeah, we've got turkey basters.
Why don't you use that to get that out of the SPS? I mean, that's just
because I use the big substrate. It's quite dense and heavy, so it tends to land right in between the acro. So I have to physically pick it out. Anyway, right, next one. This is a bit controversial, Chris. I hope you sat down. So I hope
we wasn't going to put this one in, and then we thought, fuck it.
Yeah, there you go.
Are you fucking kidding me? You asked me that question?
Get in there.
You're right. You're only Chris Meckley. What's the problem?
Yeah.
That's not right. That is not right.
Yeah. I mean, we know it ain't. We know it ain't Red Sea.
Listen, no, you know.
I would rather eat than be sponsored by.
No, don't say.
The government.
Oh,
very good.
I could have just said Joe Biden. That would have been better.
Okay. All right.
You know what? Tell you what, we'll wait for Chris to get another 5 beers down, and we'll come back to that one.
Yeah, we'll come back to that one before we wrap up.
We'll
right,
come back,
okay.
We'll come back to that.
The last one on that I would rather is
my favourite question.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I would rather eat my own teeth than be without the reefing hobby because it keeps me sane.
100%. Here.
It's really a big part of balance in life. I mean, when you love this so much, if I was without it, I wouldn't be balanced. I mean, I've got a beautiful family, beautiful wife, kids, you know, I got to have something for me. And I'm fortunate enough that, you know, my crazy harebrained idea 18 years ago turned into something that has been able to provide for the family. And my wife has been able to be a huge part of, and she loves it just like I do. You know, that is no other thing I could say. I mean, that's sums it up right there.
Amen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Thanks for playing that.
Thanks, mate.
Appreciate that.
That was fun. I enjoyed that.
Good.
So normally,
I messed up that last one though. The one before that one, I was pretty fucking messed up.
So normally, what happens is we'll have hobbyists on that watch the show in the live stream quite a lot, right? So as it's the Reefers Network, we like to get multiple people on who sit and watch it every week, and we get and we have some other questions on there, right? Now, because you are who you are with your farm, we obviously, some of the questions wouldn't work for you.
Well, we can ask the question anyway. Amanda's in the room.
All right.
It would work.
So
we do it.
So we asked this question, and if you ever watch, which one was it? So Gil's Aquarium.
Who was on early asking a question, Liam.
Who's in the chat, right? We asked this question, right? And as it went round the room, it worked out that every single one of us had lied, right? And his missus was sitting in the room next to him, and she had no idea. So the question, Tom, if you want to present it.
And you need to read this out loud for Amanda to hear, I might add.
Okay. I would rather eat my own teeth than admit to the other half I paid. Oh, she already knows all that shit.
That's exactly why. I thought, you know, it's not going to work for Chris.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I tell you what, this is one of the things that I am very fortunate with what we do. She questions it, but she gets it
Yeah.
Like I can do whatever I want. I spent way more money on a rainbow confetti scully from Interfish in Australia, and it was sold for the most amazing amount of money I've ever seen a coral being sold for. The most I ever paid for a coral, and she didn't have a problem with it at all. And
what was that figure?
I was going to ask, can we have a rough idea on figure?
I'll tell you retail. I'll tell you what it was sold retail. $15,000.
How many?
$15,000.
Wow.
Amanda, is there any way you can send me a quick pic that I can send to them so they can load it?
Was it bought by a hobbyist?
Send it to me, and then I'll send it to Riley because you don't have them on your WhatsApp. I'll just send it to him real quick.
Who bought it, Chris? Was it a hobbyist or not?
A hobbyist paid $15,000.
Oh, wow, brilliant! Oh, he doesn't live in New York, does he?
No, he passed.
Oh,
he passed on it. He told me that he didn't have room at the time because his QT was completely stuffed. And
he
thought
he died.
Yeah.
No. I still talk to him all the time. He's good to go.
I thought you meant he kicked the bucket.
Shout out to Andrew and his fucking addiction to corals. I mean, Andrew has some of the most impressive pieces of coral I've ever seen in my life. I've been to his place. His big ass fish tank is mind blowing.
That is Willy Wonka's reefing factory, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Willy Wonka's reefing factory, damn right. I mean, and Andrew is a really good person. He's got a heart of gold, and he's got an addiction. If I had his money, look,
you'd be in trouble.
He wouldn't even be. I would be so far above what he has with the kind of money he has with my addiction.
Yeah.
20,000 gallons. What? I'd say 50, 60, 100,000 gallons. I'd have the biggest private aquarium ever found in the United States of America or the world.
Cool. What's he at total gallons in his house?
He's got 17.5. It's 17.5 for his main big tank.
Yeah, and then he's got about 150 other tanks, hasn't he?
He's got the 900 gallon drop down.
That's beautiful.
Stunning.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And he's got the 2,500 gallon that just started getting fish added to it. That's in his office. Then he's got all of his QT for fish, all of his QT for corals, his QT for clams, and he's probably got.
So he's got a clam tank, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got to have 25,000 gallons.
So the point I was getting at is in his house. Has he got more water system volume than you have in your farm?
Yes, he does. Now his main tank is 17.5.
Yeah.
Our whole system, everything combined, is 18.5.
Oh,
lucky now.
Yeah, it's a lot of water. I mean, it's
a lot of water.
Yeah.
Jesus.
For some reason, all I'm thinking of is that's a lot of salt.
Yeah, it just topped your LFS. Oh, 48 buckets, please.
I buy
on some of these videos.
2, 4, 6, 8. I buy about 10 pallets of high purity salt, just sodium chloride per year. And there's 49 50-pound bags on there. So I go through about 490 50-pound bags of salt annually, roughly. That's probably a little overkill. And then I have Chris send me all my premixes, which is everything but the sodium chloride. So he mixes it up to my particular specs of what I want on that batch and sends it down to me. It's ionically balanced, unlike a lot of salt blends. It is 100%.
What salt blend? Did you say there? What salt blends?
It's Captivate Formulate X ACI.
Yeah.
There's nobody else.
So that's everything but sodium chloride in that.
What's that?
Sorry.
So what I get from Rob.
So you buy sodium chloride and then Chris gives you everything else. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because
right.
For me to have Chris send the sodium chloride to him that means I'm paying a decent chunk change more. Shipping is
Yeah.
not cheap. So when I was talking to Chris after COVID, he said to me, he's like, when I do your salt blends, I'm not buying a salt hopper to blend the salt. I would rather you just buy the sodium chloride from the source I recommend you to buy it from. And that way you're getting the purity of what I would put into the blend anyhow. But I will send you the premix, which is all your majors and minor elements. And that has been huge because I actually can get a 50-pound bag of sodium chloride for around $8.50 delivered to my door. And that is with the premix enough to mix up 250 gallons of salt. Now the premix is not cheap because Chris is very anal about all of the products, all the raw materials that go into it. The purity of it is at minimum USP grade. Some is AES grade, which is about as pure as you can get without it being the raw element itself. And that to me means a lot because when you break it all down, impurities in raw materials can destroy your entire ecosystem, and you'll never know what and when and where and how it came from, where it came from, because by the time it gets to be toxic, it's too late. And if you think that buying cheap raw materials to dose your tank with and whatnot is saving you money, let's see what happens in 6 months to a year or
So
longer.
would you say that the salt that you are adding to your tank all the time is just a bigger factor, but doesn't really get spoke about as much as when people ask you, what are you dosing? How much calc?
Man, anybody that says they buy cheap salt, I say, well, the cheap salt's the lifeblood of your entire system.
Yeah.
If you needed a blood transfusion, would you, and you were O negative, would you put A positive in your body? Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Chris, just quickly, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, is there anyone that you would like to be sponsored by?
No.
No?
No. I don't want to have somebody telling me
you can't say this, you can't say that, you can't do this. Yeah.
ACI is ACI. We are who we are. I want nobody to donate money and then expect something in return because I'm not going to promise anybody anything. I am not.
You're not for sale.
No, I'm not for sale. We are not for sale. And if that's the way I look at it, we are going to do what we want to do, how we want to do it, when we want to do it. Nobody's going to change my mind about that.
Just for the record, if anyone's watching this, I am for sale and I can be.
You quite have to haul yourself out.
Yeah, not even strictly reefing either. Just I am for sale.
I'll give you 20 grand a year.
We've got a couple of we've got a couple of the questions from a couple of people, if you don't mind. Oh, what you sent me now? Have you sent me this picture? Oh,
what the fuck is that?
Oh
my fucking god! That looks.
What are you looking at?
Oh, you sent me from Amanda.
Rainbow confetti.
Wow.
How
long ago did you sell that?
August, September.
Oh, that's the 15 grand.
Mate.
Yeah.
Is that the first one you'd ever had?
Nobody will ever see that coral ever again. You'll never see anything like that again. Every Scolimia or Homophilia australis is unique in its own way. That coral was in Don Gilson's spawning system for Homophilia australis for 3 years. That coral was the ugly duckling that was added to the spawning system. He had masters and bleeding apples and reverse bleeding apples and crazy war paints. And they're like, if we're going to spawn these, we should probably have some ordinary ones in our mix. So they put this ordinary red one in there. And over 3 years, it turned into that insane beauty. And I offered it to Andrew. And unfortunately, he didn't have room for it at the time. And he's like, man, if I had room for it, I'd buy that in a heartbeat.
Did he see it with his own eyes, though, or did you send a photo?
I sent him a photo, and then I sent him a photo of it the day, literally, 30 minutes after it arrived in our facility. It was like this big around. And I'm like, snap. I'm like, here you go. Have you ever seen a homophilia
So
australis?
did you know you was getting that, or was that in one of your shipments, or did you actually know you was getting this?
Oh no, I knew I was getting that because
right.
Don Gilson at Interfish in Australia he's like my father from Australia. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, he's such a good, close personal friend. On
Yeah.
top of the fact that he's a diver, he's a coral geek. And when they posted the photo of it on Facebook, I was like, damn. And they had been offered a crazy amount of money for it from a guy in China. And they were going to send
probably eat it.
Are you ready to see it? I can share it. You ready?
Oh yeah.
Turned out,
fuck me.
There you go.
Unfucking real, right? And that's not even the best of the best on the photos when I see it. Like it's such a stupid nice coral. I was so happy that the guys, the shop that bought it from me, they personally came over and picked it up, and then they were personally carrying it on the plane to take it to Texas, where it was going to live it the rest of its life.
So you know those films where you see, where you see the guy with the briefcase and it's handcuffed to his ankle.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is it still in Texas today?
As far as I know, I haven't heard anything about it since after I knew it was going to be delivered, personally by the owner or by by the salesperson. They were literally flying him out there to deliver and put the coral in the tank, which I thought was very awesome, very respectful.
Yeah.
What size is that? 4, 5 inches?
No, 3.5.
Very tiny.
So what is that? 10 centimeters?
I mean,
not even that, is it?
8 centimeters.
I mean, if he's killed it, to be fair, he ain't going to tell you, is he?
I don't want to fucking know. If somebody killed that coral, they can just keep that information to themselves, because that coral's was thriving in a system for 3 years, then came to my system, lived here for 4 days, and then they had it for a week or so, and then they took it out there. If that guy killed it, I don't even want to know about it.
So I've got a question for you. If you got that in and you looked at that and you couldn't believe it and you said that is never for sale, right? Would you ever, after it's growing day on day, year on year, would you ever frag that? No, never.
Never would I ever frag something so unique and beautiful.
I would rather eat my own teeth than frag that.
I would rather eat my own teeth than frag that coral. Correct.
Amen.
100%.
See, you know the funny thing is, you're going to wake up tomorrow and Amanda's going to be talking about something, and rather than say hell no, you're going to go, I would rather eat my own fucking teeth,
and then throw them back up before I would cut that coral.
Here's a challenge, right? Because who did you say you're doing a 12-hour live stream with? Sorry,
it's Salem on
Salem Clemens Reefers.
So Salem is never in a million years going to have watched this. Your challenge, Mr. Meckley, and I will be watching, is at some point you on that live stream have got to
go eat my own teeth.
Salem, I would rather eat my own teeth than.
A comment that says that would be perfect, because my scatterbrain won't remember that.
They could go on the
Amanda's like, what did you say? It could go on the what? The bingo card?
Bingo card.
Oh, it could go on the bingo card.
There you go.
Salem's got a bingo card we're putting up, and that's a good one. I like that, honey.
All right.
I would rather eat my own teeth.
Or an ACI, I would rather eat my own teeth Acropora.
Say it again?
An ACI, I would rather eat my own teeth than Acropora.
Yes.
There you go.
Right, I've been sent another picture by a lovely, she's very, Very, very helpful. Amanda Meckley.
Oh, she's lovely. She's lovely.
Lovely.
She's
I don't.
lovely.
She's been brilliant.
She's my favourite.
She's my favourite of the Meckleys so far.
She's my favourite.
Yeah.
You're the favorites. I just said it out loud. You're the favorite.
And we've been sent this picture.
Wow.
Dirty insanity.
Nice.
Shaggy.
Yeah.
Shaggy.
What's Chris's method of madness? What's your secret
for that coral?
Yeah.
Patience.
Is it calcwasser and halides?
Oh yeah, calcwasser and metal halides.
That
has 0 LEDs over top of it. It is all T5s and metal halides fueled by calcwasser and sodium and potassium hydroxide.
Wow.
And a calcium reactor. That's it. It's that simple. There's live rock, an algae scrubber, a protein skimmer, calc dosing, calcium reactor, metal halides and T5s, 12-hour photo period, 5.5 hours of metal halide. The rest of the time is strictly T5s. Simple. All going on and off by an Apex energy bar outlet that we
So that gets no blue supplement lighting whatsoever.
No, we run ATI Blue Pluses.
Blue Pluses,
yeah, like T5s.
We run those for 12 hours a day, and then we run the halides in the middle of that for 5.5 hours.
Right. Cool.
John is asking me to ask you what
Favorite coral food?
Yeah, where did it go?
Well, you're too fast, mate. You need to calm down on the trigger.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look down there, up, up.
That one.
Yes.
Sorry. What do you feed your corals, Chris?
You can tell them.
Are you using what? Well, he doesn't do any videos anymore, does he? He stopped them on the YouTube because I was watching them for.
I gotta do them with him. Him and I need to start that.
Yeah.
Back up.
I've got
Integrate Reef.
I've got Invigorate
for SPS.
Yes, and I've got Propagate.
Propagate is amino acids.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I have never
So
seen.
what do I feed my corals?
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
No. What were you going to say? What were you going to say?
Do you feed your corals?
What I was going to say is, out of all the foods I feed my SPS corals, when I add this to because you're going to probably, and please by all means tell me if I'm doing it wrong.
Please do.
So I've got a 50. I don't.
Yes, you do. He does.
It just turned up one day like a baby on the doorstep.
I now have
it's like that phone call when I was on and you didn't know it.
I now have my own name on his spare bedroom. His missus has agreed to let me have my own name on the spare room.
Anyway,
so he calls out your name when he's with the missus.
Well, I'll have to ask.
Bit weird.
Trippy.
Anyway,
you got that. He's been doing this shit to me all day long.
Shut up. So this is really strong shit, isn't it? This is really strong. You don't need a lot of it.
You talking about me?
Yeah, you don't need a lot. I'm talking literally like tiny amounts. Yeah.
What are you talking? Aminos.
Well, both of them, because when I feed it, so what I do is I put it in my frozen food, which is a mix of ocean plankton and whatever else that's in there. It's the same one that Rob uses. I put this in, and the response I get from the SPS is insane. They just secrete this, they just
spaff,
whatever you want to call it, They just go nuts.
It's amazing, Chris Wood is such a smart guy. I talk to him sometimes and I feel like, okay, dumb that shit down for me a little bit.
Yeah.
I've known him for so long. Stop. I talk to Chris sometimes. It doesn't happen as often as it used to, but I've known Chris for 18 years. And I learned so much from him. And when he tells me he's doing something and here's why he's doing it, and then the explanation in detail, I love that, because it just makes it, the value of the product just shine, and the actual worth of the product of the product. And his Invigorate Reef, his Integrate Reef, and his Invigorate Planktivore are spectacular foods. I still use Reefroids. Reefroids, when I stripped my nutrients out of my systems from the scrubbers that Rob seems to hate, that never fucking used before. I had to dose dose phosphates. I swore by using the foods other than the Captivate stuff, because it was way before Captivate, and Reefroids and some of the other foods out there help to fill that void. And I'm not saying anything bad about them, because, we all need to dose, something that, not always, but in a lot of cases, we need to either dose phosphates or nitrates. And there are certain foods that are out there on the market that are really good for just giving you that little bit that you need without going overboard. And that's a really good thing. So you're doing it more naturally than having to dose like potassium phosphate, which I used to do. Now I don't do any of that. I use ammonium bicarbonate, and I use I use calcium phosphate, because I always have problems with the calcium level. But if I need to add phosphate separately, but the food that Chris put on the market, I use, because we have all of our reefs, all of our systems that I showed you guys, they're all mixed reefs. There's LPS, SPS soft corals in every single one of those 12-foot by 6-foot tanks. So I do a mixture of aquacultured zooxanthellae algae, which is locally grown by Aquaholics Aquaculture, Samantha. She's got an amazing product out there. There's multiple species of zooxanthellae in it. And I also use some phyto, 6 species of phyto in there. And we also use Calinus, which is Piscean energetic, PE, Calinus. That goes into our food. And I use about a half a cup in 1,000 gallons, 2,500 gallons of Integrate Reef, which is the broad spectrum food for a mixed reef tank, which has got basically a combination of Invigorate Reef and Invigorate. And that's the main food that we feed to our system. We mix that all up into a concoction. And then I also use the fenbendazole laced flake food for flatworm control. And honestly, I could be happier with the results we've gotten from that. And that just gets done once per week. We used to do it twice per week, but we backed it off after we didn't have as many employees. And I haven't really noticed a difference in the growth and the health of the animals. So once a week.
So SPS, LPS, soft corals will all be fed the same concoction.
Yep. And if they don't like what they have available to them with the first squirt that comes through, then they have the whole entire water column that is just polluted with food. They can grab the particulates out of it that they feel is that they can grab that is going to sustain them. Survival of the fittest. In the wild, you ain't getting anything specifically given to you. You're going to get whatever the fuck is in the water column. Yeah. So that's what I'm not going to baby you. I'm not going to make you feel special because you're an SPS coral and give you Invigorate Reef.
Yeah,
I give a broad spectrum of food. I don't have the time to do
specific diets.
It sounds a bit like your attitude is the same as my mum's when we were younger. If you're hungry, you'll eat it.
Damn right. Fucking eat, you're gonna
starve. Chris, I keep getting messages from this person, Amanda Meckley. Again, I've
heard of her.
Pestering you.
She just sent you she's sending you a picture of the frozen lava.
What is this?
Oh, that's baby acanthophilia.
Wow.
Mama just sent you baby acantho.
Yes. What size is that? What are we looking at?
That's pinky nail.
Right. Okay. Wow.
What is it, 6 months, Amanda?
not even quite.
It's not quite pinky nail at that size. It's not quite 6 months.
Oh.
But that's just one of our babies. We got like 13 or 14 acantho babies in there. It's not as easy as people think it is.
No.
Good luck. Go ahead, spawn those corals. Enjoy that time. Amanda and I had a blast with it. But it really
Robbie's spawning corals.
Yes, Rob's spawning corals at the minute in the UK.
Robbie's, yeah.
What are you spawning?
Rob's not as stupid as he looks.
Yeah, I mean, I look incredibly stupid, but Aussie millies I've got spawning.
Ah, cool.
So I'm just starting.
So
with
you
the
picked the
basics.
easiest fucking coral in the world to spawn.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Chris.
I'm just messing with you. No, that's more than what most people can say. You know, Acroporas, from what Carrie O'Neill, you guys all know who Carrie O'Neill is?
Yeah, I know Carrie. Yeah.
Okay, she's, in my book, she's the queen. The queen of spawning corals. I love that girl. She's actually going to come on to that next week, that 12-hour marathon on Sunday.
Well, we're British, Chris, so we probably say Jamie Craig's is slightly just.
Yeah, but Carrie's kind of running circles around how many species are actually spawned and settled. So I love Jamie too and what he's done. You know, but Carrie definitely has spawned more than anybody in the world.
He's the king.
Okay, so Amanda just goes, she's the queen, he's the king. But
that's good. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll settle for that.
We'll accept
king and
that.
queen from two different countries.
Yeah.
I was about to delete you from our email chain, but
Well, I mean, I wasn't. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't, Chris. Don't worry, mate.
There you go, just a one email.
Let's show you this one. Come on.
Oh my god!
Wow.
So is that a spawned coral?
No,
Right.
it's just an import.
Just
an
an
import.
Yeah,
just one of my suppliers saying.
Found it in the bottom of the box somewhere.
You
Yeah.
did.
My God.
Some of these shit these guys send me just blows my head. Don't forget Richard Ross. Yes, Richard Ross helped me a lot as well. He gave me some pointers, gave me some ideas. Richard Ross is a good dude.
So what are you spawning, Chris? Just out of interest.
We only spawn one species so far. Now I've got baby torch corals that pop up that just spawn like January, February every year. That's just a common thing, but they're brooders. So they come in gravid with larvae in their tissue, and they
and they just spaff them out. Yeah.
You know, they get their rocks off, and we got baby torches 6 months later. You know, I mean,
Very jealous.
That's the easy coral to spawn. When you talk about acanthophilias, good luck. Anybody wants to do it? Well, we wrote the book. I'll help you out as much as you want to, but it's not easy. What's his name? Vincent. Worked with Jamie Craig for years. He messaged me. He was over in. Oh, I didn't say a word.
Please carry on.
Y'all weren't listening anyhow, so I'll just keep my mouth shut from there.
I was just
take another big and carry on.
I forgot I'm not supposed to say anything about this particular thing that's going on right now, but I helped them a good amount with spawning. That's all I gotta say, and it'll come out in like 3 or 4 months.
I get the feeling your wife off screen is just going, "Shut up."
Yeah, shut up.
She does that shit a lot.
Oh, get that.
Papa Smurf.
Yeah.
La 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 la. Come on, yo, G, start singing along.
La 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 la
la la la la.
Another beer, folks.
Rob, where's that bottle of wine? Where's that second bottle of wine? I haven't seen it.
Not,
Rob,
cracking
where
it,
is
mate.
that second bottle of wine, Rob? Where is it?
That is awesome.
Not happening.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Just wow. Wow.
Yeah, it's lovely.
That is very, very peachy.
How quick do they grow? Are they quick growers or not?
Put it this way: I got this pectinia in June of 2020.
Was it that color?
The bluish green body was exactly that.
Right.
But the coralite eyes were just red.
So this has surprised you, has it, over time?
I said if I ever get to release this coral, I'm calling it Papa Smurf. And I had a customer that wanted it. It was a pretty decent sized pectinia. It was about this big. And back in 2020, when COVID hit, Indo had just been relaunched and able to export. How much do you think a coral like that was going to sell for? And a pectinia, mind you. I was like, ain't nobody gonna fucking pay this kind of money for this damn coral. And one of my customers is like, I'll take half of it for $500. And I'm like, well, zip. Cut it in half, sent him half of it, and he was super happy with it. And he called me like 6 months later and said, hey, you got any more of that pectinia? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, I killed mine. I'm like, well, guess what? You can have one when I release it, whenever I release it. Oh, come on, man. Nope. As we had it, Amanda kept taking shots of it, progression shots of it, and it's just developed this beautiful rainbow center coralite eye. And I was like, well, I'm still calling it Papa Smurf.
Have you seen that coral look like that with those colours anywhere else?
Never. And I don't know if she sent you the frozen lava pectinia.
I'm coming on to it. I'm going as fast as I can to Meckley.
My God.
If you get a chance to go talk to Paul, say, what's your favorite coral at ACI Aquaculture? And he's going to be like, hands down. He's got pictures. He'll go back through his phone and be like, this one right here. I need this one. He's like, Chris, how can I get that coral? I'm like, you can never get that coral unless somehow, way or another, I can get 2 sightings permits that are from ACI Aquaculture directly to your facility. This is called the frozen lava.
Wow.
I just thought that the name fit it well. I hate the fucking name game, as you guys know, but it looks like
is that green
with ice on the top.
Is that greens or yellow coming through the middle there? Through the dark red in the middle?
Yeah, right in the middle, you mean?
Yeah,
right in the middle.
Exactly. How stupid is that? Ryland, it is that stupid. In person, this photo, you'd throw the photo.
I'll see it next week. Yeah, I'll see it next week.
Yeah. Hey, just don't arrive into Orlando Airport on Wednesday of next week because your ass is going to be fucking sitting there.
Thursday, I can do Thursday. I'm good for Thursday. Do you know
Thursday
what?
works. Thursday works.
I've only ever seen the Space Invader with my own eyes, Pectinia. Rob, have you seen any other Pectinia than the Space Invader?
I've seen the red one. I don't know what it's called, and the yellow one, obviously. But yeah,
Space Invader Pectinia is, that thing's been around for a decade.
Yeah, Space Invader is reasonably common, isn't it?
It's we still sell a fair amount of it, but it's a stunning piece of coral. That the contrast from the coralite eyes to the body of the coral is just like.
So, are these Pectinias are these for sale at the moment from your facility?
No, but I actually seen this photo that Amanda took of the frozen lava, and I think frozen lava is about double that size right now.
So, will they ever be for sale?
Of course. Patience.
Everything's got a price.
If you don't have patience, you don't deserve it.
Yeah.
Because
you know what? That's a good point. How can you be so addictive with the hobby in wanting like all these corals and have patience? Because I've always thought this it's like a contradiction in itself. You've got to be a bit of an addict in terms of.
Well, that's where I'm.
I know, but I'm talking like with corals, and you want like if like my tank. I mean, Christ, I've got way too many frags, acro frags in it. But the point I'm making is that you want them all, or as many as you can get. But then, how do you then balance that with the patience of letting them grow and letting them settle?
I don't know a reefer that's found that balance. Put it that way.
Do you know what I mean?
I enjoy them so much. I could care less if I make $1 off them. But I know I need to, so that's what drives me to actually make them.
But also, there must be a personal pride in seeing you take them, you look after them, you care for them, and then you give them out to people knowing full well that's come from you. You've done, there must be a massive sense of pride in that.
It is. You're exactly right. There's a huge sense of pride in it, and I know pride's one of the 7 deadly sins, and I try not to, talk about how proud I am of what we do here, but it is known, and I don't have to say anything. I mean, the dedication that we put into what we do is second to none. I mean, there's very few people that have this drive, passion, desire to enjoy them. You got hobbyists that have big ass aquariums. I mean, Rob's got a big ass aquarium. He puts patience and passion and drive into maintaining it. And it's a little bit like on steroids for me. I import the corals. I know I have to sell the corals. When I put the corals on the farm, the hardest thing for me to do is release it available to you guys to buy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's the God honest truth.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt.
I have
Letting
a
go of
hard time letting go of my babies.
Yeah.
My wife's
Talk to me about this one, sorry, because from memory, this is a. Oh God, I'm gonna.
Go on, make yourself look a total dickhead.
No, I'm not. This is the one that Jake Adams used to go on about. No, it's not.
Oh,
no,
brilliant.
Okay.
Get in. Lovely. Perfect.
Okay. Jake Adams loved this coral. Okay. But Jake Adams had gotten a piece that was grafted, 2 different shades.
Right.
This is ACI Hero Coral. I have all of the same DNA from the same exact colony right next to each other. And I've got about 5 mother colonies that grow like this. And I've got 3 that grow like the original colony that came in. This is super unique. I mean, these coral lights, like, I don't think, how big do you all think that piece is?
You're going to tell me that's tiny.
Is it a couple of inches?
It's at least 6 inches. So each one of those coral lights growing is probably 1 to 2 inches.
Wow.
That's actually fairly big. That piece, and the thing that's awesome about this, and I don't ever do this because it would break my heart to see me break one of those big long coral lights off and then just stick it to a plug and then watch it encrust and then regrow. Because then I don't know if that original coral light would ever regrow again, or if it would start plating and just shade it out and just ruin the entire beauty of the piece of coral. We have this real tight growth pattern that it grows in as well. Yes, exactly. Successful reef aquariums. It is Turbinaria herenensis.
I was going to say that.
No, you wasn't. Don't fucking
I was going to say
no,
Turbinaria.
No, you was not.
This is actually one of the only Turbinarias left. Turbinaria reniformis, Turbinaria herenensis, Turbinaria mesenteriana. I don't even know if I pronounced that correctly. I say it every fucking time I say it because I can't pronounce it. Turbinaria peltata is no longer Turbinaria. It is Duncanopsamia peltata.
Right.
And Duncanopsamia bifrons. There is no more Turbinaria bifrons than Turbinaria peltata. And this is, because of the smaller coral lights, it is a Turbinaria herenensis.
Wow.
Whereabouts is that from in the wild, Chris?
That came from Meckley, Australia.
It's very unusual, isn't it?
If you saw, I wish we had a picture of the other mother colonies that we have, because that one there grows kind of in a plate in a cup, like a chalice, with these big spires sticking up. You have it? She's going to send you a picture of the other.
She? You mean Amanda, your wife?
Amanda's going to send you another picture of the other growth pattern of the same coral with the same exact DNA.
Amanda, when I start working next week I will not allow him to refer to you as her. Okay, don't worry.
He said he's no longer going to allow me to refer to you as her.
Thank you.
She said thank you. And
you're welcome.
Bad Meckley.
These are just insane that I'm just blowing up now. I mean, wow. How you don't walk around with orange glasses on.
I thought you were going to say a hard on.
Yeah,
I did actually.
glasses. I hate the fucking orange glasses. That's like a false sense of reality. That's like, looking at
Tom looks at himself in the mirror naked in orange glasses, don't you?
I'm gonna say it's like looking in a curved mirror naked in orange glasses. Going, damn. Oh, wait a minute.
I mean,
that is ACI's Firestorm Platy Gyra maze.
Wow.
That's fucking insane.
They're awesome.
It is fucking insane. We've been farming that fucking coral for what, 10 years?
Nice.
Yeah. And this doesn't do it any justice. These are booger-sized frags. They're fucking 3/4 of an inch. If we had a picture of the mother colony, as it grows out, the yellow in the middle is great. But then when it gets to the edge and you get that red and then that orange and that gold and that green all in the growth rim, the only reason these frags look this badass is because this is like a booger that was growing out and you see all the colors of the growth rim. When you see the mother colony, all you see is these kind of colors in the growth rim, but the interior super intense. And it is a platygyra, not a paragoniastria. That is the key. Paragoniastria is what everybody kept saying. That's paragoniastria. Even my buddy Jake Adams told me that's paragoniastria. And I'm like, Jake, you're wrong. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. And then finally, after he got it and watched it grow out, he's like, I didn't even know platygyra came in these kind of colors, but check this coral out. You're right.
I certainly don't come in that color.
No, and that's good because I wouldn't want to see it all fluorescent.
Otherwise, I'd have to go. I'm just going to get a drink.
Right, I've got a couple more that Amanda sent me now. I'm just going to try and send to me. I mean, this one is just absolutely... Has it not come through yet? I don't think it has yet. No, sorry. I'm having to email them to me. Oh, it has. I mean, just talk to me through this one, Chris. Jesus Christ. How long have you got corals in your farm that you've never sold on, that you've just literally gone, this is too good to sell, and kept on, kept hold of for yourself? Or is it, is it a case of it's a business, so you've got to pay the bills and, you've got to...
Hundreds. Hundreds.
I mean, this looks something out of
there's hundreds of corals that I have not been able to sell yet. Oh, you talk about that fucking elegance coral that came in. That thing was just stupid. The red, yeah. I mean, how can you not like Indonesian elegance corals after you see that?
Yeah, that is stunning.
And Ryland's not here. He wouldn't even be able to stand up at this point in time because he'd be embarrassed.
Yeah, he would have pushed the desk over.
He'd think it's the new PPL.
He'd have knocked Tom's hat off.
Oh, wow. Yeah. God. So do you not get to a point where you're going to do, aren't you? You want to keep it for yourself and you collect it, but you don't want to sell it. But then,
I used to have a real problem with it. And then I learned the hard way that that's not the best way to go about things. That I need to learn that only what I must have for my farm is a must keep. Everything else needs to be spread out and keep a piece of something if I can, and watch it grow and enjoy it. But when you're talking about something like this amazing elegance coral, there's just nothing I can do. I can't frag that coral. That coral is impossible to frag because it's a cone bottom elegance coral from Indonesia. Cut it in half. Yeah, you can probably see it.
Yeah. What has your other half just sent me? Christ, I need to get this posted. Sorry, I'll let you know.
The fact that you just send him, he's like, oh Christ, I need to get this fucking posted.
It's just like I can't talk for all reefers, but personally, I like the ramp up, the ramp down, because you get the blues on and you get to look at certain colours and you can see. I don't know. I've always used to run T5s, and the tank I've got downstairs, I couldn't run T5s. People that know my tank, it's built in with the pelmet, so the heat was too much for the T5s to get too hot. So I went to the coral cares, and that's why I started looking at people that did reviews on coral cares. You talked about them years ago. Sam, who I talked about earlier, Parker's Reef, talked about them. I went to the coral cares. It's quite a white light. But I like the blues because at certain times of the day, because I think it gives you a bit of, I suppose, reassurance if corals are coming back to life in terms of colour, because you can see it before you see it under a white light. Would you agree, or
say that again?
So I run a white light. I run a very white light in my tank downstairs. Yeah, but what I like from certain times of the day with the blues is that you can see certain colours coming out of the corals that you wouldn't normally see under a white light, especially corals that have maybe browned out that are starting to colour back up again, and that can give you confidence that the coral's getting better or healthier by seeing it under a blue light that you wouldn't normally see those colours through a white light.
I mean, I can understand that. I respect that too. I mean, I look at my corals most of the time in the middle of the day when the peak light's on, and I don't even get to look at them when they're on blues. Yeah, and it's like a treat for me to look at them under blues because it's like, oh shit, where did you come from, subtle color? I mean, I think having a balanced light schedule on your tank is just super beneficial. And if you don't have a ramp up, ramp down, and I don't care if you have it with your fancy schmancy bullshit LED fixture that's got all these fucking programming that goes off its app all the time and you have to reprogram it constantly. I would rather just see some people using supplemental LEDs with some white T5s or some metal halides that are on just straight up on off timers. Why do we need all this fancy app bullshit? I mean, if I had to use all the apps on all the shit that was in here, it'd be, I'd fucking pull my hair out.
Don't do that. You'll end up like Tom. Doing well, mate. Doing
Nice
well.
head of hair.
The nice head of hair,
Yeah.
Oh.
Right.
Easy life. Look, no grey there. Easy life, Chris.
Oh no, I got gray. You just can't see it.
Right.
There's plenty of it.
Oh, this is
Jesus
this one
Christ.
is absolutely, this is the best one I've been sent, Amanda. Thanks for this.
It's the best one, Amanda.
Which one?
I mean, I'm not an LPS
Waiting
fan.
for his slow ass to get it put up.
Holy smokes!
You cut most of it out.
Because I have to get it onto that size screen, which is there.
Boom! That was unreal.
That is insane.
By you saying that, I'm guessing it's no longer with you.
No, it's in Puerto Rico
Oh, right.
Really?
at a collector's
On
house.
holiday.
No, it's there for good. I don't want it back. I do.
Chris, I can remember. I hope you still do this, but I've watched quite a few videos of you going around the events, and you've picked your best coral of the show.
Yeah, we have this thing with Reef Builders. It's called the Meckley Awards.
That's
Yeah,
right.
I saw
the
that,
Meckley
yeah.
Awards. Okay.
Jake Adams and I used to do that. We started doing it the year he passed away.
Right.
We started going around. We were Aquashella. We would go around and Jake and I'd go around and we'd fucking pick the best 3 corals in the entire show. And Jake would put an article together, put a video together, and we'd go through and we'd talk about all these, these 3 top corals. And I thought it was awesome when, the Reef Builders crew came to me and said, we want to carry on, what you and Jake started. We want to carry on with that, but we want to call it the Meckley Awards. And I'm like, okay, Reef Builders Meckley Awards, and that's how it's been set up. And so every time the Reef Builders crew is going to be at a show, and I'm going to be at a show, we go through and we pick out the 3 top corals. And it's not necessarily a coral that is this insanely beautiful. Yeah. It's not about the species. It's not about the color. It's about the uniqueness of that individual coral as the reason why we, Jake and I picked those corals for being the top 3 picks of the show. And that was the thing I loved about Jake. Jake was, he didn't give a shit about the color of the coral. I mean, some of the corals that him and I would pick as the top picks were like fucking turds. And most people, why did you pick that? I had a better looking coral in my booth right next to it. Yeah, well, guess what? Everybody and their brother has those corals with those same fucking colors. We like this because its growth pattern is so unique, and people like you don't like it. Ha!
What was the last number 1 Jake chose? Can you remember? Hey, I've done you there, haven't I?
Oh, he's gone now.
I've done you.
I know it.
Sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to show you up, mate. Sorry.
No, you're okay. You're okay. I'm just pissed off that I don't remember what it is right now because
stick a pin in it. We'll come back to that.
Yeah, we'll come back to it.
I remember the show. I mean, the last show that I was with him at was in Aquashella in 2 years ago. It was in August. And he brought the entire fucking OG reefing community together and had an absolute blast going around finding, the top 3 picks. I don't know why I'm saying it. I think it was a Paleozoa grandis that I actually have here at the farm because Jake was fucking a geek with Paleozoa grandis, and he would go to the shows and find one polyp that was just super unique on a green pattern and grow them out. And I when I was out there, when the studio was being cleaned up, and then Windsor said to me, she's like, you need to take all these Paleozoa grandis. Jake said that you were the only one that even loved them like he did. So I brought all the Paleozoa grandis back here. I think there's some nice sized colonies of them now. I'm going to release them eventually, but I think it was a Paleozoa grandis, but I'm not 100%. You can't hold me to that.
Is that Aquashella always in the same place, or does it move around?
No, Aquashella is Dallas, Chicago, and it used to be Orlando. Now it's going into Daytona, but I think it's going to go back to Orlando next year. I don't know. The people that used to run it together don't run it together, so I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
And Machna, we lost Machna. All right.
Reef stock. We got reef stock. That was Jake's show. And, as far as I'm concerned, as long as reef stock doesn't die, I'm happy. Because so many. What's that?
The soul lives on.
Sorry, I was just going to ask, which of these tanks is Drippy going to be working on next week?
Well, all of them, with my capabilities, obviously.
It depends. Nobody gets to touch my systems.
You can chuck me in the deep end, Chris. I'll swim. Don't worry.
I mean, I'm sure Drippy's got some, good experience, but when you come to ACI, if you can't pass my basic, simple tests,
you would believe the amount of tricks you've got, mate.
Pass.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, what do you reckon it'll take? 30 seconds to get the sack or a minute? What do you reckon?
Say that one more time.
I was just having saying to Tom, what do you reckon it'd take? 30 seconds, or do you reckon I'd last a minute before I got sacked?
Who?
Me.
By you.
Those you got at least a week.
So those tanks are on breeze block.
You probably have longer than that. You're how old are you?
Believe it or not, and I know you will find this really hard to believe, Chris, right? But I was 41 a couple of weeks ago. I know.
How old do you think I am?
38.
29.
You guys are fucking amazing. Are you fucking kidding me? I smoke all y'all.
Tom's
ask him how old he thinks I am. That will really entertain everybody.
Yeah.
I say you're 44.
Oh. On the money,
Chris.
my man.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've had You've had too much
Were
alcohol.
you being fucking serious thinking I was only 38, 29? Or are you just fucking trying to kiss my ass?
He's trying to kiss your ass.
I'm trying to kiss your ass. Have I got the job or what? Have I got the fucking job or what?
Sure, but don't be surprised if you piss me off and I fire you.
I'll cozy up to Amanda and she can go, no, he's going nowhere.
She already said you're hired, so
oh my god!
I always thought Amanda was the brains, honestly.
It's not Pink in the brains, it's Meckley in the brains.
Meckley in the brains,
it's Meckley in the brains.
That's it.
Not Pinky in the brains. Meckley in the brains. And you're the brains.
Oh dear. So these tanks we're looking at, Chris, these look like they're on breeze blocks that we call in the UK, sort of like on stilts. What's the foundation?
Concrete blocks. Cheap. It works. And a jack will just hold it in place, and you can slide new ones in place, and the saltwater fucks them up.
Happy days.
Why spend money on some fancy smancy stand that's going to fall apart eventually anyhow? Saltwater sucks. Saltwater is the devil to everything around it.
Well, we do have a well-known reefer who's in the chat who says that saltwater is nature's glue. So, salt creep. Sorry, salt creep.
It's still.
Salt creep is nature's glue. You're right. If I have a drip on a bulkhead, just leave it alone. Salt creep will take it.
Yeah, seal up. Yeah.
One-arm reefer, we call him a one-arm bandit. He will be absolutely in his element over you saying that.
Yeah.
Who? One-arm bandit. Well, one-arm reefer.
Yeah, one-arm reefer.
Yeah, oh, there he is.
Yeah.
What's going on?
That'll be it now. You wait. We won't need the end of that.
Yeah, you don't need two arms to reef.
Right, so Chris, while Tom's doing this, Peter Parry has asked, Chris, have you ever tried the Marine Lux? There you go.
10K T5. Nope.
Okay.
Sorry. Never tried it.
Move on.
Yeah.
I like 10K Light. 10K Light is one of my favorite lights. Ooh. Tropic Thunder. Feel the thunder.
That's Tropic Thunder. Yeah.
Lightning and thunder.
Yeah.
Is
that a popular coral, Chris, from the farm? Is that a popular?
We saw a lot of it. It's such a beautiful I love to see the growth and the contrast from the main colony all the way to the growth rim. That purple edge just it's such a spectacular piece of coral. I showed you guys that out in the farm when I was out there earlier. I went over top of it. And somebody yelled Tropic Thunder. Was it you, Rob?
I think it was Tom.
It was Thomas. You did? Yeah.
I love how I'm getting Thomas.
How the fuck you knew the name of that being here in the U.S.? I guess you guys have shit being sent to U.S. Tropic Thunder over at sea.
Chris, you've been on the stream. You've been on the stream long enough now. I feel like you can call us by the nicknames if you want. Tom's nickname is actually the Onion. Because
he's full of layers.
No, definitely not. No, he's got a head like a fucking onion.
Oh, wait a minute. An onion is full of layers. You can't be just bald and called an onion.
This one's not.
You didn't take that shit from Shrek?
He's been in a few horror movies,
I got some theories as to why they call you Drippy with some of your fucking comments earlier in the green room. Drippy.
It's more likely to be droopy than drippy.
Yeah. True.
But droopy doesn't fit drippy.
Droopy makes it sound like Droopy makes it sound like it's bigger than what it is. So I'll take Droopy. Yeah.
Also, Drippy sounds like you might have some sort of STD or some shit.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Oh dear. Oof. Very nice.
Jake Adams' pick of one of the baddest ass paleothograms you'll ever see.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, that thing's they're fucking retarded. Unbelievable.
Chris, what's the top 3 corals requested from your farm from people who's buying from you?
What are the what?
What's the top 3 corals that are requested by people buying from you?
Drunk Monkey,
Right.
Lorax Zoo, Dirty and Sandy.
Wow. Wow.
Drunk Monkey is the Dipsastry I was talking about earlier.
Yep. Yep.
I'll see if I can get Amanda to send you a photo of that. Actually, where's my fucking phone? She should have it. Where did she do it? Amanda.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you can't speak to her like that next week.
No, give it a couple of weeks.
Hey, I'm gonna.
No worries.
I'll be right back.
No worries.
Oh dear. We're still here, Rob. You all right? You holding on?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Yeah, I'm just debating whether to crack and have a bottle open.
One of the comments earlier said, it looks like Rob needs a Horlicks.
I think that Dave.
I think he would die. Dive. You keep
Dive.
saying it. Oh my God. I don't know. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it now. What we in? Nearly 6 hours.
What do you mean now?
Yeah, I mean 5 hours 45.
I'm fresh as a daisy.
Shall we keep going? Let's keep going. Let's push on.
Yeah. Let's try and outdo the 12-hour one he's going to do in a couple of weeks.
Because I'm going to take you to Liam's to get some lights in morning.
Oh yeah. Liam,
Where's he gone anyway?
Pardon?
Where's he gone?
He's gone to get his phone, I think.
I think he's nipped at Lou.
Yeah. Might have done.
Of all of the streams, this is the first one I managed to catch live. It's in 5 hours.
Quality.
Make it 6 hours almost. Made housework prepping for Christmas flyby. Well done. Thank you very much, Practical Reefer. And thanks to the 32 of you that are still watching.
How brilliant.
How brilliant. After 5 hours and 45 minutes. I think we hit 80 at one point.
We'll have to refer to Ronald as the pussy from now on.
Pussy.
Pussy.
Yeah. Scottish.
Oh dear. Guys and girls in the comments, if there's anything you want us to ask Chris, please throw it in that we haven't covered tonight, because I know it's been an epic one for all. I know a lot of people are going to watch it back and probably regret to say, we should have, would have, could have asked Chris.
Can you imagine how many misses or how many girlfriends or how many wives have gone, are you still fucking watching that?
What?
Yeah, we're just having a recap with the people in the chat, Chris, just sort of catching up with people saying, is there anything that we haven't covered that people want to ask you?
Yeah.
So we've got a few more for you here. So Ryan's Reef is asking, could you please ask Chris if he's involved in any coral propagation rehabilitation initiatives? We kind of touched on that a little bit earlier in the show.
I would love to, but I don't trust them. I don't trust that the money's going to the right place. I've seen too much bullshit. I've asked questions and I get fucking looked at like I'm the devil. And honestly, it's disheartening because it's all about this. And I look at people that are saying they're doing all these good things, but when they get asked the hard questions, can't fucking answer them. Fuck you. You're taking the money, you're making your pockets fucking fat, and you're not doing the right thing for the animals themselves. If you were really a non-profit, you wouldn't drive around in a fucking Mercedes that cost $150,000. Your house wouldn't cost $500,000 or $1 million at that fucking point. And you'd have a fucking coral system in your place that would actually keep corals alive. Instead of asking me, somebody that doesn't have fucking credentials, how to keep a fucking coral alive. That shit pisses me off. So that's a sore subject with me.
I have to agree with you because sadly, not just coral restoration. When I was doing a I don't know, am I going to get all political here? I hope not.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. I was raising money for a mate of mine who was doing a London Marathon, and he was doing it for cancer research. And as I was walking around the building site asking for donations, there was a geezer there who a lot of his family had suffered with cancer and blah blah blah. And he was a really lovely bloke, and he went, "I will never ever give them a penny because 90 or 85% of the donations all go to in the office pushing pens, and all the, like you say, all the people that are so-called directors or run them companies are all on very nice salaries." And the smallest amount goes to the actual research, sadly.
You know, there's a lot of really good people that I know working for nonprofits. And,
Yeah.
you know, then there's a lot of people that are above them that are fucking living life way better than I could ever live. And I never got a fucking handout in anything for anything I've fucking done. And I can't stand these fucking people that take these handouts and claim they're doing a good thing. And then there's nothing fucking good being done for it. You know,
you take and jobs, don't you?
All the time, yeah. Whenever I can get it. Beggars can't be choosers.
Chris, come on, tell us about this. What is this I'm looking at? What glorious coral is this?
It's the drunk monkey.
The drunk monkey?
Oh, that's the drunk monkey.
One of the top 3
That's the drunk monkey.
Nice.
Wow.
I wish I could have found a photo of a big like a mother colony of it. That's on like a 2-inch or 4-inch tile. Because as it grows out, even more color pops into it. It's badass.
And how did you come up with that name? What's the story behind the name?
I don't think it took that long, if I'm honest.
I don't know. I gotta fucking ask Daniel about that one. Daniel's my manager, and he's just like, "We're calling this one the drunk monkey." And I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah.
I didn't ask any questions. I don't particularly give a shit.
Why not?
Cool.
The name sounded cool, and I knew Daniel put a lot of time and effort into it, getting it to where it was to get it on the market. And if he wanted to call it, you know, I couldn't say what I was going to say.
You can.
If he wants to call it drunk monkey, great. If he wants to call it, you know, she swallowed, then great.
Oh, yeah. Now we're getting somewhere.
I've got a question I need to throw in from we've got a couple actually. We've got one from a shop, and they filmed this live actually today in the shop up. God, don't question me. Geography.
Oh, where is he? Not Witness.
Yeah, they are Witness,
Witness?
Liverpool sort of side. So apologies if the sound is a little bit distorted in the background, but hopefully, Chris, you can pick out the question to you. I'm going to throw that in now for you.
Reefers Network from all of us at the finest aquatics, all the way in the northwest of England in Widnes, Cheshire. So my question for Chris is all about nutrients and keeping those stable. So you're doing things on a bit of a larger scale than we are here. We've got these 900 litre or so coral trays. We're finding nutrients bottoming out. We've got a few fish in them, tangs for for algae control and RAS, for picking at any pests that might make it through. And we feed those every day, but we're still having to reach for the bottle of these NIOS products to keep those nutrients stable. We're using the Hannah checkers. Tested daily in the morning. So I'm just wondering if you had any other experience. Are you guys dosing nutrients like this? Are you stocking heavier with fish? Have you tried like ammonia dosing and found that to be better? Are you feeding heavily maybe with things like reefroids or phytoplankton, which we do a little bit of, but we're still, like I say, having to reach for these bottles every day to keep those nutrients stable. So yeah, Merry Christmas from all of us at Finest Aquatics. Have a good one. Cheers.
Does Mike get a haircut?
There you go. Nutrients.
Merry Christmas to Mike, and I appreciate the question. It's we only dose if it's necessary, and because we test our phosphates and nitrates 3 times a week, I don't rely on equipment to do that. We actually physically test it, and I also get my phosphates from my ICP test for the weekly basis that we do them. I hadn't dosed any phosphates or nitrates for a while until just recently, and we started back with doing ammonium bicarbonate. Actually, I didn't have ammonium bicarbonate when I first started dosing ammonia for nitrates. I had ammonium chloride. Ammonium chloride is not much different when you break it all down. I mean, it's going to raise your chloride ions, but minutely. Ammonium bicarbonate is going to give you an alkalinity buffer minutely. But when we looked into how we were going to do it, I talked to Chris Wood, and Chris is like, well, start conservatively. When I send you, actually, when you do the ammonium chloride, here's how much you want to mix up in this amount of water and dose this amount, 4.1 ppm of ammonia being dosed in your system over a 24-hour period. So I did, and it worked. I mean, it got my nitrates up in a week. I went through just under a half a gallon of the concoction of ammonium chloride. And I had to stop it because my nitrates got to like 15, and they went to 18, and I shut it down, and they went to 20, then they went to 24. I'm like, fuck, I stopped doing this shit. Why am I still getting dosing going on?
You all right?
You might just see a ghost. And you look like you just seen a picture of Tom naked.
I don't know.
Oh dear. Thank you for that. We've got one more that I'm going to share with you as well, if you don't mind, from another fellow reefer and a good friend of ours. Question for you from Alex.
Hi Chris, Alex Brooks here, mate. Born to Reef on Instagram. My question for you is, what is the most challenging acropora that you've ever kept and why? Thank you.
Oh.
Acropora saharsanoi. Hands down.
Oh, got to that one quick.
Yeah.
Why?
Acropora saharsanoi. By far, hands down, the hardest acropora for me to keep. I had one I got from Vincent 12 years ago. I just lost the entire thing during Milton. I had just a tiny little piece of it left.
Can you help me with some spelling here, Chris, please? I've had a few drinks. It's 1 o'clock in the morning in England, and all I can say is acropora.
I gotta go home to the family. Acropora saharsanoi. Surhusoni. I don't know. I can't fucking pronounce that shit. I can't spell it. Saharsanoi. Saharsanoi.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, really? Wow. Holy God, like a smooth skin?
Yeah, with long ass coral lights.
That one?
It's my nemesis.
Wow. I've never seen that before.
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen
How
that.
many people have?
If I saw that in an LFS in England, I'd say that was dead.
Yeah, you go, that's bleached out, mate.
I'll give you a $5 for it. Take a chance.
Huh. Yeah,
Wow.
it's unusual.
Beautiful.
Have you got any left?
No.
No. Don't rub salt in the wound. Move on.
So I'll take it, it's hard to get as well as hard to keep.
It is very hard to get. I have not gotten any since I got it from Vincent Chales.
Right.
And that right there is not, I had an argument with Jake about it, but that's not saharsanoi.
Chris, just quickly, I've got a question for you. You're the man that clearly has most corals that he wishes for. What corals are you not able to get hold of that you would love in your farm?
All the illegal ones that everybody else seems to get.
Like?
Rhizotrochus typus. All these crazy, odd, weird chalices that are coming out of the Philippines. I did show off some that I know came from there originally, but I had bought aquaculture frags off of people, but I will never import them. What else? I mean, there's so many corals being exported and shipped around the world that are not legal, that are stunning, that I want, but just refuse to even
So I
cater.
was going to say, would you always refuse anything black market?
Put it this way. I started with ACI and I was fairly new and I was a little naive and I got caught up in the bullshit of people telling me shit was legit and legal and without doing all the research I needed to do to make sure I was doing things correctly. Yeah, I brought in shit that wasn't supposed to be brought in because it was done through all the loopholes.
Yeah.
And it's been over 10 years since I've done anything like that, but I learned so much in those 10 years. You know, dendrophilia, the fathead dendros. Do I want fathead dendros? Damn right. I love that coral. But they're not legal. You can't get them from a place that actually where they come from with legitimate CITES permits. You can get them through re-export permits, but re-export permits doesn't mean that the collection of the coral was legit and legal. You know, that's the thing. Is how legit and legal is it? And
there's a couple of questions from the people in the comments, Chris. Sorry, I'm just going to jump on because we're getting close to 6 hours.
Yeah, we got to get going. I got to get home.
Yeah, so I've got Sean's just asking, how does Chris correct any contamination in his farm, metals, chemicals from mariculture bases, etc.?
Yeah, I always worry about that, but I don't bring a ton of mariculture in, so it's not a super huge concern of mine. Mariculture corals are great, but again, there's that's it. Okay. Yeah, there's legitimate mariculture and there's not legitimate mariculture, and that's kind of where I mean by I'm done with that.
You don't chop the bases then. Don't just chop them off and chuck them.
No, I don't cut the bases off.
Right. Okay.
Second to last question because we're wrapping up now, ladies and gentlemen. In the comments, Lee's asking, do you run ozone and what are your thoughts on ozone?
No, I don't run ozone because if I need ozone, I just play around with a little bit of liquid ozone, hydrogen peroxide. I mean, ozone is super harsh. It can be majorly problematic in a reef environment if your bromide or bromine levels are where they should be. Ozone will mix with bromine and create a byproduct called bromide chloride. If you look at bromide chloride and its molecular weight, it's almost exactly the same as chlorine. And it literally can kill damn near anything in your system if you have too much bromide chloride coming into your setup.
Right, okay. And last question of the evening for you, Chris, from Ryan's Reef, the winner of one of tonight's game. What are the different mechanisms corals use to repair damage, do you think? What's your thought on corals repairing damage to themselves?
I honestly believe that stability in your reef system will allow a coral to rebound from anything that it's exposed to. If it is a wild coral, I think it has a better chance of recovering if you give it the ability to, by giving it all the resources it needs to take care of the issue. If you need an antibiotic dose, I recommend it. I don't like it, but an antibiotic bath on specific corals like elegans corals from Indonesia and even Acanthophilias and blastomuses can use the antibiotic baths. It makes a world of difference. But when it comes down to the majority of the corals, I look at it as this: it's survival of the fittest. If it's been sitting in my system for 2 weeks and it's just sitting there, it's not opening, it doesn't look worse, does it look better, then it's time to give it a try as to, okay, what can I do to make this coral happier? And then I try some things, and sometimes they work, sometimes they do not. And that's the key. You know, I always try to make sure that the animal is healthy enough for me to put it through a dip.
Cool.
Or that.
Chris, last question for me. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Of course he hasn't.
I didn't have to. We're on here for 6 hours and 3 minutes. It's probably the longest live stream I've ever done.
Yay! Well, I'm going to wrap it up now. I just wanted to ask you if you've enjoyed it. Will you come on again?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
No.
No, Chris, I just want you, after we wrap up, I just want you for literally 60 seconds before you disappear. So please don't disappear after the video ends. I just want you for 60 seconds if you don't mind. But Rob, thank you very much for joining us.
Good to see you, Rob.
Thanks for coming up.
Thanks, Rob. Have a good one.
Yeah, good to see you, Chris.
Christian, thanks for joining us. I know you're with Lou and the kids. Ron, always. I know you've got a business to run. Eden Corals. Amanda. We haven't met you yet, but we will, and he will be telling me.
She went home. The kids needed her home, I guess, so she took
tell me all
off.
about it when he starts next week at ACI Aquaculture. What size t-shirt are you?
Well, I'm going to try and lose a bit of terry by the time I get out there, so we go medium.
Medium t-shirt, Chris, please, for dripping.
I gotta see what I can find because I haven't gotten new t-shirts in a while. So
thanks, Chris, mate.
No, thank you ever so much, everybody, for watching, and thanks for everybody for tuning in tonight. Please, if you haven't already done so, give us a like, give us a subscribe, and we will see you all again Sunday morning.
You're a star,
Take care,
Chris.
everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.